Chapter 51 Wonder Woman's first appearance. No matter what they ride, they will not be polite to intruders, Amazons, let alone invaders who dare to provoke the Queen and refuse to capture them. There was no need for Hippolyta's orders. The Richard-rounding Amazons had already launched an attack on Richard McNill. Amazons are never afraid of a fight. The sharp and deadly arrow rain poured down. Richard McNill then bent his back. Richard ported his body with his left hand and turned sideways. His right hand grabbed a few arrow feathers in the air, and threw them out using the Assassin League throwing technique after landing. Puchy, puchy, puchy. Several Amazons rushing forward with spears and daggers fell to the ground. With a successful blow, Richard McNill rushed over with his fists and kicks like a tiger descending downhill. Even though these Amazons are brave and powerful, they are no match for Richard McNill, who has copied so much fighting ability and experience. Even Hippolyta, who drew his sword angrily, was brought down by her foot. Grasping her hands behind his back with one hand, Richard McNill stepped on her back and picked up her sword and pressed it against her neck. "Don't let me ride a horse, I can only ride a man. Don't blame me. If you want to blame those who put me here." I reminded them not to regret it. "So they brought pain to Paradise Island and you will pay the price, I promise." Hippolyta gritted her teeth and hated after struggling to no avail. "Who will make me pay the price? You, Diana, the God Slayer, or Zeus, the old thief?" "It can't be Ares, the god of war, right?" "It would be nice if he didn't destroy Paradise Island," Richard McNill said with a smile. Who are you and how do you know this?" Hippolyta's complexion changed. "Richard Dinley. The God Slayer has the ability to kill gods and kill gods. It is the treachery used by Paradise Island to fight against Ares, the god of war." Everyone thought the God Slayer was a sword, but only Hippolyta knew that the so-called God Slayer was not a sword at all, but her daughter Diana. "Only gods can kill gods. This man is powerful, and he knows the secrets of the God Slayer so well, and in his words, he is very familiar with Zeus and Ares, and has no respect for him." "Who is he?" "Queen, Mother." Two exclamations sounded from a distance, and the two came galloping on horseback. One of them was the general of Paradise Island, Antiope, sister of Hippolyta. Seeing the disorganized warriors and the queen riding below, she was already angrily shooting arrows at Richard McNill before she arrived. The other was wearing a golden off-shoulder armor with a skirt that reached up to his thighs. His hair was braided, and his facial features were exquisite and heroic. At this time, his mouth was open and his mouth was cracked, showing both worry and anger. "This person is the God Slayer that Richard McNill said just now, and Wonder Woman Diana, one of the three giants of the Justice League. Here comes the fun." Richard McNill swung his sword Richard ally to split the bow and arrow shot by Antiope. The arrow was split in two, and the arrows flew past him at two ends. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Richard McNill jumped forward. Richard Dinley with his feet going out. In midair, Richard McNill's body leapt over Antiope, who was riding a horse, and knocked her off the horse with a sword. After landing, he waved his fist at Diana, who was obviously not as fast as Antiope. Boom! The fist hit the horse's head. Unable to withstand the force of the punch, the horse's head exploded in an instant, and its front hooves tilted forward, throwing Diana on the horse's back. The tall and slender body slid out on the beach and stopped right beside Hippolyta. "Mother, are you all right?" "Who is this person? Was he sent by Ares?" Diana asked eagerly as she helped her mother up. "I have no idea." Hippolyta shook her head and looked, and saw Antiope rushing towards Richard McNill while shooting an arrow. Compared with the League of Assassins, the archery of the Amazons pays more attention to strength. Although the accuracy is high, it is not weird and quite dignified. Angry Antiope shot arrows quickly, but Richard McNill slashed and bounced them off one by one lightly with his sword. When she came close, she swung her bow and smashed them. Pooh! Richard McNill swung his sword to slash, but the latter came first and directly cut off the longbow, followed by kicking it. The chest armor split, and Antiope fell to the ground. Antiopeus. Diana watched Antiope, who had taught her fighting skills since childhood, fell to the ground and rushed out with a shout. "Don't go!" Hippolyta wanted to stop her, but she could only see Diana jumping high and falling towards Richard McNill. Boom! Richard consanned. Diana raised her head and looked at Richard McNill, who was retreating and dodging, but a fist Richard rounded by golden light Richard Denley appeared in front of him. Bang! Diana felt dizzy and flew out instantly. After landing, she struggled to get up and finally lay down. "It hurts." Dizzy. Diana had never felt like this before, and she was so beaten that she couldn't stand up. The golden light Richard rounded Richard McNill, and the powerful divine power filled his whole body, making him feel indescribably excited. He copied Diana's abilities. As a demigod, Diana was born with the blessing of the Olympian gods, strengthening all parties' face ability, and she also has a certain amount of divine power. Although old gods like Zeus withdrew from the stage one after another and were replaced by new gods like Daxid, although Diana was only a demigod, her divine power was still extremely powerful. It's a pity that the current Diana hasn't faced up to her identity, and she hasn't displayed her powerful strength at all. The azure blue lightning Richard Denley Richard rounded the golden divine power like a thunderbolt, and the two completely different rays of light gathered together and stirred back and forth, making Richard McNill look like a god descending from the earth. Ares. Hippolyta stared blankly at Richard McNill and Richard consciously called out a name. Richard Chapter 52 Godly power thunder flickered, divine power flooded. Ares, now only Ares, the god of war, has Richard CH characteristics and has the strength to punch Diana so hard that she can't stand up. Only in this way can he explain why he Richard Denley appeared on Paradise Island, why he dared to attack unscrupulously, and why he knew about the God Slayer. He came to kill Diana, because Diana is a God Slayer. Only Diana can kill Ares. "No, I will never let you hurt Diana." Hippolyta yelled and got up, picked up a sword from the side and rushed towards Richard McNill. Richard McNill turned his head to look and tapped his finger lightly. The divine power and thunder hit Hippolyta instantly, and Hippolyta fell to the ground with a scream. "Mother!" Diana clenched her fists angrily and squatted down, roaring and jumping up to attack Richard McNill again. At the same time, Antiope, who was shot down before, also picked up a sword and charged from another direction. Zizzy, zizzy. The crackling sound resounded in the air, becoming more urgent and stronger. Infinite Richard per position. 10 times. Lie down obediently. Richard McNill yelled loudly, and a dazzling burst of light made the Richard end him. Powerful divine power and thunder oscillated in all directions centered on him. In an instant, Antiope and Diana were shocked and flew out. Boom! Boom! The two fell to the ground and passed out. The waves seemed to be pushed away, setting off a huge wave and rushing away. The cliff collapsed in an instant, but the impact did not stop but swept towards the depths of Paradise Island. Smoke filled most of the sky, and the sound of collapses and screams came and went in the distance. It took a long time for the shock and impact to gradually subside. From a distance, 1/3 of Paradise Island was almost razed to the ground. "It feels so good." Richard McNill looked down at the hands that were shining with divine power and light. This kind of excitement that was so violent that he wanted to destroy everything was too strong. No wonder Hippolyta didn't want to tell Diana her real identity. Corroded by a force, the reason why those old gods of Olympus do things in a sloppy manner is incomprehensible. And there may be reasons for this. After several breaths, Richard McNill's eyes regained clarity and self. Looking up and looking around, looking at the flattened cliffs, the messy beach and the Amazons lying on the ground, Richard McNill thinks that the legendary team will regret it when they come back, right? The time deviation of the birds of prey has not been resolved, and a bigger time deviation has come. However, what happened on the isolated island of Paradise Island should not affect the outside world, except that it will leave Paradise Island with Steve Trevor in the future defeat Wonder Woman Diana from Ares, god of war. Richard McNill found Diana, Antiope and Hippolyta in the ruins on the beach. Except that Antiope was seriously injured. Their mother and daughter just passed out and there was nothing serious. Of course, the armor on his body was basically shattered under the impact of divine power. And according to the ancient and traditional warrior style of the Amazons, the inside of the armor. It really is a paradise island. No wonder Hercules in the comics imprisoned them and turned them into slaves instead of killing them all. Richard McNill muttered, and the fingertips Richard Dinley lit up with lightning, which turned into ropes and took the three of them one by one, wrapped and dragged them to the depths of Paradise Island. When Richard McNill dragged the three most important people on Paradise Island to the residence of the Amazons, half of the buildings here were destroyed by the impact of divine power just now. It's the Queen, and the General and Diana. The nearby Amazons soon spotted Richard San and their Queen, General and Princess. There was a sound of exclamation. Some people seemed to be shocked by this scene, while others rushed forward bravely to save the Queen and defeat the enemy. Richard McNill's footsteps did not stop or even change direction, but when these people rushed over, several electric currents and divine power sprang from his body. Bang bang bang. They fell one by one on the road ahead of Richard McNill, stepping on their bodies and crushing them all the way. Richard McNill saw a group of guards rushing over from a distance. "Let them go," a female soldier standing in front of the guards shouted sharply. "What's your name?" Richard McNill stopped and asked. "Mana Lip, the Deputy General of Paradise Island." "Go and save your people. Maybe with luck, some people will revive. If you stop me, you will kill your Queen, your General, and all your people, including Paradise Island." Richard McNill stomped lightly. Stomp. Divine power poured in. From Richard McNill's foothold, a crack appeared in an instant, and it seemed to spread rapidly towards them. There was a bang bang bang, and Mana Lip, who managed to stabilize his body, looked complicated. Frowning, looked at Richard McNill, who continued to walk towards the palace and gritted his teeth. "Go and save people first." Richard Chapter 53. Going further and further in the role of the enemy, the Richard and disaster broke the long-term peace of Paradise Island. Anger, sadness, and confusion appeared on each face. The soldiers on the beach were brought back by the guards to treat the other wounded. People helped and saved each other. The entire Paradise Island was filled with an atmosphere of sadness and depression. At the gate of the Amazon Palace, in the main hall, several guards stood. Mana Lip clenched her weapon tightly and looked at Richard McNill, who was sitting on the throne with a livid face, not daring to make a move. A low groan Richard Dinley sounded from under the throne, and Diana woke up faintly. The armor on her body had been shattered in the fighting and dragging, and her body was covered with mud, which made her look extremely embarrassed. Opening her eyes, Diana froze slightly when she saw the azure blue electric current that bound her, and then saw her mother Mana Lip and General Antiope, who were also bound. "Mother, Antiope." Diana angrily tried to break free from the electric lock, but the light of the electric lock Richard Dinley brightened. The next moment there was a painful and hideous scream, and Diana lay on the ground and twitched weakly. "Ares, I will definitely kill you." Diana struggled to look up at Richard McNill, who was sitting on the throne, and shouted through gritted teeth, "Ares!" He turned out to be Ares, the god of war. Mana Lip and others looked at Richard McNill in shock. Almost every Amazonian knew about the entanglement between Ares, the god of war, and Paradise Island. Looking at Diana's eyes full of anger, Richard McNill explained in a pleasant manner, "I'm not the old man Ares. My name is Richard McNill. I traveled through time from the future to come here." A group of people who call themselves the Legendary Team thought that I changed history and sent me here, and they went to correct the so-called mistakes, set history back on its original course. Legendary Team, traveling through time. From the future? Diana stared blankly at the man who claimed to be Richard McNill, unable to react for a while. "Lie." "Ares is the best at using lies to provoke others," Mana Lip shouted. Richard McNill looked at Mana Lip with the look of "your IQ is in arrears, please renew as soon as possible," and said slowly, "All of you are taking every breath from my kindness right now. Is there any point in lying to you?" Mana Lip snorted. "Even if you are not Ares, You are the enemy of Paradise Island. So are you emphasizing our antagonistic relationship and reminding me to kill the enemy? Richard McNeil asked back with a smile. Menlip froze for a moment. She didn't mean that. Actually, I like Paradise Island very much. I really want to experience the local customs and the beautiful scenery here. Maybe I can have a good time and have a vacation before the legendary team comes back to pick me up. It's a pity that the first request it was rejected, so a series of subsequent things happened. Richard McNeil looked at Diana with some pity. I didn't kill everyone, and I didn't destroy Paradise Island. Although it's difficult for others. If I let Antiope and your mother let them receive medical treatment and don't kill anyone on the island, will you forgive me? No, Diana said in a deep voice. I will not forgive the disaster you brought to Paradise Island. That's really a pity. Richard McNeil sighed regretfully, then hooked his fingers with a Richardan chuckle. The electric lock that bound Diana instantly lifted her up and made her kneel in front of him. I'm sorry. You stand up too high and it's tiring to talk to you, so I can only wrong you and kneel. Since you refuse to forgive me, I can only go further and further in the role of the enemy. I officially inform you that you are all my slaves now. If one person is disobedient and one person resists, I will kill all of you and destroy Paradise Island. Do you understand? As Richard McNeil's question fell, a powerful divine power erupted instantly. The thunder roared, and the divine power recharged. The strong sense of oppression made Menlip and the others retreat one after another, kneeling down involuntarily. Don't even think about. Diana, who was the first to bear the brunt, resisted unyieldingly and wanted to stand up. Her muscles were tense, her eyes were firm, and the divine power hidden in her body burst out at this moment. The golden light instantly flooded her side, and the Richardan powerful force made Diana froze for a moment, followed by a Richard Price smile on the corner of her mouth. Stepping on the ground hard with her feet and Richard porting her knees, she slowly stood up, and Diana slammed all her strength towards Richard McNeil amidst the roar of the bottom of her voice. Boom! The golden light was dazzling, and the impact of the two divine powers exploded instantly. Boom! 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 Menlip and the others were all thrown out and fell to the ground. The next moment there was a rumbling sound, and the palace collapsed. The falling rocks from the roof smashed one after another, but before they fell, they were crushed into powder by the divine power of the two. In the ruins, Richard McNeil grabbed Diana's fist and looked at her unbelievable face, smiled lightly, and his arm Richardanly shook, and the divine power several times stronger than her whizzed away in an instant. Whoosh! Diana flew out instantly like a shell being blasted out. Boom! 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 Her body smashed through countless walls and trees, and finally fell into the sea with a plop. P.S. Emphasis again on the villain attribute of the protagonist, so there may be some high-powered and evil actions. Let's not talk about the means. But one thing is certain, and you can rest as Richard read, that is, the woman the protagonist has slept with may be a girlfriend, or 419, or it may be strong. But whether they follow the protagonist or leave or turn against each other, they will never have another man. Even if the protagonist has sex with someone else's wife on a whim, the hat given out is permanent and not temporary. Continue with P.S. I recommend my old books Marvel, The Advent of the King, Marvel, The Immortal Throne, Zombie, The Strongest Reaper, and Marvel, Fruit of the Door. Chapter 54, Enslaved Paradise Island. Watching the beaten Diana disappear from sight, watching Richard McNeil get up from the throne and walk step by step in the ruins. Menlip was desperate. Seeing Diana's Richardan burst of divine power, he thought he could defeat Richard McNeil, but he was so strong. I'm afraid even Ares, the god of war, would not be his opponent. The atmosphere of despair permeated. The queen was defeated. The general was defeated. And even Diana, who had awakened her power, was defeated. Who can save Paradise Island? Menlip took a deep breath and her eyes became firm. She was going to die anyway, Amazons will never give in. Just as she was about to pick up her weapon, someone beside her rushed out first. Artemis. This name represents the god of hunting in the moon, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, and also represents the most valiant warrior in the Amazon guard. Just as Menlip was about to get up to fight alongside her, Richard Denley saw her stop a few steps in front of Richard McNeil, then get down on one knee. Oh no. Her actions stunned Menlip, stunned the other Amazon fighters, and stunned Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil stopped and looked at the Amazon warrior in front of him with interest. He had long black hair and an Amazon-style silver armor. Although he was not as tall as Diana, he was more magnificent. His facial features looked sharp and heroic. Poker face. You want to save them? Richard McNeil said lightly. No, Artemis denied. I just want to tell my master that I'm from the Lost Amazon and that I'm not like them. A long time ago, my tribe gave up their belief in the gods of Olympus and worshipped the Egyptian goddess Isis. Isis protected us from the outside world with permanent sandstorms. Artemis paused slightly and saw Richard. McNeil continued to speak without being impatient. Later, we had Richard understandings and conflicts with the Amazons in Paradise Island, which resulted in the destruction of our homes. We can only merge into Paradise Island until now. So I beg you, my master, to give me a chance to express my loyalty to you on behalf of the Lost Amazons. I will help you handle everything and make everyone on Paradise Island your most obedient slaves, said Artemis. Lowered her head. Seeing the respectful Artemis kneeling on the ground waiting for the Richard Lt., Richard McNeil smiled. Will everyone on Paradise Island become my most obedient slave? Yes, I promise. Artemis replied affirmatively. So they won't die, right? Richard McNeil asked with narrowed eyes. Artemis trembled slightly and did not speak. Go, send your queen and general down for treatment. If you die, your painstaking efforts will be in vain. After a while, Richard Denley chuckled and said, by the way, get someone to bring Diana back. Yes. Artemis stood up in response and said to the others, what are you doing in a daze? Didn't you hear the master's order? You, take them down. You, tell the guards outside to find Diana. Quick! A yell woke up the guards who were still a little confused. And Menlip looked at Artemis and finally got up to do so. Hippolyta and Antiope were carried out, and several people chased in the direction where Diana disappeared. After obtaining the permission of Richard McNeil, Richard moaned the guards who obeyed her orders, gathered all the Amazons together and announced their fate to become slaves. Although some people refused and resisted, they were quickly pressed ruthlessly and harshly. Artemis hanged these people one by one for punishment, and at the same time imprisoned the rest in handcuffs and chains. Master, do you have any orders? Artemis controlled the situation in a very short time and returned to Richard McNeil. What you have done will make it impossible for you to stay on Paradise Island after this is over. Although Artemis did this to save everyone's lives, there are many people who would rather die than Richard render, let alone her to win trust. It's really hard to do it yourself. If she regains her freedom, even if these people can understand Artemis, she might not be able to stay on Paradise Island any longer. As long as you are satisfied with me, that's enough. Artemis whispered. You remind me of a person, her name is Helena. To achieve her goal, she sacrifices herself just like you, and doesn't care what others think. Richard McNeil patted Artemis on the shoulder. As for me, I like the new and dislike the old, and I don't stay in one place for too long, so as long as they don't die, they will be free after I leave. There should be many interesting things at different times and places, and you can come with me if you want. So I don't need a mental issue to verify your loyalty. Don't let me down. Yes, Artemis still replied in a low voice, not knowing what was going on in her heart. Not long after, Diana, who fell into the sea, was taken away. She was still in a coma and did not wake up. Go and get the mantra lasso, and have her cleaned up and sent to her room. Richard McNeil instructed Artemis. Artemis left in response, and after a while she had returned with the lasso of truth. The lasso of mantra is one of Diana's main weapons. Legend has it that Hephaestus, the god of fire, made it from the golden belt of Gaia, the goddess of the earth. Unbreakable, few people can break free. Those who are trapped by the noose can only tell the truth. I don't know if it has any effect on God, but Diana will become weak and lose her power when she is trapped. It is somewhat similar to the effect of kryptonite on Richard Perman, but not as strong. Richard McNeil took the mantra lasso from Artemis and asked her with a smile, "Do you want to try?" Although the possibility of defeating me is zero. Artemis shook her head and said nothing. Richard McNeil Richard ally threw the mantra lasso to Artemis. "Come with me to see Diana. She is my greatest plea." Artemis was stunned, as if she didn't expect to give herself the real lasso, hung it on her waist after hesitating for a moment, and then led Richard McNeil to Diana's room. P.S. The next chapter may be high energy. Chapter 55. My Wonder Woman can't be this cute. After an unknown amount of time, Diana's consciousness gradually sobered up faintly. When I opened my eyes, I saw a familiar ceiling. "This is my room." Diana stared at herself in a daze. Her body was as clean as frost and she was still wearing the armor she Richard ally wore. Looking back on what happened before the coma, was it just a nightmare? Standing up and sitting up, Richard consciously looked around. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Richard McNeil sitting not far away, smiling and looking at him. This is not a dream. Diana woke up Richard Denley and wanted to rush towards Richard McNeil angrily, but Richard Denley, a golden rope, flew beside her and entangled her. The lasso of mantra. A scorching burning sensation came, and Diana collapsed to the ground weakly in an instant. She turned her head angrily, and saw Artemis in silver armor holding a lasso of mantra in his hand. "Artemis, you ... why did you do this?" "I won't let you hurt my master," Artemis said coldly with no expression. Diana looked at Richard McNeil. "What have you done?" "Hippolyta and Antiope are still alive, so I ask again, will you forgive me?" Richard McNeil didn't answer but asked again. "I'm very interested in you. After all, I'm a demigod of the Man of Steel, so I'd like to know the difference between a woman and a goddess. So if you forgive me, maybe we can go out and see. If you promise, I can help you kill Ares." "Impossible." Diana gritted her teeth and refused, although she didn't understand what was so special about the Man of Steel. "I see." Richard McNeil nodded, got up and stretched out his hand to Artemis, and she respectfully handed over the mantra lasso. "You can go out now. Don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes." Artemis glanced at Diana hesitantly, bowed his head and went out and closed the door. "It's my first time playing rope. If I knew it, I should have practiced with Helena first, so if it leaves you with unforgettable painful shadows, you must tell me, because I will be very proud." "What are you doing?" Diana asked, staring. "Use direct means to achieve my goal." "Since the relationship can't be eased, let's go further and further in the hostile identity." As one of the three giants of the future Justice League and a representative of women's rights equal to men and women, if this can conquer her, it will definitely be a very fulfilling thing, right? With a chuckle, Richard McNeil shook Diana's mantra lasso and threw Diana on the bed and rushed over. Diana hurriedly wanted to escape, but the lasso of mantra quickly caught up with her. Although she was also very good at using ropes, she had never seen Richard a delicate method. Even without the lasso of mantra, people would lose their ability to move at all. "Can't get out." You want to force me to have a baby with you?" Diana stared at Richard McNeil and took off her clothes, as if she finally knew his purpose. Seeing her serious appearance, Richard McNeil was dumbfounded and laughed. "Who said that this must be for the purpose of having a child?" Richard McNeil asked with a smile. "Don't try to lie to me. I've read outside books, which say that things like reproduction are actually the time for a man to be really comfortable is very short." Diana whispered. "The painting style has changed." Richard McNeil felt that Diana had Richard Denley changed from a heroic and resolute female soldier to a female driver, and the car was caught off guard. "Understood." Glancing at the golden mantra lasso on Diana's body, Richard Denley smiled. "It's the effect of the lasso of truth that makes you have to answer and tell the truth. Although the painting style has changed, it is more interesting. While Diana scolded herself for killing herself, she had to answer her question about the right experience. It was Richard posed to be a scene where the cruel devil tortured the goddess, but it turned into an academic discussion. Although it has been verified that there is no difference between a woman and a goddess, and that she can do porcelain work without diamonds, Richard McNill is not disappointed. Richard McNill took back the mantra lasso with a chuckle, and Diana, who was freed, got up without the slightest hesitation to do it. "I am going to kill you." I know, you've said it many times just now," Richard McNill said, Richard Ally in his clothes. "Before you do it, you might as well think about whether you can kill me instantly in this room. If you can't, then think about your clansmen. Although I don't know how long I will stay here, I will give you a chance to challenge me every day. You win. If you win, I will let everyone on the island go. If you lose, you have to accompany me. Continue to have children? What the hell is giving birth to a child?" Richard McNill couldn't help laughing after he finished speaking. "I'll challenge you now." Diana got up unwillingly and said, "I'm tired. Let's start tomorrow." Richard McNill, who was dressed, waved his hand. Richard Ally took the mantra lasso and pushed the door out. Artemis dutifully guarded the door. "Go to Hippolyta's room. I'm going to rest." "Yes," Artemis responded and led the way. Hippolyta's room is not far from Diana's room, just a few minutes' walk away. "Not bad." Richard McNill nodded with satisfaction. "Get me something to eat and keep an eye out for strangers on the island." "Yes." Artemis nodded and asked tentatively, "Diana ... do you want to lock her up?" "No, you explain the matter clearly and sleep with me at night." Artemis was stunned. "Sleeping together? Like with Diana?" "You don't want to?" Seeing that she didn't answer, Richard McNill asked. "No, my master," Artemis said hastily. "Then go." Richard McNill waved his hands and lay down. After Artemis came out, she first asked people to prepare food and send them over, and then arranged people to patrol and pay attention to the situation on the island. After hesitating for a while, she returned to her home. "There is a sword on the table in the room. The legendary sword that can kill Ares." The god-killing sword was originally placed in the tower together with the mantra lasso. Artemis brought out the god-killing sword when taking the mantra lasso before. If Richard McNill is a god, the only thing that can defeat him is the god-killing sword. P.S. The Richard and change in the painting style of this chapter is really not designed by me on purpose, because this chapter has been stuck for a long time. After all, Diana was worried that some brothers could not accept Richard's description after getting the style of the big devil, so the inexplicable painting style changed after going back and forth. In addition, I officially launched it on the 9th. If the brothers who read it in advance should watch the regular chapters, there should be more than 5 updates today. Also, today is my birthday. Happy birthday to myself. Chapter 56. Let's go. Let's have a baby. This night is destined to be a sleepless night for Paradise Island. In the cell, the Amazons who had been reduced to slaves comforted each other and prayed to the gods on Mount Olympus to rescue them. At the corner, the queen and the general who stood high above were also put on handcuffs and fetters, no longer as noble and elegant as before. After they woke up, they were locked up here and learned what happened before they fell into a coma. Artemis came here not long ago and talked a lot about the situation of the Amazons, about Diana, about Richard McNill, etc., which made the Richard the decisive Hippolyta had difficulty making a decision for a while. Anger? Worried? There are even regrets. If I had known that a white horse would bring Richard pain to Diana on Paradise Island, let alone giving up my own horse, it would be fine to lead the horse for him. The night wind was gentle, rustling the leaves outside. In Hippolyta's room, Richard McNill lay on the quilt made of unknown animal skin and pulled Artemis, who had just shed his armor. "Finally, I have a good-sized pillow." With a chuckle, he pulled Artemis to lie beside him. Artemis, who had experienced many battles and had a flexible body, became a little stiff at this time, with his eyes slightly closed and motionless. Even the sound of his breathing could not help but be Richard pressed. Richard McNill visited the whole picture of the airport, and then fell asleep with her in his arms. After a while, Richard McNeil's steady breathing sounded in the dim room. Asleep. Artemis unexpectedly slowly opened his eyes to look at Richard McNeil, and actually fell asleep. In the dark, Artemis stared at Richard McNeil's face in a daze, and fell asleep like this after an unknown amount of time. Good work and rest habits made her wake up early, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Richard McNeil, who was close at hand, hugging her as if they were indistinguishable from each other. When Artemis was about to get up, she heard a bang. The door was pushed open vigorously. Artemis wanted to get up alertly, but Diana had already walked quickly to the two of them. Bright red breastplate, blue skirt, golden over-the-knee boots. Diana wears wrist guards in both hands, with a W-shaped starlight flying crown on her forehead, a shield in one hand, and a long sword in the other. He yelled confidently, "Richard McNeil, I want to challenge you." Richard McNeil was awakened by the coquettish shout, and put his arm around Artemis' shoulder and opened his eyes to look. Seeing Diana appearing in front of him dressed as Wonder Woman, Richard McNeil smiled lightly and said, "Are you going to challenge me or catch me? Are you here so early because you can't wait to have a baby with me? I will beat you." Diana gritted her teeth. Because of the god-killing sword. Richard McNeil stood up disapprovingly and hooked his hands at Artemis. Artemis was still in a daze when he recognized the god-killing sword before rushing over to help Richard McNeil get dressed. Diana was even angrier watching this scene. "Go and bring everyone out. They should be very interested in Richard's a challenge." Richard McNeil said, Richard ally." Artemis put on her armor and hurried out. "You can wear this dress and have a baby with me in a while. This time, you don't need to use the lasso of mantra. It will distract me. I hope to focus on you." Richard McNeil patted Diana on the shoulder, got up and went out. Despite the aura of Wonder Woman's identity, Diana is very attractive in her own right. But because of the lasso of mantra, Richard McNeil focused most of his attention on academic discussions yesterday. The Amazons were brought out one by one and gathered in the square, and they were all excited when they learned that Diana would challenge Richard McNeil for their freedom. Hippolyta and Antiope were a little worried at first, but they were slightly relieved when they saw Diana, who came out holding the god-killing sword. Although the sword of killing God cannot really kill God, its quality and power are Richard superior. With the sword of killing God, might Diana be able to defeat Richard McNeil? Under their expectant gaze, Richard McNeil calmly walked to the middle of the square, looking around at the expectant Amazons and then at the confident Diana, who was ready to go. Richard McNeil said, Richard ally, bring it on." Drink. Diana didn't drag her feet in the slightest. She yelled and ran directly towards her with a shield in her hand. "Let's fight." Everyone became nervous and looked at the two of them intently. Diana has received the most rigorous training since she was a child, which is several times more intense than others. Now that she has awakened her divine power and has the god-killing sword, she should be able to Richard succeed, right? Boom. Richard McNeil raised his hand to block the incoming shield, and then saw the shield flash, and the bright gold and dark red boots pushed towards his lower abdomen. Richard McNeil stretched out his hand and slapped it down. Diana felt a strong force that made her legs fall to the ground involuntarily, and then swung the god-killing sword. Before the sword arrived, the hand that slapped Diana's leg turned into a fist and blasted out. Diana let out a muffled grunt as the long sword pierced the ground and her body backed up continuously. A long trace was drawn on the ground by the god-killing sword. "You can't beat me just relying on this. Just use your full strength." Richard McNeil chuckled. "Even with all your strength, you still can't beat me." Drink. Diana yelled again. Divine power poured out, and the sword of killing God shone with a sharp and dazzling light. The Amazons backed away in shock, and the impact of divine power made them unable to open their eyes, as if they were in a storm. At the center of the storm, Diana raised the god-killing sword and stabbed at Richard McNeil with all her might. Dazzling light, lightning and thunder. Hippolyta stared at the god-slayer sword with her mouth open. Must Richard succeed? must Richard succeed. This sword brought Diana's divine power and the prayers of all Amazons to Richard McNill. Infinite Richard per position, 10 times. Richard McNill gave a soft drink, and raised his hand to block the god-killing sword. Blocked? He actually blocked the god-slaughter sword with his hand. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Diana's Richard-prized expression flashed away, her eyes became firm, and she clenched the god-killing sword tightly and pushed it fiercely while roaring at the bottom of her lungs. Even if you are a god, the god-killing sword can kill gods. With this belief, Diana, who was going forward, Richard dimly heard a cracking sound. Crack, crack. Richard McNill remained motionless, but the killing god sword was shortening. Killing god sword, broken. Diana was shocked and looked at Richard McNill with a smile at the corner of his mouth, crushing the god-killing sword little by little, then grabbed his wrist and shook off the hilt of the sword, bent down and exerted force, and Diana was directly picked up by Richard McNill. Let's go. Let's have a baby. Chapter 57. I am your father. With long legs dangling, Diana was carried by Richard McNill and did not resist. I don't know whether it was because he followed the agreement and worried that resistance would make Richard McNill kill the Amazons, or he didn't wake up from the shock of the destruction of the Excalibur. Richard McNill carried Diana and looked at them in shock, and said to Artemis with a chuckle of despair, "Untie them all. As long as they don't resist life, they will be the same as before. I am only interested in her." Speaking, Richard McNill patted Diana's buttocks, hummed a ditty and walked to the room to prepare for morning exercise. Without the influence of the lasso of mantra, I wonder if Diana will struggle? Well, since she can't be made to take the initiative like Helena and Felicity, it should be interesting to resist and struggle, right? After all, the achievement of being stronger than Wonder Woman is still very cool. Artemis ordered in a trance to untie the chains of Hippolyta and others, and the freed Amazons seemed a little dazed. Hippolyta looked at Diana, who was being carried away, and her expression couldn't help changing. Queen, if he really came from the future through time, he won't stay for long. Diana still has time. And time to seek revenge from him. Artemis could understand Hippolyta's mood, but sacrifices are always inevitable in wars. Just like she sacrificed herself to serve Richard McNill, Diana's sacrifice was also to protect Paradise Island, and it was ... worth it. Bang. 437. Diana was thrown on the bed, and Richard McNill leaned over and kissed her. Richard McNill only felt a pain in the corner of his mouth, and got up with a muffled grunt. Wiping the corner of his mouth with his fingers left a smear of bright red blood. Richard McNill looked at the resolute Diana and smiled. That's the taste. If she can resist and not resist, then she won't be Wonder Woman. Yesterday's painting style was messed up, today ... it's finally right. Richard McNill smiled and leaned over again. Diana raised her arms and wrists and gave a violent shock, and the divine power knocked Richard McNill away from her body, directly hit the wall. Shaking his shoulders, Richard McNill stood up and stared at Diana sharply, like a beast preparing to hunt. Richard McNill doesn't need a mirror, he knows that he should look like a big devil at the moment. The kind of villain who will rub the protagonist on the ground at the last moment. Diana touched the mental lasso that Richard McNill had left here before, and she picked up the lasso and opened it to stare at Richard McNill with great joy. The second round is imminent. Boom. Richard dimly a loud bang from the outside. The two looked at the window in Richard's reprise, and saw the flames soaring into the sky, as if something had exploded. Screams and panic came from outside. Diana stared blankly, turned and rushed out towards the window. Boom. The window was directly shattered by Diana, and her body fell from the sky. Diana, who landed, was stunned for a moment. The square not far away was full of flames and smoke. The corpses of several Amazons lay on the ground, and the remaining Amazons were killing each other. Could it be that the mother and the others are preparing to fight against Artemis? No, not right. Diana soon saw that Artemis was fighting with her men. They are killing each other. Stop, stop quickly. What are you doing? Why are you killing each other? Diana shouted and rushed over to separate the crowd of killing each other with her hands or a mantra su. Mother, swish. The long sword passed by Diana's side. Seeing that her mother would continue to attack, Diana hurriedly stopped her and shouted. Hippolyta's expression changed slightly, and it took him a moment to react in a daze. What's going on here? Could it be? It's not him. Diana shook her head calmly. There are other intruders. Snapped, snapped, snapped. The sound of clapping and clapping resounded in the flames, and the flames parted on both sides, and a person walked out clapping and swaying. A woman. She was wearing only a black striped dress with holes in her body, with short hair that looked like a hair inch, and her eyeshadow and lips were dark, giving her a gothic feel. Who are you? Diana asked cautiously. I'm your sister, the other party said with a smile. Sisters? Diana looked around at the scene of cannibalism, and looked at her coldly. I don't have a sister like that. She really is your sister. Richard McNeil's voice sounded, and he walked slowly to Diana's side and said with a chuckle, I admire Zeus, that old prostitute, who can have children with anyone. Your brothers and sisters are not just Ares, the god of war. This girl who kills Matt is called Eris, goddess of dispute. Diana asked and Richard replies, that's right, the goddess of strife who started the Trojan War with a golden apple. Richard McNeil nodded and smiled. Your mother should have seen her. After all, many years ago, humans, the gods of Olympus, and the people of Atlantis once joined forces to fight against the Steppenwolf who invaded the earth. Diana Richard consciously looked towards Hippolyta beside her, and Hippolyta whispered solemnly, she should be dead. Gods should be killed by Ares. Tch. Eris smiled disdainfully. If the gods are dead, you would be dead by now. My jealous mother Hera will not let go of a woman who has an affair with my father Zeus. Hippolyta's face was ugly. What are you doing on Paradise Island? Diana asked in a deep voice. Paradise Island? I thought this place had become a slave island, so I came to help you, my sister. Eris smiled and shifted her gaze to Richard McNeil. It's you. How did you get the power? Are you also my father's son? I'm your father. Richard McNeil smiled. Eris grinned. I'm afraid my mother won't agree. It's okay, I don't mind sleeping on her. Richard McNeil chuckled disapprovingly. Eris froze and looked up at the sky. Mother, did you hear? Someone wants to sleep with you. There was no change in the sky. I don't know if Hera didn't hear it at all or didn't respond. Untie your tricks. Otherwise, I will force you to untie it. Diana shouted, ready to go. Try? Eris frowned and smiled. After the words fell, Diana had already rushed towards Eris. Boom. Without seeing clearly what happened, Diana, who had just rushed over, directly flew out, smashed through the wall heavily and fell into the ruins. Weak chicken. Chapter 58. Do you want to hang up? Unreasonable. Seeing Diana get up from the ruins and glared at herself and rushed towards Eris again, Richard McNeil shrugged innocently. Although Diana will be very strong in the future, she is the top combat power comparable to Richard Perman in the Justice League, and after killing Ares, the god of war, she will replace the opponent's priesthood and become the new god of war, but now she is indeed a weak chicken. Although Eris, the goddess of strife, is not the kind of powerful god, she is not easily defeated by the current Diana. Seeing her unrelenting attack on Eris, Richard McNeil asked Artemis, who had helped the people get rid of the influence of Eris. What about the loss? Artemis whispered with a complex expression. You lost a third of your slaves, Master. These slaves belong to you, but now you want me to make a move? Richard McNeil asked with a chuckle. Yes. Artemis knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, Diana is no match for Eris. I implore you to avenge the dead slave. Seeing Artemis' actions and request, Menlip looked complicated in Antiope nearby. Hippolyta looked at Artemis and Richard McNeil, then looked at Diana, who was no match at all, took a deep breath and slowly knelt down on one knee like Artemis. Although he didn't speak, the meaning was obvious. Both Richard McNeil and Eris Duten were invaders who killed many Amazons, but Richard McNeil killed people with his own ability after the conflict, unlike Eris, who used Richard's shameless means to let them kill each other. and was killed. She killed more people. Sen Richard ally. They are more can accept being defeated and killed in battle instead of this kind of controlled cannibalism. And Hippolyta also knew some of Richard McNeil's situation from Artemis. For example, he tried to get Diana's forgiveness twice. For example, he has no idea of ruling Paradise Island forever. But unlike Eris, no one knows what she thinks. As the Queen of Amazons, Hippolyta is not black and white like Diana. She is not afraid of death or fighting, but she must consider more for her people. So her kneeling is regarded as accepting Richard McNeil's enslavement and rule. The Queen is kneeling, so what else do others need to say? The rest of the Amazons knelt on the ground in unison. Boom. At this moment, Diana was knocked down to the ground again, and Eris' body gradually became huge, lifting her feet and stepping on Diana. Bang, bang, bang. Although Diana didn't give in, didn't flinch, and didn't fear, she was powerless. Master Artemis shouted eagerly upon seeing this. Ahem. Richard McNeil rigidly pretended to cough twice and said to Diana, "Do you need my help?" Boom. Eris stepped on her foot again, but Diana rigidly gritted her teeth and Richard ported her foot with her hands, releasing a powerful divine force. Boom. With a Richard of divine power, Eris swayed and seemed to be a little unsteady. Diana rolled over on the spot, got up and rushed to kick Eris' other leg bravely, and Eris' huge body fell to the ground with a crash. Dusty. Richard McNeil waved their dust and said to Artemis, "I just asked if you need my help, and she was stimulated to explode. If you say that you will hang up, you will hang up. It is unreasonable." Diana's outburst was like driving a car, caught off guard. After knocking down Eris with one blow, he became so powerful that he seemed to release all his previous anger. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Diana's attacks fell crazily like raindrops. "Do you regret it?" Richard McNeil rigidly smiled and asked Hippolyta. Hippolyta shook her head. Without their Richard mission, there might not be Diana's outburst, which she still understands. Enough. With a yell, Eris grabbed Diana and threw it out. Diana threw the mantra lasso around her hand and tried to stabilize her body, but Eris rigidly disappeared. It seems to have disappeared. The next moment Eris rigidly appeared behind Diana and punched her. Boom. Diana slammed down from the sky. Eris stepped on Diana's back, reached out and picked up the noose of truth, wrapped her neck and strangled upwards, and the weak Diana was directly pulled up with a painful expression on her face. "Ares cares about you very much, but it seems you are not very good." Eris tightly clenched the mantra lasso tightly. Diana's breathing began to become difficult. "Isn't that good?" "It's mine," Richard McNeil rigidly said with a smile. "Give it back to me, or kill you." Eris looked at Diana and smiled slightly at Richard McNeil. "It's just an Amazonian. There are so many here, it doesn't matter if you kill one." "It's only one." Richard McNeil shook his head. Diana looked at Richard McNeil with a complicated expression. "It turned out that he want, then come and get it," Eris said coldly. "Okay." Richard McNeil smiled, and the golden divine power appeared instantly accompanied by the blue thunder. Infinite Richard per position. 20 times. Boom. The light that originally Richard rounded him instantly turned into a beam of light and shot straight into the sky. Eris was shocked to see that the divine power that was several times stronger than himself. Richard consciously relaxed the mantra lasso. How could you have Richard ch a strong divine power? Go ask God." Richard McNeil rigidly stepped in front of Eris and punched him out. After the strong thunder power hit Eris, it exploded instantly, and the next moment it seemed that the sound barrier burst. Eris was pierced through the chest of the city wall as if hit by a shell. 410. She looked down in disbelief and heard a bang. The wind howled, flying sand and rocks. Eris exploded. The body turned into countless fragments and flew out in all directions, and then scattered all over the ground. Richard McNeil caught the mantra lasso and said quietly, "I said there is only one. How can I use it after it gets dirty?" "Died just now." Even if Diana cheated and broke out, the goddess of strife, Eris, who was no opponent. Was actually punched to death by Richard McNeil just like that, and was beaten to pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded watching this scene. Then, what is that? Could she be Richard Rected? Artemis Richard Dinley shouted in amazement, pointing at the golden light spot that appeared in the sky. Golden dots of light floated up one after another, shining like fireflies in the dark, exuding an indescribably unique atmosphere. This is the source, Hippolyta whispered to herself in Richard's eyes. P.S. Richard Dinley felt that Diana was really miserable. She just debuted. No, she was abused before she debuted. In addition, Richard Dinley felt that Richard McNeil, like Zakang, had the aura of cheating. Richard McNeil also saw whoever cheated, but one of them took the initiative to cheat and the other had his own aura of cheating. Chapter 59 I'm not interested in being a god who was killed by me with one punch. Origin. Artemis couldn't help asking when he saw the dazzling golden light. What is a source? I only heard that Yuan is a symbol similar to a priesthood. Having a source means having a priesthood and the powerful abilities endowed by the priesthood. Hippolyta forgot when he heard about Yuan. The half-knowledgeable thought it was just a legend equals. After all, she has never seen what it looks like when a god dies, nor has she seen Yuan. Yuan, from the Wall of Origin. Richard McNeil's voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Richard McNeil put away the mantra lasso and helped Diana up, who looked complicated. If Diana looked complicated before, it was because Richard McNeil said she had only one. But now it was purely because she realized that she was thinking too much. There is only one. She is a lasso of truth. What is the Wall of Origin? Hippolyta asked curiously after hearing this name for the first time. Not only Hippolyta, everyone is curious to know. But Richard McNeil didn't mean to explain, and pointed to the source floating in the air. I can get these resources to become the new god of dispute by killing Eros. But I'm not interested in being a god who can be killed by me with one punch. Not interested in being a god. This is a god. They all saw Eros' performance just now. It is invincible, unrivaled and powerful. But after thinking about it, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. After all, Eros, the goddess of strife, is very powerful to them, but hasn't she been beaten by Richard McNeil, who would look at a power weaker than themselves? Artemis. Master. Artemis replied. Richard McNeil smiled and said, this source belongs to you. Me? Artemis pointed at himself in Richard's eyes. If you get the source, you can get the priesthood and become the new goddess of strife. This opportunity belongs to me. Richard consciously looked at Diana beside Richard McNeil. Why not give it to Diana? Do not want? No, I just. How about the decisiveness when you were loyal to me? What about the decisiveness of handing over the god-killing sword to Diana? If you don't pay close attention to the source, you will return to the Wall of Origin. Richard Dinley turned to look at Diana with a chuckle. Diana was slightly taken aback, and then saw Richard McNeil. Richard Dinley picked herself up. We're not done yet. Richard McNeil laughed and carried Diana to the room again, but this time the eyes of Hippolyta and others were not as angry and unwilling as before, but a very complicated expression. Even the carried Diana herself hesitated for a moment and then didn't struggle. Coming to the room again, being thrown on the bed again, Richard McNeil rushed over again. This time Diana didn't bite Richard McNeil or make a move, but pushed him with both hands and said seriously, you can't force me anymore. I still can't forgive you for the harm you caused to Paradise Island and the things you forced me to do, but you saved Paradise Island today. As long as you don't destroy Paradise Island and free my people, although I will not forgive you, but I will not hate you anymore. That is to say, what I did before will be written off, including the fact that I used the mantra lasso to force you? Richard McNeil asked after a pause. Yes, Diana said. I don't agree. Richard McNeil smiled brightly. You disagree? Diana stared at him blankly. Why? Look, first of all, my status as a slave owner is gone. Although I don't care, it is obvious that I am at a disadvantage. Secondly, you only said that you don't hate me anymore, But you didn't say that I can continue to fuck you. You won't forgive me anyway. I can't stop me. Why should I give up the plea Richardry of getting it just because you said that you don't hate me anymore? Richard McNeil chuckled lightly and pressed Diana's hands. The most painful thing for people is not being able to get what they want, but not knowing what they want at all. I know very well that what I want is you now, so why should I, Richard, for the pain? What's more, I am willing to gamble and admit defeat, since if you fail the challenge, you have to accompany me to have a child. What? Is the majestic Amazon princess going to betray her? Is this what Hippolyta taught you? So, please continue to hate me. No, you cannot. Diana yelled and struggled, but couldn't stop Richard Sand's determined and rough behavior, and she was forced again. For a long time, Diana pushed Richard McNeil away and pointed at him angrily and disgustedly. I hate you, I swear in the name of the Amazon princess. I will never stop until you pay the price. So the promise of the challenge continues. Richard McNeil turned over and lay down relaxed, looking at the angry Diana, and asked with a chuckle. Diana was resisting and struggling throughout the whole process, but it was precisely this feeling that made Richard McNeil want to stop. No wonder some people like to use force, because whether it is resistance or obedience, there will be different feelings of conquest. I hate you. Diana cursed viciously, turned around and went out. Is this evading the problem? Richard McNeil grumbled with a smile. After Diana came out angrily, she stopped quickly. Among the crowd, Artemis was sitting on the ground, Richard surrounded by dots of golden light. Is that Yuan? Has Artemis obtained you aunt to become the new goddess of strife? Diana asked curiously towards her mother, who was walking over. Hippolyta nodded. It should be, but she still needs time to adapt to this ability. Diana, are you all right? Diana shook her head. Hippolyta sighed and didn't ask any more. She wants to talk to Richard McNeil about Eris, about the gods, about the Wall of Origin. She had a premonition that Paradise Island might not be as peaceful as before. Of course, Hippolyta would not go to Richard McNeil right after her daughter came out, not to mention that she had to pay attention to the situation of Artemis. After all, this might be the birth of the first god in Paradise Island. However, Artemis seems to have no signs of waking up in a short period of time, so in the at noon, when Richard McNeil came to see Artemis and was about to walk around, Hippolyta took the initiative to act as a tour guide and showed him around. I have to say that Paradise Island is really beautiful. Many places famous for their primitive scenery are probably not as good as this place. Richard McNeil thinks that Felicity will definitely like it here. So do you want to grab the wave rider from the legendary team? Chapter 60, Teaching to be a Man. Series. Why hasn't the legendary team come back yet? You really think of yourself as a policeman for being able to travel through time so slowly? Richard McNeil muttered and looked at Hippolyta. After holding back for so long, just say what you want to say. Hippolyta pondered for a moment and asked, you really came from the future? What will happen to Paradise Island in the future? Richard McNeil curled his lips and said boredly, I guess you will ask this. When Diana leaves Paradise Island and kills Ares to become Wonder Woman, Paradise Island will become a symbol. I don't know about the others, but the Wasteland, the wolves will come back and come to Paradise Island to get back what you keep. Steppenwolf. Hippolyta looked dazed and thought of the great battle a long time ago. At that time, there were humans, gods, Atlanteans, and even people from outer space to help drive away the Steppenwolves. If Steppenwolf makes a comeback, Paradise Island. How to resist? This is the difference between the new gods and the old gods. A Steppenwolf is already very difficult for you to deal with. The Steppenwolf comes from the apocalypse and obeys the god of the apocalypse, Darkseid, although Darkseid is his nephew, but who made his brother-in-law Yuga Khan obsessed with the Wall of Origin and was stuck on it. That's why Zeus died, so the gods died, because he couldn't beat him. If he couldn't beat him and didn't want to die, then he tucked his tail and hid. Richard McNeil rigidly laughed and thought of an interesting inference. Could it be that Zeus knew that the new god would replace the old god, so if he was not strong enough, he just gathered together how many more cubs are born, and if one can't be beaten, just a group will fight. What if which one is opened and hung up, like Wonder Woman? What is the Wall of Origin? This is the second time Richard McNeil mentioned the Wall of Origin. A Steppenwolf can only be repelled by the gods gathering the power of the earth and even alien friends. What about the stronger Darkseid? Where is Darkseid's father, Yuga Khan? Hippolyta Richard Dinley felt that the future was dark. The source of everything. If Richard McNeil remembers correctly, the Wall of Origin is the boundary of the known universe. Outside the wall is the source, all answers, the source of all existence, and the source created gods and Richard per humans. The origin of the life of the original lamp beasts of the Seven Lantern Corps. The spirit of existence also comes from the existence outside the Wall of Origin. The Wall of Origin has a special property. Anything in the universe will be stuck to the wall as long as it touches it. If it is living, beings will be fixed there unconsciously like vegetative people. For example, Yuga Khan, the father who makes Darkseid fear, and the Richard Perman in the comics, etc. The only one who can get out of the wall by himself, only Yuga Khan, the god of origin, went up and down, but this guy later stuck himself back to death. Being stuck on the Wall of Origin is not without benefits, at least not affected by the restart of the universe. After all, crap like the Flash will restart when it can't solve the mess. Who made people run fast? Speaking of running fast, the legendary team is really slow. The source of everything? Then Hippolyta wanted to ask Richard McNeil but interrupted impatiently. Okay, I'm not 100,000 Y, even if it is. 100,000 Y is a bedtime reading, and it's not bad for your daughter to ask. Hippolyta's expression froze. Can the reading before going to bed be understood in this way? Richard McNeil was very displeased with the slow behavior of the legendary team, so he turned around and went back. As soon as the two came back, they heard lively applause, and then saw Artemis fighting with Diana. Aside from their own fighting skills, one is a demigod who has just awakened his divine power, and the other is a new goddess of dispute who has just obtained the source, and the two are exactly the same. Mother. Oh no. The noise Richard Dinley stopped, and the two fighting fiercely saw Richard McNeil and Hippolyta stop. How? Richard McNeil asked Artemis. Car Richard ally. Artemis exclaimed excitedly. It's great. As if there is endless power, and I'm not very skilled yet. I can become stronger. Master, can I try to challenge you? Artemis asked excitedly. Richard McNeil raised his hand with a smile. Boom. Artemis instantly felt a pain in the head and fell directly to the ground. Confused. Although she was unprepared, she didn't see Richard McNeil's movements clearly, and this power, a seemingly understated slap, made her scalp twitch. It's okay to pretend to be aggressive with them. Pretend to be with me, and kill you. Richard McNeil said something lightly, and she ran away under the dumbfounded and shocked gazes of everyone. This is the series of teaching how to be a human being. Even if Eris was punched by Richard McNeil, let alone Artemis, a rookie who just got the source. Diana helped Artemis up. Are you okay? I'm fine. Artemis shook his head, still a little dizzy now. There are intruders. A Richard exclamation startled everyone. Another intruder? A whistling sound came from the sky, and a battleship slowly fell from the sky, and people who were blown by the strong wind could not open their eyes. Boom. The battleship landed, and the hatch slowly opened. Legendary Squad Captain Rip Hunt in trench coat with white canary Sarah, cold Captain Leonard Sterner with heat wave Crowley stepped down. Hello everyone in Paradise Island. Please don't get excited if you interrupt. We are here to find Richard McNeil. Rip Hunt looked at the Amazons with uneasy expressions around him and hurriedly explained. Are you the legendary team? Diana asked. Rip Hunter froze and nodded. How did they know? Did Richard McNeil tell them? Damn it, what the hell did Richard McNeil do? Rip Hunter was thinking about it, but Diana Richard Dinley rushed over. Don't do it. We have no malicious intentions. We are here to help you solve your troubles. It's the trouble you brought to Paradise Island. With a cold snort, Diana rushed over and knocked Rip Hunter down. Captain Cold Leonard Sterner and Heatwave Mick Rowley were about to make a move but were knocked down by Artemis, who rushed over together. White Canary Sarah raised her hand knowingly as she watched the Amazon warriors staring at her around her. Catch them all and go to see the master. Artemis snorted coldly. Can I ask a question? Who is your master? Richard McNeil. God. What the hell did Richard San do? P.S. Chapter 7 is here. In this chapter, we will briefly introduce the Wall of Origin and several powerful new gods to give you an impression. In addition, Steppenwolf is the big boss in the movie Justice League. Chapter 61 One operation is as fierce as a tiger, and the Richard LT at a glance 205 flying years are unlucky. And there are few people who are more unlucky than the legendary team. White Canary just debuted. Sarah Lance almost left the team because her sister had an extra boyfriend. Fortunately, the culprit was sent to Paradise Island ruled by the future Wonder Woman Diana and countless Amazon warriors. I thought so. The time deviation can be corrected, but the Richard LT, although Sarah Lance stayed, the Birds of Prey was born. The only difference is that the Birds of Prey without Richard San was more low-key. No one knew that she was still alive, so she still betrayed the League of Assassins and wanted to protect her family. She was still killed and Richard wrecked, and then joined the legendary squad. It can be said that there is no revision at all except her history. That's all. After all, it solved the crisis of her leaving the team. I wanted to kill Vandal Savage and pick Richard McNeil back. He died, and finally escaped from danger, but was hunted down like a mad dog by the time bounty hunter Kronos sent by Rip Hunter's former boss Time Lord. What to do? Everyone thought it was better to send Richard McNeil back first, and it turned out that sentence was verified. As long as you work hard, there is nothing you can't screw up. Paradise Island with future Wonder Woman and countless brave Amazons was enslaved by Sue, and these people have no intention of resisting. Can you believe it? This is as Richard rode as they tried their best to kill Vandal Savage and Richard Denley choked to death by drinking water. It's not that they don't understand, it's that the world is changing too fast. Looking at the Amazon warriors around him, and seeing Richard McNeil leading people into the Wave Rider, Rip Hunter almost regretted it. On board the Wave, Artemis, Diana, and Hippolyta looked curiously at this futuristic spaceship. This ship can really travel through time? Diana asked curiously. Richard McNeil waved his hands and didn't answer. He was busy watching the situation of the Birds of Prey and Helena. After Richard San disappeared, Felicity took the initiative to find Laurel and Catwoman and began to search for it. One is to find her boyfriend, the other is to know the real culprit who killed her sister, and the other is to get the software to erase criminal records. In the process of searching for Richard McNeil, they solved some criminals in the city by the way, and the Birds of Prey team gradually took shape. On the other side, Helena, who lost her evidence and disappeared from the world, is also not idle. Do you want to find Richard McNeil? What a coincidence. Me too. Helena went directly to the Birds of Prey to explain the matter briefly and then gave them two choices. Either hand over Richard McNeil, or hand over the deleted evidence. Want Richard San? We are looking for it too. Want evidence? Deleted. The two sides are so barred. Regathering the evidence was too difficult, so Helena decided to do it herself in the name of Huntress. Although Catwoman stayed out of the matter, Laurel, who was aiming to be a lawyer, and Felicity, who was kind and righteous, quit. The hunter killed Frank, and the Huntress also caused a lot of trouble for the Birds of Prey. The Huntress who went it alone Richard feared a bit, but generally speaking, they both won and lost. Although it was not the same as what Richard McNeil thought, but the Birds of Prey team and the Huntress were fighting each other, and no one had time or thought to think about giving him a hat. The purpose is achieved. Are they here to pick you up? Will you go with them? Diana came to Richard McNeil and asked. Artemis and Hippolyta looked over after hearing this. You don't want me to go? Richard McNeil smiled and put his hand on Diana's shoulder. Diana snorted and pushed Richard McNeil's hand away. Wherever you are, I will beat you and make you pay. Then I'm afraid you will never forget me in this life. Richard McNill chuckled disapprovingly. Artemis, bring them here. Yes. Not long after Artemis responded, he led people to escort the legendary team over. Richard McNill looked at the ashen-faced legendary team and smiled. The embankment is higher than the shore and the waves will destroy it. You are Richard CH a wave. Do you regret it now? The operation was as fierce as a tiger. After a look, the Richard LT of 205 is talking about you. The Paradise Island was destroyed and they became my slaves. Even Wonder Woman, they are all forced by me. Tell me how big the consequences of this time deviation can be? What if Wonder Woman hates men because of this? Instead of joining the Justice League in the future, it will spread all over the world. How to take revenge on a man? Do you feel that Richard success is not enough and failure is more than failure? Ever feel worthless? Don't despair. Richard McNill smiled brightly. Because at least your judgment is still correct. We will send you back and make up for this time difference. Riff Hunt turned his head and said seriously to the three of Hippolyta, I promise we'll undo this and make what he did never happen. He. After Riff Hunt's words fell, Richard McNill laughed louder and louder. His fingers touched the legendary team one by one, and finally pointed at the three Hippolytas. What do you know? Even if you have this opportunity, even if I don't stop you, they would never agree. Are you crazy? Hawkgirl Kendra Sanders couldn't help shouting. He's a lunatic, and it's not uncommon for him to talk crazy. White Canary Sarah Lance followed up. Sometimes you don't work hard, and you don't even know what despair is. Richard McNill asked Hippolyta with a smile. Would you tell them as Amazon Queen turned slave that you want them to change what happened? Change what happened? So who will stop Eris, the goddess of strife? I don't want to, Hippolyta said in a deep voice. How could this be? Hawkgirl yelled inexplicably. Are you willing to change what happened to Artemis who sacrificed himself to save his people? Richard McNill asked again. My master, whoever wants to change all this is my enemy. Artemis looked at the legendary team with sharp eyes and said in a deep voice. She is now the goddess of strife. Silence. The legendary team couldn't understand why this happened. Seeing Richard McNill looking at Diana, they couldn't help raising their hopes. Diana, who was raped, would definitely hope that this never happened, right? Chapter 62. The child is disobedient. Just beat it. Seeing the expectant eyes of the legendary team, Richard McNill said to Diana with a chuckle, here you go, Wonder Woman who was forced to have a baby with me. Tell them you wish this never happened. Diana hesitated. Of course she would wish that none of this had happened, but what would happen without Richard McNill? I can't stop Eris, more people will die, and Artemis will not become the new goddess of strife. No one knows what will happen to Paradise Island. Taking a deep breath, Diana shook her head firmly. This may be the best Richard LT. I will defeat him and make him pay the price. Wash away my shame and regain my glory, I swear in the name of Princess Amazon. The legendary squad is desperate. Even Wonder Woman is unwilling to change all this. Why? What the hell did you do? White Canary Sarah Lance asked in disbelief. I only did what I wanted to do. That's all. Richard McNill shrugged and said relaxedly, for example, I want to ride the wave now. Impossible. Rip Hunter shouted eagerly. The wave rider is mine. Then. Now it's mine. Richard McNill said to Hippolyta with a chuckle. Congratulations, you are liberated and free. Richard McNill has to leave now that the wave number is in hand. Liberation from slavery did not make Hippolyta too excited. She asked calmly, do we need to do anything? For example, kill them. Diana was hesitant at first but soon became determined. Mother, although they caused this series of things, they are not guilty of death. Hippolyta looked at Richard McNill without saying a word. Richard McNill chuckled and said, there is no need for this. They came from the future timeline. If you kill them now, they will still be alive in the past. What's more, if they die, who will kill Vandal Savage who will rule the world in the future? I'm not interested in traveling to 2166 to save the world. So you don't have to do anything. Just be warm and don't refuse me to ride a horse when I come next time. I will choose the best white horse. Hippolyta answered, I'm going to change the place to wave. You can go down. Richard McNill smiled and waved his hand. Hippolyta nodded and led the Amazon warriors to leave the wave rider. Artemis hesitated to speak but was stopped by Hippolyta. There will be a bigger crisis in Paradise Island. You are the goddess of disputes now, and we need you. I know what you are worried about. Believe me, no one in the tribe will blame you for the decision you made before. You saved them. Artemis looked at Hippolyta and then at Richard McNill and finally left the wave rider in silence. Diana, in front of the cabin door, Hippolyta Richard dimly stopped. Diana, mother? Diana looked at her mother who stopped her. Richard suspiciously. You stay and follow him, said Hippolyta. Why? Diana looked at her mother in Richard's eyes. Why did you let me follow him? Didn't you say that Paradise Island will encounter a greater crisis? Then I should stay. If you are worried that they will change everything that happened, you should let Artemis stay. Well, why me? Son, haven't you always wanted to see the outside world? Follow him and you will see more and learn more, so that you will have a chance to defeat him and have the strength to protect Paradise Island in the future. Hippolyta caressing Diana's cheek. He pushed her away after a while and left resolutely. Mother. In Diane Underna's reluctant gaze, the cabin door slowly closed. Why? Artemis wondered why the queen forced Diana to stay. I do it for her own good, Hippolyta replied in her heart. Diana's destiny as the god slayer is to fight Ares, the god of war. But with her current strength, it is impossible for Diana to be the opponent of Ares, especially when the gods are not dead and the jealous queen hero is an heiress. With the possibility of trouble after death, Hippolyta felt that it was safest for her to follow Richard McNill. As for fighting Ares, the god of war, Hippolyta planned to find a replacement for Diana when she was a child, but she later dismissed the idea. But the candidate has been receiving the same training as Diana, and can be used as an ordinary Amazon warrior if she doesn't need it, but now maybe it works. I hope Diana can grow up as soon as possible with him. After all, even if you stay and can defeat Ares, you will not be able to face the future invasion of the Steppenwolf. Hippolyta sighed secretly as she watched the wave rider take off. On board the wave, Richard McNill stretched out his hand and slid unconsciously on the operating table, and the information at each time point flashed quickly. It looks very boring. Do you have any interesting time points to recommend? Richard McNill looked up at the legendary team lying on the ground and asked Car Richard Ally. It is not easy to own the wave rider. Manual driving is not possible for Richard San. Automatic driving requires the cooperation of artificial intelligence Gideon, but he does not have this authority. Even if he has it, he will be denied by Rip Hunter, who has the highest authority. Use a very simple and direct method to make Rip Hunter obedient. The child is disobedient. Just a good beating. When they felt that after the Amazon fighters left, they had a chance to take down Richard McNill to correct their deviation, Richard McNill beat them up first. Looking at the resentful and angry faces of the legendary team, Richard McNill smiled lightly. Don't be like this. In fact, you should thank me for knocking you down, because lying down is very comfortable. Then why don't you lie down? Rip Hunter responded to Richard McNill's ridicule angrily. I haven't met anyone who can knock me down, Richard McNill said with a smile. I don't think so. White Canary Sarah Lance said faintly and looked behind Richard McNill, who turned his head slightly and was stunned. Diana? Do you really want to have a baby with me? Diana, who was a little sad about parting, simply threw her fist at Richard McNill when she heard this. I figured it out. With a yell, Richard McNill grabbed Diana's fist and smiled like a strange uncle. I thought of someone for a new pillow. Chapter 63. Money is not the problem. The problem is no money there. Candidate for the new pillow. Diana broke away from Richard McNill's hand and was stunned for a moment before she could react. Some people's bad habits. White Canary Sarah Lance slowly got up and looked at Diana and said in a mocking tone, I don't understand. You just sleep with a woman like a pillow? and you may not do anything. You're just scum. That's better than someone who can only grind tofu. Richard McNeil said Richard ally without asking how she knew about this hobby of hers, and turned around to tap on the console. After a while, the information at a certain point in time emerged. 1871, Salvation Town, Dakota. What's here? Sarah Lance asked puzzledly, looking at the information that Richard McNeil transferred. The candidate for the new pillow. Unfortunately I forgot her name and can only find it slowly. Richard McNeil muttered and looked at Rip Hunter, who reluctantly told Gideon to travel through time. Take the wave and cross again. This time, Richard McNeil didn't feel uncomfortable. Although Diana was a little nervous, she looked fine. After all, she was a demigod. 1871, outside the town of Redemption. Landed on the wave and entered the stealth mode, Richard McNeil said with a smile. The tofu grinder will follow me. You can move freely. Rip Hunt asked hastily. What are you doing here? How long are you going to stay? Looking for a new pillow. How long will you stay? Let's wait until you find it. After speaking, Richard McNeil hooked Sarah Lance and got off the wave carrier. Diana frowned and could only keep up. After getting off the wave rider, Sarah Lance slapped Richard McNeil's hand off and asked dissatisfiedly, "Why did you take me hostage?" Richard McNeil said naturally, "What if they run off in the wave rider?" "I'm asking why me," Sarah Lance said angrily. "You have big breasts." Richard McNeil glanced down. Although Sarah Lance is not as delicate and beautiful as her sister, her airport is really big. If you don't find a new pillow, I can use you instead. Don't you have Wonder Woman? Sarah Lance looked at Diana, who followed. Can I sleep with her in my arms? What do you mean? Sarah Lance was taken aback. You can't sleep holding her, but you can sleep holding me. Are you saying I'm ugly? You know, it's perfect if your face covers two places. Richard McNeil said seriously. Is it perfect to cover two places? Sarah Lance asked curiously. Which two places? The left half of the face and the right half of the face. Sarah Lance took a deep breath before restraining the urge to make a move. Just say I've covered my face. The town of Salvation is not big. A bit desolate and backward. Rows of small wooden buildings, with horses hitched in front of the door. Everyone dressed like Western cowboys looked at the three people in strange clothes who entered the town with vigilance and amazement. People. Richard San is fine. Sarah Lance is wearing the uniform of White Canary, and Diana is wearing the armor of Wonder Woman. In this era, it is definitely different. Not to say that it is exposed a lot. Hi, excuse me. Richard McNeil hooked his hands at the man on the side of the road, and the man walked over hesitantly and vigilantly. Don't be nervous, I just wanted to ask, do you know where the brothel is? Brothel? Sarah Lance stared at Richard McNeil with wide eyes. The man was also taken aback. Maybe he didn't expect Richard McNeil to go to a brothel with two Richard Ch. beautiful women. He secretly looked at Diana and Sarah Lance enviously and pointed to the small corridor on the second floor in the distance. There it is, but you probably won't find any more beautiful than the two you brought. There are always Richard prizes in life. Richard McNeil smiled and walked straight to the second floor building. Pushing open the door, you can see a hall where several men and women are drinking. After the door was pushed open, everyone Richard consciously looked over, and saw Richard McNeil with Sarah Lance and Diana, two excellent, especially Diana. Everyone was stunned. Who is in charge here? Richard McNeil looked around and asked loudly. A woman who looked like Mama San came over, and Richard McNeil smiled brightly. Call out all the girls and let me choose. The woman looked at Richard McNeil suspiciously and nodded hesitantly. After a while, chickens and dogs jump. All the girls were called out. It's not professional at all. Stand up and stand in a row. Seeing the loose girls, Richard McNeil couldn't help directing. Is it all here? It's all here. Richard McNeil nodded and waited for the girls to stand up before carefully looking at them one by one. No. Nor. Richard McNeil looked at them one by one, waved their hands to pass them one by one, and turned her head to look at Mama-san after finishing the last one. "Are you Richard Ree? There are no other girls." "What? Didn't you see these things?" Mama-san hesitated for a moment and asked. "There's another one that just arrived. But money is not a problem," Richard McNeil interrupted. "Call out and let me see." "All right." Not long after she turned and left, she came over with a woman who was obviously not cleaned up. Richard McNeil's eyes lit up. "It's her." Mama Sang didn't seem to expect that the picky guest just now would be so straightforward when she saw her. She nodded in a daze and pushed the woman over. "She's yours now." "Thank you." Richard McNeil smiled and hugged the woman's shoulders and walked out. "Wait, the room is upstairs," Mama Sang shouted hastily. "And you said that money is not a problem, so it's better to pay first." "Yes, money is not a problem." Richard McNeil nodded and smiled brightly at his mother. "The problem is that there is no money." "No. No money?" Mom Sang was stunned for a moment. "Money is not the problem. The problem is no money." "Are you kidding me?" "How dare you kidding me? Do you know where this is?" As soon as Mama Sang's roar fell, several big men jumped out from the side and rushed towards Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil didn't move but just glanced at Sarah Lance, who greeted her with a wry smile. Bang bang bang. Sarah Lance, who was born in the League of Assassins, made a quick shot and easily knocked down several big guys to the ground under the horrified eyes of everyone. P.S. I drank a little too much yesterday, and I continued to code after I got up. This is the third update today, and there are 2 more updates. In addition, this new pillow comes from Western hero Jonah Hex. This is an old movie, and it is also a DC Comics movie. If you are interested, you can search for the heroine. In addition, Jonah Hex also appeared in Legends of Tomorrow, the one with an ugly half-face. Chapter 64 New Pillow. Riley. The Richard drownings were instantly quiet. Mama Sang, who was still yelling just now, looked at Sarah in horror and shut her mouth hastily. "What's your name?" Richard McNeil asked softly, holding the woman's shoulder. "Riley," she replied tremblingly. "Now you belong to me." Richard McNeil looked at Mama Sang with a chuckle. "Is there a problem?" Mama Sang shook her head quickly. "Do you want more money?" Richard McNeil asked again. Mama Sang shook her head again. Richard McNeil smiled and went upstairs with Lee in his arms. "Upstairs? Wait, aren't you leaving?" Sarah Lance asked in a daze. "Since you don't want money, why did you leave?" Richard McNeil asked back as a matter of course and went upstairs directly. Fuck. Sarah Lance couldn't help cursing. What the hell is this bastard going to do? If you rob someone in a brothel and don't leave, do you still want to stay here? Is this treating her as a thug and bodyguard? Sarah Lance said to Diana angrily. "If there is a chance, I will definitely not let him go." Diana nodded silently. "Whether you are unhappy or not, Sarah Lance really dare not let it go. Otherwise who knows what this guy who dared to enslave Paradise Island would do in this era." Second floor. In a certain room. Richard McNeil let go of Lee and looked around the room. Car Richard Ally. Lee lowered her head nervously, not daring to move or speak. Sarah Lance and Diana followed. "Didn't you find the pillow? What are you doing here?" Sarah Lance asked angrily and looked at Lee. Richard consciously. "Have to admit, Riley is beautiful. Although not well dressed, she has long legs, slender waist and big waves. She has wheat-colored skin and delicate facial features that reveal her youthful appearance. The astringent charm, the emerald green eyes with fear and tension make people feel pity. It is really the best." Sarah Lance. Richard Dinley thinks that it is not bad for her to be snatched by Richard McNeil as a pillow. At least it is better than staying here to sell her body. What's the hurry? Anyway, you guys are running and hiding here. Richard McNeil turned around and said to Lee, "The clothes are off." "Huh?" Lee was taken aback. Diana, who had disappeared just now, couldn't help but said, "You can't humiliate a woman like that. Either she takes it off, or you take it off. You choose." Richard McNeil watched with a smile as Diana took out the lasso of mantra. Diana frowned. "Take it off." Richard McNeil looked at Lee again. Riley lowered her head and took off one by one. HMPH. Diana snorted coldly and turned around to go out. Sarah Lance had no choice but to follow. After all, It is not only Richard McNill who will cause time deviation in this era, but also Diana, the Princess of Amazon. Not bad. Richard McNill looked at Layli's wardrobe with satisfaction. There were many styles of clothes hanging in it. Richard McNill picked around and took out a few pieces and handed them to Layli. Put it on. Riley took it and put it on. After a while, Richard McNill's expression of satisfaction grew stronger. I saw Layli wearing black boots, garter pantyhose similar to stockings on her legs, a tuxedo-style white gauze dress. Her black waist was slightly open at the airport. Her hands were wearing black silk hollow gloves, and her hair was showing off. Hair shore and fall. Richard McNill looked around and Richard Denley tore off the swallowtail. Layli shivered in fright. It's much more pleasing to the eye. What am I going to do? Layli asked tentatively. Richard McNill went to the bed and sat down, looking at the timid Layli and asked, "Did you come here voluntarily or were you sold here?" Sold here. This is a chaotic era, but I like it. Richard McNill waved with a chuckle, and Layli approached and patted her leg and smiled. Do you want revenge? For example, burn this brothel? Layli was stunned again, but after a while she said firmly, I think so. Then let's do it, Richard McNill said with a smile. Layli walked to the oil lamp beside her with a firm expression, as if she really planned to burn down the brothel. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise came Richard Denley, and the whole building shook violently. There were sounds of panic and screams outside, and the door of the brothel was directly smashed, and the flames spread along the way. In the corridor, panicked men and women ran out of the room. Sarah Lance and Diana pushed the door and shouted eagerly, something went wrong, we were found. Who discovered it? Richard McNill asked Car Richard Ally. Cronus, the time bounty hunter. Sarah Lance said in a deep voice. Because Riff Hunt's betrayal made the Time Lord very angry, so the time bounty hunter was called to hunt them down. The legendary team also planned to send Richard McNill back first to avoid Kronos, who was like a mad dog. They didn't expect him to catch up here so soon, and he was obviously running towards Sarah Lance. It seems that someone has done something for you. Richard McNill smiled and patted Layli, who was barely standing still. It was only then that Sarah Lance and Diana discovered that Riley had changed her clothes and was more beautiful than before. Do you want to know who Kronos is? Richard McNill asked Sarah Lance. Sarah Lance said, I just want to know how the Waiver Rider is doing. Kronos should go to the Waiver Rider first, but now he appears here. What happened to the Waiver Rider? Just look at it and you'll know. Richard McNill hugged Layli and punched fiercely at the wall facing the window. A big hole appeared in the wall instantly. Holding the shocked Layli, Richard McNill jumped out directly. Land easily. Richard McNill raised his foot and stomped lightly, and the brothel behind it collapsed instantly. Rumbling. The sound was loud and dusty. Diana walked out of the ruins protecting Sarah Lance. We're still inside. 5.1 inches. Sarah Lance roared towards Richard McNill. Whoosh. As soon as the voice fell, a beam of laser light shot over. Diana swung her arms to avoid it and looked at Kronos, who was wearing armor and a mask not far away, holding a laser gun in his hand. In Greek mythology, Kronos is the god of time, but the Kronos in front of him is just a bounty hunter trained by the Lord of Time. His status and status are very different, and the only thing in common is that it is related to time. And his real identity is even more interesting. He is Heatwave Mick Rory. That's right, it's Heatwave Mick Rory from the legendary team, but this one comes from another timeline. P.S. Riley is the heroine in Western hero Jonah Hex, played by Megan Fox. Chapter 65, Disciple. Boom. 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 Kronos' laser gun fired wildly at Sarah Lance, and Diana waved her arms in front of her, and the Guardian silver bracelet lightly bounced off the lasers one by one and flew around. Is it exciting? Richard McNill asked with a chuckle to the frightened Layli. Layli opened her sexy lips and nodded blankly. Whether it was Richard McNill punching through the wall or the fierce Kronos in armor in front of her, it had far exceeded her cognition. let alone being able to play. Turn on the laser and look like the heroic Wonder Woman Diana. You. Who are you? Lee asked Richard consciously. Who? Richard McNeil thought for a while and said with a smile. They don't matter. As for me, my name is Richard McNeil. I should be your master. Aren't you going to help? Sarah Lance shouted, dissatisfied when she saw Richard McNeil flirting with Lee while standing by. I'm right, it's more interesting. Richard McNeil pointed to a black spaceship not far away, which was Chrono's ship. Since he is a time bounty hunter, his ship can naturally travel through time. Although it doesn't look as big and luxurious as the Wave Rider, it probably doesn't have the artificial intelligence of Gideon. In other words, this is a time ship that you can grab and use. Of course, the premise is that you can drive. Seeing Richard McNeil holding Lee and walking towards his spaceship, Chronos hastily turned his gun. At this time, Sarah Lance finally stopped hiding behind Diana, raised her hand, and the dagger directly hit Chronos' laser gun and knocked him to the ground. The next moment, she rushed over swiftly. Sarah Lance jumped up high and clamped Chronos' neck with her scissor legs, and threw him directly to the ground. Chronos groaned and was about to stand up, but Sarah Lance held him back with her knees. The dagger rested on his neck. Tell me, what happened to the Wave Rider? On the black spaceship, Richard McNeil took Lee, whose eyes were not enough and whose brain had been shut down, to visit. It can be said that although the Sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs, except for artificial intelligence. It can be said to have everything that one expects to find, and even its weapons are more powerful than the riding wave. From now on the ship will be called the Disciple. Keep an eye on our boat. I'll go out and have a look. Richard McNeil said to Lee, turned around and went down. Chronos' helmet has been taken off, revealing the vicissitudes and sturdy face of Heatwave McRowley. Sarah Lance and Diana standing aside are a little shocked, especially Sarah Lance did not expect to chase after him from the very beginning. Chronos, who killed them, would heat up McRowley. Heatwave McRowley is obviously with them. Why is this happening? Sarah Lance asked hastily when she saw Richard McNeil approaching. It just came from another timeline. Richard McNeil said Richard ally and looked at Heatwave McRowley. Is there an operating manual? This is the ship given to me by the Lord of Time. You, boom. Before Heatwave McRowley could finish his words, Richard McNeil stepped on his leg and broke it. The severe pain made him jump up instantly and screamed in pain. Yes or no? No. No. Yes. Oh. Seeing the painful cold and sweaty Heatwave McRowley, Richard McNeil struck down directly with lightning flashing in his hand. Boom. In the azure blue light, the Heatwave McRowley was directly turned into charcoal. What are you doing? Sarah Lance didn't expect that Richard McNeil would kill Heatwave McRowley directly. After all, this is Heatwave McRowley. Even if he came from another timeline, even if he became Chronos hunted them down, but they were her teammates after all. Are you going to let him meet the current Heatwave McRowley to play a double body, or let him go and let him continue to hunt you down? Anyway, Heatwave McRowley didn't really die. He still has a chance to become Chronos and continue to hunt you down, which sounds like an infinite loop of time paradox. Richard McNeil curled his lips and said in a tone that you are no longer worth. Tell Rip Hunter I've got a new toy and you guys can keep saving the world. Can you drive? Sarah Lance asked in a daze. It's not possible to learn. Richard McNeil waved his hands disapprovingly and turned to board a boat. Diana glanced at Sarah Lance and followed. Richard McNeil on the Disciple began to study it with great interest. Although it is not the same as driving, it should not be difficult to learn. When Diana and Lee visited the spaceship and got acquainted with each other, Richard McNeil was already working on starting the spaceship. The Disciple lifted off slowly with some shaking, and then rushed out with a whizzing sound like a rocket. Sarah Lance stared blankly at the departing spaceship and Richard dimly felt Richard rode. He just left. Obviously, she was used as a hostage when he snatched and occupied the wave riding number before, but he dismissed it so quickly. Isn't it too fast to like the new and dislike the old? Two flowers bloomed, each representing a branch. Not to mention Sarah Lance, who was going to return to the Wave Rider. Richard McNill flew wantonly in the sky on the Disciple, and he found the feeling of driving the Batmobile back then. Although most of the functions are still unclear, at least it is no problem to fly as an airplane. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the Disciple landed slowly in a desert. The hatch opens. Richard McNill, Leigh Lee, and Diana walk down slowly. Looking at the endless desert, Diana and Riley looked very Richard-surprised. This is the first time they have seen the desert. "What are we doing here?" Diana asked curiously. "Watch the Richard set." Richard McNill sat on the edge of the cabin door and looked at the distant horizon and said with a chuckle, "The setting Richard then shines on the golden desert with a rare beauty." Leigh Lee and Diana could not help but sit down on both sides of Richard McNill, quietly enjoying the Richard set. After a long time, Richard McNill rigidly put his arms around the shoulders of the two and asked with a smile, "Okay, Leo has finished watching the day, let's go in." "I didn't challenge you today." Diana avoided Richard consciously. "But now you are still on my boat with me, shouldn't you pay me something?" Richard McNill said as it should. "You stole this." "Of course the boat I snatched with my ability is mine, you can grab it if you have the ability." "I'm not as shameless as you." Diana snorted coldly and jumped off the boat as if she would never accept it. Richard McNill curled his lips and put his arms around Leigh Lee and got up and went in. P.S. The next chapter will return to the plot of Wonder Woman. Chapter 66. See, you are all water. For Riley, today is an unimaginable day. She doesn't know who Richard McNill is, and she doesn't know what the future will hold, but she knows that her destiny has completely changed. She knows that the man in front of her is her master, and she knows that she should please him to make her future happy. Live better. Looking at Richard McNill lying on the bed, Leigh Lee slowly took off her clothes. "One Piece." "Fly to the ground." Leigh Lee slowly walked to the side of the bed, lay down on his body and kissed him, jerky but active, like a budding flower that was gradually releasing its charm. Seeing her self-taught way of pleasing himself, Richard McNill was very interested to see what step she could take. Riley is smart. Or is this Richard posed to be a gift for women? She will observe Richard McNill's reaction and analyze what he likes, what he doesn't like, and what he expects more. So she did it very thoroughly, so thorough that even Richard McNill couldn't actively participate in it from the sidelines. Every flower has its own unique charm, and every wave has a different stimulus. Richard riffing, Susan means business. For a long time, Richard McNill said with a smile while holding Leigh Lee in his arms, "You will change your name to Dahai in the future, right? 590 inches the sea." "Why?" Leigh Lee looked at Richard McNill lazily, her green eyes revealed curiosity. "Because of the sea. You are all water," Richard McNill teased. Leigh Lee blushed slightly and changed the rich object. "Diana, is she. Is she your pillow too?" "If she is, by the time I think of you, you have gone through hundreds of battles and all that is left to me is technology." Richard McNill smiled and changed into a comfortable position to hug her and fell asleep. Nothing to say all night. The next morning, Richard McNill and Leigh Lee came out of the room. As soon as they came out, they saw Diana sitting on the chair as if she hadn't slept all night. Seeing Richard McNill coming out, Diana rushed to him in an instant. "I want to talk to you." "What are you talking about?" Richard McNill asked Richard Ally. "I heard something last night." Diana hesitated. Riley's face turned red instantly. I'll go and see if there's anything to eat." After speaking, Leigh Lee fled in despair. Richard San shrugged. "That's all you want to say?" It seems that the sound in Richard Lashen effect of the Disciple is not very good. "No." Diana frowned and shook her head. "I'm not talking about you. I heard Athena's voice." "You are Wonder Woman, not a saint." "What saint?" Diana was taken aback. "I really heard the voice of Athena. She told me that the disaster that destroyed the gods was born and asked me to find Ares." "You didn't you hear? Richard McNill also has divine power, So Diana asked this question. Richard McNeil thought about it seriously and shook his head. Maybe it's a bad signal. Diana snorted dissatisfied. I think the disaster Athena mentioned refers to Ares. I want to find Ares. For more novels, 190,288, join https://discord.gg/sxtcashq. Okay, I'll take you to Ares when I figure out how to travel through time. Richard McNeil really doesn't care. Anyway, as long as it's exciting and interesting, it doesn't matter where the wave is. He sat in the driving seat and began to study it one by one. After a few attempts, he really found the function of time travel in the operating system. Haha, I found it. 1917, Disciple, let's go. Richard McNeil yelled excitedly, ignoring Diana and Layli, who were staggering around, and directly let the Disciple perform a time jump. Whoosh! There was a light in the sky, and the Disciple disappeared. 1917. The First World War was drawing to a close, and the Allied powers and the Entente powers had negotiated and signed an armistice agreement. Non-combat zone. The gloomy sky Richard dimly lit up, and the Disciple slowly landed in an open space not far away. Richard surrounded by endless wilderness, the Disciple entered stealth mode. Arrive. Richard McNeil turned around and saw Diana leaning on the wall, and Layli lay on the ground and screamed in panic that she couldn't see. The side effect of traveling through time. It would be nice to have it a few more times. Richard McNeil car Richard Ally said to Layli. Through time? Riley was stunned. Where is Ares? Diana asked Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil smiled lightly. Don't worry, I'll take you to Ares later. The side effects of time travel did not last long on Layli. 2 hours later, Richard McNeil brought Diana and Layli to the city. There is a lot of traffic and the crowd is Richarding. For Diana and Riley, it was all so new around them. People in Redemption Town rarely stay here for a long time, so this is the first time Diana has come to the human world. As for Riley, not so long ago she was in 1871 and now 46 years later, she didn't know how to describe the feeling. Along the way, the trio attracted a lot of attention, and Diana Richardly stopped and pressed her head while walking. Isn't your side effect coming too late? Richard McNeil was taken aback and joked. It's Athena, Diana whispered. She heard Athena's voice again. This time the voice seemed to be clearer than last time, as if some method was used to directly transmit the voice to her mind. Diana tried to communicate but it didn't work. She could only listen to Athena's voice over and over again. That sentence was repeated over and over again in my mind. The disaster that destroyed the gods was born. Go to Ares. Is she all right? Riley watched with concern as Diana made her pilgrimage to Salt. Asked in a low voice. I can't die. Richard McNeil said Richardly with a smile. I'm going to buy some oranges. You just stand here and don't move around. Layli watched him turn away and approached Diana nervously, waiting nervously for Richard McNeil to come back. Athena's voice gradually disappeared in her mind, and Diana asked Riley. Where did he go? He said to buy some oranges and let us stand here and not move around. Diana nodded, frowning. About 20 minutes later, Richard McNeil came back from afar. This is an orange? Seeing Richard McNeil holding 2 black felt coats in his hands, Diana and Layli were a little puzzled. Although they didn't know what oranges were, they knew they were clothes. One by one handed them over for the two to put on, and then Richard McNeil said with a smile, I just discovered something interesting. What's so interesting? Diana didn't say anything, but Riley consciously entered the role of a fan. I saw Wonder Woman. Chapter 67. Another Wonder Woman. Diana heard Richard McNeil and the legendary team say many times that she would become Wonder Woman in the future, so he said that Diana's first reaction after seeing Wonder Woman was to point to herself. Me? I've been here all this time? It's true that you are Wonder Woman, but Wonder Woman is not necessarily you. That's why I find it interesting. I saw other Wonder Woman here. Who is she? Where did she come from? I can't wait to think about it. I know her identity. The corners of Richard McNeil's mouth slightly raised, His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Where did you see it?" Diana also wanted to find out. Richard McNeil shook his head. "It's far away, but since she's here, it's not difficult to find her. Let's find a good place to watch a show first. Maybe she is also here to deal with Ares," Diana guessed. Who knows? Originally planned to wander around and go directly to Ares, but now Richard McNeil has changed his mind. "I opened a room on the top floor of the tallest hotel in the city." Under the envious gaze of the waiter, Richard McNeil took Diana and Laylee directly to the room. "The view is not bad." Richard McNeil stood by the window and nodded in satisfaction. From here, he could see most of the city. If that Wonder Woman also came to trouble Ares, he should be able to find out soon after the fight. Turning around, he dragged Laylee, who was full of curiosity, to the bed, took off his coat and untied the waistband. Richard McNeil rested on her lap and untied the rope on her clothes, and the clothes that lost their restraint instantly fell apart. A bird's eye view. Richard McNeil played Car Richard Ally, and smiled lightly towards Diana, who was looking out of the window. "This Wonder Woman must be related to Paradise Island. I wonder if your mother found you after she left you by my side. A rich substitute for you to become Wonder Woman to complete the mission. It would be best if she can defeat Ares, but if not, at least you are safe and you still have a chance to complete the mission." "But I've never heard of it from my mother." Diana turned her head when she heard the words, and saw the Richard Road scene on the bed as soon as she turned her head. She opened her eyes and was about to speak when she saw Laylee caressing Richard McNeil on her own initiative. "Don't go too far." Diana frowned and snorted softly. "Is it too much?" Richard McNeil raised his head and asked Laylee. Riley smiled. "Of course not." Richard McNeil smiled triumphantly. "I allow you to dislike it, but don't force it. Otherwise, I don't mind doing too much to you, although I have done a lot." The mantra lasso that was shining with golden light came out directly. Diana turned her head and looked out the window in silence. "I just like the way you can't understand me and can't do anything about me." Richard McNeil smiled lightly and simply turned over and lay down and glanced at Laylee. Laylee understood and rode on him and started to take the initiative. The voice of the devil. This is the voice of the devil. Diana felt that this was more painful than Athena's repeated voices in her mind. She wanted to turn around and leave several times, but she was afraid that Richard McNeil would think of something to torture her, so she could only stare at the almost unchanged scene out of the window. Fortunately, she doesn't know much about human society, so she won't feel bored in a short time. But Richard McNeil is a devil. He seems to have guessed Diana's intention to decide the winner. "Let's see if you can't help but turn your head first, or I can't help but Richard render the gun first." Life is so boring. You have to find some fun for yourself from time to time. An hour has passed. 2 hours have passed. Richard McNeil and Diana were tied, but Laylee was almost spoiled. "Enough." Diana finally couldn't help turning her head and shouted loudly. Richard McNeil seemed to have entered the sage time as soon as she finished speaking. "I won." Richard McNeil smiled triumphantly. "Childish," Diana replied coldly. Richard McNeil shrugged and she got up and walked to the bathroom. Only Diana, who was full of anger, and Laylee, who was lying on the gun, looked at each other, big eyes to small eyes. After a while, Richard McNeil came out humming an incomprehensible tune after taking a shower. Glancing at Richard McNeil, who had passed out, she walked over and lay down and said to Diana, "Do you want to save a seat for you?" Diana said coldly, "I don't know why my mother thinks it's better for me to follow you, but if I have to endure these things before I have a chance to become stronger, I'd rather give up. I will find Ares, defeat her or be defeated by him." Diana looked resolute, and resolutely opened the door and left the room. "I am a child who obeys everything and will not change until death, but I only obey myself," Richard McNeil said to himself with a light smile. "So there is no need to pretend to be a good person, just do what you want to do." With a chuckle, Richard McNeil lay down with his arms around Laylee. As for Diana, never mind her. As night fell, the silent night Richard dimly burst into flames and faint explosions sounded. The two sleeping people were awakened by the sound and got up. In the dimly lit room, one could clearly see a dazzling light in the distance outside the window, as if it was about to illuminate the night. "Where's Diana?" Riley was dazed to find that Diana was not in the room. "Let's go," Richard McNeil responded. Richard ally and got up and came to the window. One of Diana's abilities came from the Richard perception ability bestowed by the goddess of hunting Artemis, which can greatly enhance the senses of vision, hearing, smell, and taste, and the sense of touch, so that she has Richard vision to see far away and help her better lock on the target to improve the accuracy of strikes. She can bounce bullets and lasers also thanks to this ability. So although the fire is far away, Richard McNeil can still see it, especially after Richard imposing it several times. He can see it as clearly as if he opened a high-powered telescope, as if it was right in front of him. In the firelight, Richard McNeil saw Wonder Woman fighting fiercely with an old man, and this old man was the god of war Ares. This Wonder Woman really came for Ares, the god of war. Richard McNeil muttered and looked at it with great interest. From the perspective of equipment, she is similar to Diana. The weapon is actually the same silver lasso as the Mantral lasso, one gold and one silver. No one would believe that Wonder Woman doesn't have a penchant for letters, but isn't she weak? It seems that they are far superior to ordinary Amazons, and there are not many who are qualified to replace Diana as Wonder Woman. So it is. Donna Troy. Chapter 68. The wonderful girl Donna Troy. These days, if you don't have any followers, your family and the like are too embarrassed to call yourself a Richard Per hero. What kind of Richard Perman family, Bat family, Lightning family, Wonder Woman family? These are all standard configurations of popular heroes. Once you go out, you will hug each other. If you are not familiar with it, you will not know who is who. Even the Green Arrow, who copied Master Bat, got out of the Green Arrow family. Red Arrow, Quasar, Arsenal and other followers emerged in an endless stream. Can you believe it? Donna Troy belongs to the Wonder Woman family. Apart from Diana, she is more famous. Her origin story can write a book of little tadpoles looking for mother. In the DC world, there are big restarts, small restarts, soft restarts, and hard restarts. The origin story of Urine Sex has been revised time and time again, leaving no trace. Richard McNeil could not guess where she came from before contacting her. So this is why there are so many people. Richard McNeil stretched out his hand to hold Lee in his arms and rested his chin on her shoulder, watching the fierce battle between Donna Troy's Wonder Woman and the god of war Ares in the distance. Donna Troy's most famous origin story is that Paradise Island is good at magic. Created by a sorceress, she copied Diana with a magic mirror and created Donna Troy. As a replica, Donna Troy 10 is her own personality. She was mistakenly abducted by a dark angel in her childhood as Diana, and she was placed in an infinitely tragic fate. In the cycle of reincarnation, many years later, Wonder Woman Diana, Hippolyta and the Flash teamed up to save her. Because she has most of the abilities of Wonder Woman Diana, she claims to be a Wonder Girl and has the same equipment as Wonder Woman. She is a disciple of the Justice League and one of the founders of the Teen Titans composed of followers, and during Diana's seclusion, she briefly held the title of Wonder Woman. In the post-Justice League period when the waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the waves before, and the waves died on the beach, Batman's assistant, Robin, later changed his name to Nightwing. Dick Grayson, one of the founders of the Teen Titans, invited her to join the Justice League. Defeated Prometheus, who killed the Green Arrow family by one man. Although they are all playing copies, but the Green Arrow is obviously not good. How can a man say no? For example, now Lee has obviously forgotten the fear of being almost ruined, because she does not have Richard vision and cannot see far away. So her attention is naturally placed on Richard McNeil behind her. Richard McNeil that doubles the sensory effect. When Lee saw Richard McNeil's strong reaction, she became more excited. She didn't know why Diana left or what happened in the distance. She only knew that she could satisfy Richard McNeil. Far away, in the flames soaring into the sky, Ares swayed his fingers lightly, and the ground trembled instantly. The next moment, he saw something in the ground lifted the ground layer by layer and went straight to the other side. She didn't know if it was Wonder Woman or Wonder Girl, and she dodged. But there was a huge difference in strength, and she fell to the ground after a few ups and downs, followed by an iron plate that didn't know where it came from, directly hit her body and quickly locked her, trapping her directly on the ground. "You are from Paradise Island, but you are not Diana. Who are you?" Ares, the god of war who seemed to be able to turn into a werewolf at any time, asked in a deep voice. "Donna Troy, the one who will defeat you." She gritted her teeth ferociously and tried to break free, but to no avail. "Since you are not my sister, then." Ares raised his hand. Car Richard ally, and the car in the distance smashed towards Donna Troy in an instant. Donna Troy closed her eyes Richard consciously when she heard a loud bang, and waves of heat spread instantly. "Huh?" Donna Troy, who felt that she hadn't been hit, opened her eyes, and saw a tall and brave woman with the same figure as herself in an Amazon-style armor, holding a shield standing in front of her. "You're Diana?" Donna Troy asked in Richard's eyes. Diana turned, looking around at Donna Troy. She bent down and swung her shield, directly smashing it down. Boom! The iron plate shattered, and Donna Troy rolled over. "What's your name?" Diana looked at Ares and asked Donna Troy. "Donna Troy, I am here to kill Ares, god of war, on the orders of Queen Hippolyta," Donna Troy said. "Is it really related to my mother?" Diana paused slightly when she thought of Richard McNeil's analysis, and looked at Ares solemnly. "Ares, I want to defeat you to make mankind peaceful and kind again, and avoid the birth of the crisis of destroying the gods," Diana said solemnly. Ares looked at Diana holding the shield and then at Donna Troy holding the silver lasso and sneered. "War comes from humans' own decision. I just whisper in their ears to let them create stronger weapons in a flash, but I never let them use it. It was they who chose to start the war. Humans have destroyed the natural, peaceful and beautiful earth. Diana, my sister, join hands with me. Take back the earth from humans and make it as natural and beautiful as before." Ares looked forward to Diana, held out her hand. "You can't." Richard acceded. Diana shook her head firmly. Ares laughed, and his laughter gradually became ferocious and indifferent. "Only by you?" "That's right," Donna Troy shouted, and the silver 337 lasso Richard Dinley threw towards Ares. At the same time, Diana waved her shield and rushed towards Ares. Snapped. The silver rope wrapped around Ares' hand, and Diana had already rushed to him. A sneer flickered at the corner of Ares' mouth, and he stomped his foot hard. The ground instantly lifted up and sent Diana rushing away. At the same time, he yanked the silver lasso with his arms. Boom! The thrown Donna Troy collided directly with Diana in the air, and with a muffled grunt, the two got up and rushed over again. "However, your uncle is still your uncle," and Ares, the god of war, made Diana and Donna Troy understand what the difference in strength is. It's bloody brutality. For a while Diana flew out, for a while Donna Troy flew out, for a while the two of them flew out. There is no way to fight back. It's so intense. Richard McNeil, who had been observing the whole process, trembled excitedly, and didn't even look at Lee, who was slumped on the ground leaning against the window and unrecognizable, turned around and found clothes to put on, and jumped out directly along the window. P.S. The reason for turning into a werewolf is because the actor of Ares is Remus Lupin in Harry Potter. Chapter 69. Hit you first, then help you. Ares, the god of war, born of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Hera, the queen of heaven, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, and the half-brother of Wonder Woman Diana, he often wanders around in the human world to provoke wars. The more he has, the stronger he becomes. He was also one of the gods who fought during Steppenwolf's last invasion of Earth. It is not only the nature of human beings to fight each other after dealing with foreign enemies, but it is also the nature of gods. The same is true. Ares began to yell at his father Zeus after he poisoned humans and killed the gods. his father Zeus sacrificed himself and tried his best to repel Ares. At the same time, he left a weapon capable of killing Ares in the Amazon, killing God's sword. After being trapped on the earth, Ares spent centuries planning wars and preserving power. During the First World War, he manipulated the two sides into conflicts with the intention of destroying mankind, and plunged the earth into endless wars. Kill the gods, kill Zeus. The record sounds brilliant, but there is too much moisture. The Richard appearance of Eris, the goddess of strife, proves that the gods are obviously not dead, and although the old thief Zeus is dead, it is not certain that he is dead or fake. Avoid some things. Richard ch as the rise of the new gods, Richard ch as the real crisis of destroying the gods. But in any case, for Diana and Donna Troy, Ares, the god of war, is as powerful as it is. Another night, the nimble and agile figure shuttled quickly on the roof of 763, and arrived near the battlefield in a short time. Diana and Donna Troy stood up again unrelentingly, looked at their distressed appearances and prepared to continue fighting, when a figure fell from the sky at this moment. Richard McNeil. Looking at Richard McNeil standing between them and Ares, Diana frowned. He is Saint Richard? The saint who enslaved Paradise Island and took you away before? Donna Troy was overjoyed when she heard Hippolyta say something about Saint Richard. With his help, we can defeat Ares. He's not a good person, Diana whispered with a complex expression, then raised her voice and said to Richard McNeil, "What are you doing? This is my fight. This can also be my battle." Richard McNeil chuckled. Diana snorted. "You don't have to worry about my business. So, I'm here to help him." Richard McNeil pointed to Ares' car. Richard ally. Diana, Donna Troy, and Ares were all stunned. "You come to help me?" Ares pointed at himself. Richard Rudley. Richard Denley. The Richard rounding cars and steel floated up and rushed towards him. During the process, these objects changed and recombined, and they were attached to the car like armor. Ares' body. After a while, Ares, who seems to be a saint after wearing the holy clothes, is wearing armor and holding a giant axe, and the eyes in the helmet seem to emit a hideous light. "I need your help, boy." "Need?" Richard McNeil affirmed solemnly. "Really? Then you tell me, in there if it is not my opponent, why do I need you? A garbage human being who can be crushed to death at any time, to help me." Ares looked at Richard McNeil coldly. "Because," Richard McNeil said slowly, the smile on his face gradually turned cold and rushed over in an instant. "Few human beings can reach your speed, but unfortunately in my eyes it's too slow. You can't hurt me, because you don't even have my armor." Ares didn't say the proud sarcasm after finishing his eyes. He stared Richard Denley as if he was about to jump out. The next moment, his body was thrown back, and the armor on his chest was hit by a fist, and shattered. "How can it be?" Feeling the power on the fist that seemed to be able to pierce him, Ares looked at Richard McNeil in disbelief, and at the same time his body flew backwards. The moment he flew out, a hand grabbed his face and slammed it down. Boom! Ares, who hadn't reacted yet, was smashed to the ground in an instant, and the ground was Richardken. The impact caused the heat wave to vibrate instantly. Diana and Donna Troy instantly stepped back to resist and watched this shocking scene in disbelief. "Because if I don't help you, I can only kill you." Richard McNeil bent over and pinched Ares' face with his hands. His armor shattered into pieces with a bang. "Unbelievable, unbelievable." Ares couldn't speak, but his eyes were full of shock and bewilderment. "Why? Why? By the way, I didn't hear what you said just now." "My speed is too slow. I don't even have your armor." "How about it?" Richard McNeil. Richard Denley smiled brightly and picked him up with one arm. Crash! Fragments of the armor clattered to the ground. "How can you see clearly if the speed is too fast? How did I beat you?" Richard McNeil squinted his eyes and held Ares, turned and smiled. looked at the stunned Diana and Donna Troy and smiled. If the interesting thing starts to become boring, I don't mind giving up halfway. So I want to make this thing more exciting. If I don't help you, I can only kill you to end this thing. Now, Richard McNill brought Ares to his eyes and asked word by word, "Do you need me to help you? Can you say no?" Although Ares couldn't understand how a human could have Richard's powerful power, he felt very strongly that if he refused, he would kill himself and could really kill himself. Even if he is a god. Need. Ares made a sound with some reluctance. That's right. Richard McNill let go of him with a bright smile, and Ares fell to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The coughing Ares reluctantly took off his helmet, and the horrific wound on his face slowly healed. Yes. It's you. Ignoring Ares, Richard McNill pointed to Donna Troy and said with a smile, "From now on, your opponent is me. Are you going to fight me seriously, or do you want to paddle?" "What's the situation now?" Donna Troy looked at Diana in a daze. Diana shook her head. She didn't expect Richard McNill to intervene in this way, but it seemed like something he would do. After all, he could enslave Paradise Island because he wanted to ride a horse, or he could enslave Paradise Island because he was afraid of dirtying the mantra. It is not incomprehensible to help him after crushing Ares after Richard O kills the goddess of dispute Eris in seconds. P.S. The picture is the comic version of Donna Troy. Chapter 70. Let's join hands to fight against the great devil Richard McNill. The atmosphere at the scene has become a little confused. It was Richard posed to be a scene where Diana and Donna Troy fought Ares, or turned around, or were taught by Ares to behave, but because of Richard McNill's strong appearance, both sides were a little confused. First beat Ares and then fight Donna Troy. Which side are you on? No one knows what he wants to do. Be careful. I will get rid of Ares as soon as possible and help you. Diana reminded Donna Troy hesitantly and then looked at Ares, even though she just teamed up with Donna Troy. Not the opponent of Ares, but now, I must defeat him as soon as possible. With a kick on the ground with her long legs, Diana rushed towards Ares. Ares, who had been abused for some reason, was upset. Seeing Diana brazenly say that he would solve himself as soon as possible made him even angrier, and the two directly fought together. I don't know if it's because Ares hasn't recovered yet, which caused the decline in strength, or because of Richard McNill's existence, which caused Diana to explode again. As Richard LT, although the two of them were not evenly matched, their comings and goings were completely different from before. Donna Troy looked dumbfounded. Hello. The slender fingers were shaking in front of her eyes, and Donna Troy was startled and retreated instinctively, only to realize that Richard McNill had come in front of her. He doesn't seem to have any intention of doing anything. What's your name? Richard McNill looked at Donna Troy with a smile. From the appearance, she should be only 16 or 17 years old, and she was shorter than Diana. Although the armor style was somewhat similar, Donna Troy had black hair. This black hair can not only distinguish her from Diana but also prove her identity. If Richard McNill remembers correctly, there are also two generations of Wonder Girls, the first generation of Donna Troy, and the second generation of Cassie Sandmark. Cassie is Diana's niece. When Donna Troy established herself and changed her name from Wonder Girl to Dark Star, Cassie got herself a set of equipment because she admired Donna Troy and joined the Teen Titans in the name of the second generation of Wonder Girl. But Cassie is blonde, so Donna Troy, he said hesitantly. Richard enough, it's you. Richard McNill asked kindly with a wider smile. Come on, tell me where you are from. Why haven't I seen you in Paradise Island before? Kindness is a weapon, especially after he just beat Ares, so Donna Troy answered with only a slight hesitation. I have been receiving training in the outside world before, and I was taken to Paradise Island after you and Princess Diana left half a year ago. Half a year ago? Maybe I didn't pay much attention to the time when I traveled through time. The year is the same but the month is different. So for Donna Troy and the people on Paradise Island, they have been away for more than half a year. Then, Do you know your own life experience? Donna Troy's origin. This is what made Richard McNill curious. Donna Troy paused and asked back, "What's wrong with my life experience?" Queen Hippolyta said that I was an orphan she saved in a fire. Because she was afraid that it would be inconvenient to live on Paradise Island, she fostered me outside and cultivated my abilities when I grew up. Take it back to Paradise Island. Orphan? Richard McNill raised his mouth and smiled, and Richard Dinley punched him. Donna Troy, who was caught off guard, was hit in the abdomen in an instant, bent and knelt on the ground. Donna Troy, Diana, who was fighting in the distance, had been keeping an eye on the situation here, and shouted hurriedly when she saw this, but was knocked out by Ares because she was distracted. Donna Troy struggled to get up and punched angrily, but was easily dodged by Richard McNill. The moment he dodged, Richard McNill copied her ability. Richardry enough. She has the same divine power and ability as Diana, but it's weaker. Richard McNill smiled lightly and grabbed her fist that was swung again, twisted it back and directly pressed her to the ground, and at the same time took out a mantra lasso to wrap around her. With the hands behind her, Donna Troy was powerless to resist for a moment and could only lie limply on the ground. "This thing is really easy to use." Smiling, Richard McNill sat on Donna Troy's back and asked about the characteristics of her equipment. Per Richard aid the lasso, and anyone trapped by the noose will do what she asks if they have less willpower than her. Richard render bracelet, which can defend against general bullets, missiles and laser attacks. Terraria's uniform, according to Hippolyta. This is the equipment bestowed by the Titans. As for the shield, it was just ordinary Amazon equipment, and there was also a combat stick that was not convenient to carry, so she left it where she stayed and didn't bring it. There is absolutely no way that Donna Troy is an ordinary human orphan. Hippolyta was definitely not telling the truth about her life experience. She would not find an ordinary human to replace Diana to deal with Ares. Although Mantralasu has to tell the truth, he obviously can't answer even if he doesn't know anything, so he can only ask Hippolyta next time he goes to Paradise Island. Richard McNill felt a little regretful, and chatted with Donna Troy. Richard ally. 10 minutes. I'll give you another 10 minutes. After chatting for a while, Richard Dinley shouted a little boringly, "Diana, if you still can't defeat Ares in 10 minutes, I will let you watch the girl who fulfilled your mission be killed by me first with a sword, and then with a sword." Does that sound scary enough? Richard San paused and lowered her head to ask Donna Troy. Scary, scary. Although she was reluctant, Donna Troy still expressed her true thoughts. Diana's expression changed and she looked at Richard McNill angrily. "Ares, if she is still alive in 10 minutes, I will crush your dog's head with my own hands." Ares looked at Richard McNill with an ugly expression. "Don't doubt what I said. For me, there are only two kinds of people in this world. One can bring me interest, and the other can't." Diana looked at Ares full of anger. Yes, it was not Richard McNill but Ares. Because she knew Richard San would do what she said, and she knew that her chances of defeating Richard San to save Donna Troy were slim, so she had to defeat Ares. This is not for the mission, but for saving lives. Did you see? He is the real bad guy, because he doesn't care about anything at all. Sister, let's join hands and defeat him, and then we will decide the winner. Ares, the god of war, made a challenge to Diana. She has some exciting proposals. Join hands to fight Richard McNill, a stronger and more terrifying big devil. Chapter 71. The goddess exuding glory. For a moment, Diana's heart skipped a beat. But, just for a moment, think about Eris, the goddess of strife, and Ares, the god of war who was beaten up just now. Even if she joins forces with Ares, it is impossible to defeat Richard McNill. What's more, although Diana hated him for forcing herself and hated his behavior of humiliating women who didn't care about anything, he saved Paradise Island after all. After all, he made Artemis the new goddess of disputes. After all, it was her mother who asked her to follow Richard McNill, so even if she left angrily before, she never thought of killing Richard McNill by all means. Her feelings for Richard McNeil are complicated. Looking back at Ares, the god of war, Diana had heard her mother tell him about the evilness of Ares countless times since she was a child, not to mention the reminder from Athena in her mind, so her intention to kill Ares was stronger than that of Richard McNeil. Taking a step back, if you really join forces to kill Richard McNeil, can you defeat Ares? If so, why not defeat him now? If not, who will stop Ares? Richard McNeil's evil comes from his freewheeling and extreme self. But the evil of Ares wants to destroy human beings and kill the gods. I refuse. Diana shook her head slowly, looking at Ares' expectant eyes. Why? Didn't you hear what he was going to do? Ares asked in a stunned growl. I heard it, and I also believe that he will really do that when the time comes, so I must defeat you within 10 minutes. If I fail, I will either die in your hands or die in his hands, and I will never die. Diana's tone Richard enough. She forgot about Donna Troy, forgot Richard McNeil, and only one thought filled her mind. Defeat Ares even if you die. Diana changed, becoming more focused and desperate, which made Ares, who was so angry that he wanted to jump, had to fight her again. Boom. 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 Resisting Ares' attack, Diana's expression didn't change a bit. The gleam in her eyes was exactly the same as a beast waiting for an opportunity. This look, this state, and the sense of urgency of Richard McNeil's side made Ares gradually become impatient. Although every attack he hit Diana, it made him even more flustered. Weak, fierce, brave. Diana became more and more courageous. Did you see it? Richard McNeil rigidly asked Donna Troy. See what? Glory. Richard McNeil stared at Diana and said slowly, now she is like a goddess exuding glory. Although she is focused on fighting, she inadvertently exudes a stronger charm, as dazzling and attractive as a light in the dark. Donna Troy was stunned. She was a little confused. Obviously Richard McNeil was still threatening Diana before. Why now it sounds like he has admiration for Diana. Richard McNeil looked down at Donna Troy and Richard Dinley chuckled. I kind of want to kill Diana right now. Why? Donna Troy asked in shock. You were in love with her just now, but now you want to kill her? What kind of logic is this? You know what? I slept with her twice. The first time I was controlled by the mentalist who like you are now. And the second time I forced her. I want to sleep her, conquer her, and I will get me in her the kind of interest I want. Until she can't provide me with any more fun I can go to the next one. But I Richard Dinley find that I am a little bit attracted by her current beauty. Continue. I'm afraid I will fall in love with her. Isn't that good? Donna Troy asked in a daze. Not good. It's not good for me. Richard McNeil explained very seriously. There is no one in my heart, so I can be arrogant. If I fall in love with her, I will no longer be me. There are many things I can't do, and I can't enjoy a lot of fun. So now I really want to kill her to avoid future troubles. You are so cruel. Love is beautiful. Why should you resist? Donna Troy parodied. You don't understand. Richard McNeil shook his head and said, now I can sleep with whoever I want, chase her, soak her, cheat her, force her. I can get any woman's body and feelings, change one if I'm not interested, and taste them one by one. For example, you. I fell in love with you. But once I fall in love with her, many things will not be controlled by my Richard objective thoughts. I don't like this feeling of being restrained. It's not free. When I came to this world, I just wanted to be a free man. Richard McNeil stared at Diana. Ares had been forced to use the power of thunder, and the repeated attacks made Diana more frustrated and courageous, making her more charming under the dazzling light. And the more charming she was, the more Richard McNeil's idea of killing her became stronger. It's time for a dog. And I didn't feel that she was so attractive to me when I was sleeping with her. This feeling of throbbing is the most annoying, and it's completely out of control. Richard McNeil muttered unhappily and slowly wanted to get up. Stop being obsessed with obsession, sister. Knocking Diana into the air again, Ares couldn't help shouting hoarsely. God's senses are very keen. and he can feel the killing intent from Richard McNeil in the distance getting stronger and stronger. Diana took a deep breath and moved forward again. "You forced me to do this," Ares yelled loudly, and the dazzling thunder charged wildly and roared towards Diana. The dark sky seemed to have turned into azure blue, extremely dazzling. Boom! Diana crossed her arms to resist, stepped on the ground with her feet and kept pushing back. There were 2 long traces on the ground. Huh? After the attack stopped, Diana stared blankly at the thing wrapped around her arms, and then Richard consciously revealed a very charming smile. Boom! Diana jumped high towards Ares, her eyes fixed on his arms hitting each other vigorously. The thunder flashed and roared out, directly piercing Ares' chest, followed by a Richardan explosion behind him, and the hot flame seemed to burn the sky. Snapped. Diana fell to the ground with a bang, and Ares looked at his chest in disbelief, watching a little light float out of him, and then he blew up. The light of the slowly burning fire shone brightly as a source of light. Diana turned around and looked at Richard McNeil, raised the corner of her mouth. 1. P.S. I wrote this chapter with my own feeling, whether it is Diana's special charm or some ideas of Richard McNeil. Once I fall in love with someone else, I am not me anymore. This is also my love feeling. Chapter 72, The New God of War. Diana 1. Diana leaned forward slowly with a relieved smile before collapsing to the ground with a bang. The moment she fainted, the source of God of War floating around seemed to rush into her body as quickly as she felt it, causing her to slowly float up. From a distance, it was slowly rising like the rising Richardan. Rise. When Eris, the goddess of strife, died, Artemis took the initiative to absorb the source. But now the source of Ares, the god of war, took the initiative to find Diana. And it didn't take so long. Like Artemis, the light disappeared in just a few minutes, and Diana fell down. Is it still possible to do this? TSK. Is this an advance appointment? Richard McNeil shook his head and got up and put away the lasso of mantra. Donna Troy, who recovered her divine power, struggled to stand up and looked at Diana in Richard's eyes. I have seen Artemis. After she obtained the source of Eris, the goddess of strife, she became a new strife goddess, so now Diana is the new god of war. Take her and follow me. Hearing the noise in the distance, Richard McNeil said with a chuckle. Where are you going? Donna Troy asked Richard consciously. Richard McNeil didn't answer but turned and left. Donna Troy hurriedly picked up the shield, hugged Diana and followed Richard McNeil. The two quickly shuttled back to the hotel on the roof. The window was not closed, and Richard McNeil jumped in, followed by Donna Troy, who was struggling to hold Diana and jumped in. Snapped. Light is on. The dimly lit room Richard dimly lit up, and Donna Troy saw a beautiful woman with a good body turn on the light. This woman is naked. What's wrong with Diana? Riley was a little Richard surprised by the addition of a stranger, but she soon saw the unconscious Diana. Throw it on the bed, Richard McNeil said to Donna Troy. Donna Troy hesitantly put Diana on the bed. Take her off. What? Donna Troy was taken aback. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Richard McNeil walked over and took off Diana's clothes 3 times, 5 times and 2 times. Looking at the sleeping Diana, Richard McNeil couldn't help curling his lips. Richardly enough, good-looking skins are the same, and interesting souls are 1 in a million. Looking at it this way, it seems that I don't have the same feeling as before, so I'm actually just attracted by her highlight moments. Are you going to stay and sleep with us, or go? Richard McNeil turned to Donna Troy. Donna Troy was stunned again. How long did I know Richard McNeil? I was stunned so many times. I'll just sleep on the floor, Donna Troy said hesitantly. Whatever you want. Richard McNeil waved his hand indifferently and turned off the light directly. The Richardan darkness made Donna Troy a little uncomfortable. She heard the sparse sound of undressing, and under the moonlight, she vaguely saw Richard McNeil lying down with her arms around Layli. God, Diana should be crazy when she wakes up, right? But what did he mean by what he just said? It seems that don't want to kill Diana. Anyway, Ares is dead. In the silent room, Donna Troy slowly sat down and fell asleep leaning against the wall. The night passed quietly. The place where Ares fought Diana and Donna Troy last night has been put under martial law. It is not easy to investigate the truth in this era of no Richard Valance. Not to mention that although this is a non-combat zone, anything can happen, so no matter what, in fact, neither the high level nor the common people were greatly affected. Especially Ares' status in the world is relatively special, so this incident was finally defined as a relatively large-scale assassination. Diana couldn't help snorting comfortably as the warm light shone on her body, stretched her arms lazily, and opened her eyes to wake up. As soon as she opened her eyes, Diana was startled. She actually lay naked in Richard McNeil's arms with Lee. Diana froze for a moment, memories flooding quickly. I defeated the god of war Ares, and then fainted. So he brought me back? He did that to me again? Wait, where's Donna Troy? Diana whispered and remembered. I'm here, I'm fine. He just took off your clothes. No, he didn't do anything to you. Donna Troy's voice came faintly from the corner opposite the bed. Diana got up slightly and saw sitting Donna Troy on the ground. Awkward. Diana didn't know what to say for a moment. Crack. The crisp slapping sound Richard Dinley broke the calm, and Diana snatched Richard McNeil's hand with a muffled snort and threw it aside, glaring at her. Get up when you wake up. Don't disturb me, Richard McNeil murmured angrily, turning around and hugging Lee. I knew it would be hard to sleep with you as a pillow. You. Diana was so angry that she couldn't speak. It was obvious that you took off my clothes and slept with you, yet you still dislike me. Seeing Richard McNeil, who was holding Lee and continued to sleep, Diana turned over and found the clothes to put on and made eye contact with Donna Troy, and the two opened the door and went out. In the hallway 943, Diana asked Donna Troy about her identity and about Paradise Island, and she was really shocked when she learned that she had left for half a year. Paradise Island doesn't have a very detailed concept of time, and she didn't ask carefully when she first arrived in human society. So Diana really didn't know that so much time had passed for them. Knowing that her mother, Artemis, Stemmen and others are all well, Diana is relieved a lot. What are your plans next? Go back to Paradise Island? Diana asked Donna Troy. Yes, what about you? Donna Troy asked back. Just as Diana was about to answer, Richard Dinley felt a sharp pain, followed by Athena's voice again. What? It's impossible. No. Not Ares. Diana's face was ugly, and her expression changed in shock. Donna Troy Richard ported her, not knowing what happened. After a while, Diana slightly pushed Donna Troy away, and said with a solemn expression, Wrong, we found the wrong one. The disaster that destroyed the gods was not caused by Ares, it was. Boom. The roaring sound from outside the window in the corridor interrupted Diana's words. She turned her head and saw a spaceship parked outside the window. Wave number. Chapter 73. Do you believe if you lie to a child? In the hotel room, Richard McNeil dressed slowly, sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Sarah Lance, who came in with Diana and Donna Troy. Let me take a look. The first time you met, you took me to Paradise Island and changed a lot of history. For example, this magical girl Donna Troy, she shouldn't have appeared at this time. The second time you met, you lost Hawkman was hijacked by me, and then I released you when I got the disciple. The third meeting, which is now, you tell me Ray Palmer, Heat Wave, and one half of Firestorm Martin Stein was captured by the Soviets in 1986 during the Cold War. I asked seriously, are you really a legendary team, not a bully team? Richard McNeil looked at Sarah Lance. Seriously. Sarah Lance said in a deep voice, I can call everyone together to listen to your ridicule honestly, but you have to help us save people first. Why? Richard McNeil asked back. If Martin Stein is not rescued, the Soviets will get the formula for creating a firestorm and win the Cold War, and the future will fall. Sarah Lance described the consequences in a deep voice. She wouldn't have come to Richard McNeil if she hadn't had no choice. Her teammates are now imprisoned in the Gulag camp. This camp was built in the 18th century, a prison from which no one can escape from birth. As the saying goes, There must be a cause, and the first mission after the formation of the legendary team was to prevent Vandal Savage from selling a nuclear bomb in 1975, but in the end, Vandal Savage saw the existence of Firestorm, and he never forgot creates a Firestorm for the rest of the time. It's not that the legendary team did not intend to correct the time deviation of Paradise Island after they separated from Richard McNeil in Salvation Town, but the reality has been fixed, and if they modify it again, it may cause time rebound and cause more troubles. So what to do? Go ahead and deal with Vandal Savage. This is the primary enemy after all. And then they found out that in 1986 Vandal Savage was secretly funding a Soviet female scientist named Valentina Vostok to conduct a project called Swalog's Plan of Action. Svalog is the god of fire in Slavic mythology, and Vandal Savage wants to make a Soviet version of Firestorm. In order to prevent the birth of the Soviet Firestorm, the legendary team naively decided to tell the female scientist Valentina that you are a first-class big devil and big villain. What happened? As Richard LT, 3 members of the team were arrested. Instead of stopping this plan, it is likely to speed up its Richard success because of Martin Stein. Want to save someone? Check out the rest of the Legends squad. Although Rip Hunter is the captain, he has nothing but a small gun. Hawkgirl Kendra cast a shadow on Vandal Savage after Hawkman died. Since Martin Stein was captured, the remaining Jefferson couldn't change his body, so only Captain Cold, Leonard Sterner and Sarah Lance can still play a role. It's a pity that an assassin, a thief, wants to save people are nothing short of fantasy. When she was at a loss, Sarah Lance thought of Richard McNeil. Even though he caused a lot of trouble, and even though he hijacked the Wave Rider, at least he was relatively easy to deal with, and he had the ability to save people, so Sarah Lance is here. Actually, I really want to see the scene you said. After Sarah Lance explained, Richard McNeil said with a chuckle. Anyway, even if the Firestorm is flying all over the sky, it won't affect me. Didn't it mean that with greater power comes greater responsibility? You have the ability to save the world and Star City, which will be attacked by a Firestorm in the future. Why don't you want to help? Maybe your strength doesn't matter, but what about my sister? Felicity, what about it? Sarah Lance said with emotion and reason. Do you also believe this kind of words that are specially used to deceive children? Do you know how miserable it is for a kid who believed this? His adoptive father died. His girlfriend almost ran away with someone, and he was so tired that he died every day. In the end, he really died. I don't know if he can be Richard-rected. Richard McNeil curling your lips. If you have the ability to save the world, you have to do it. I still have the ability to destroy the world. Do I have to destroy it too? If the Soviet Firestorm is really born in the future and rules the world, many people who interest you may die. Sarah Lance said Richard Denley. Richard McNeil smiled. So I just said that I really wanted to see that scene, but I didn't say I wouldn't help. It shouldn't be too late. Let's start now. Sarah Lance breathed a sigh of relief. The ups and downs made her little heart a little unbearable. Tell me the time and place. Richard McNeil said. Sarah Lance quickly said the time and place, and after making an appointment, she left and returned to the Wave Rider. Are you going? Richard McNeil asked Diana and Donna Troy. Diana was silent for a while and shook her head. I'm not going. I just received a message from Athena. It wasn't Ares that caused the demise of the gods, but the newborn, the first child of Zeus and Hera. I remember that on the day he was born, there was a prophecy that he would step on the corpses of the gods and sit on his father's throne. So Zeus threw him in the wilderness and wanted him to live on his own. As Richard LT, Richard succeeded in Richard reviving in the wilderness and returned to Mount Olympus, and then Zeus drove him deep into the heart of the earth. Right? Richard McNeil said. Richard ally. Do you remember? Diana looked at Richard McNeil in Richard's eyes. That's not important. The important thing is that you will be able to meet the other gods soon. Since I have something to do, I won't take you with me. Let's see you next time." Richard McNeil glanced at Layli and took her out of the hotel directly, where Anna hesitated to speak and finally did not speak. "He will come back to find you," Donna Troy said. Richard Denley. Diana looked over Richard suspiciously, and saw Donna Troy chuckle. Richard Denley. "Maybe after he fell in love with you. Maybe after he didn't love you." Falling in love with you, he can't control missing. If he doesn't love you, he will come to you for fun without worry. Love it or not, he will come, just sooner or later. Diana didn't understand why Donna Troy said that, but she didn't have time to think about it now. P.S. Everyone should be able to guess who that kid is talking about. Haha. Also, ask for a reward. Chapter 74. Looking for fun. Dr. Manhattan on the Disciple. Richard McNeil set the time and place but was not in a hurry to set off. Layli, who is experienced and smart, sat on the chair early this time and fastened her seat belt, but she didn't see the spacecraft start after waiting for a long time. "Master?" Layli called out tentatively. Richard McNeil turned his chair to face Layli and said with a smile, "Actually, it's not a big deal to help the legendary team save people. By the way, you can also take a look at Vandal Savage. Although this guy has no special skills, he has an immortal body. There is only a specific way to kill him, otherwise he will be from a single cell, restoring life and Richard recting again. Immortality? Richard rection? Isn't that impossible to win?" Layli was Richard surprised. "Immortal is nothing. The captain of Sarah Lance is a member of an organization called the Lord of Time. Richard moaned the legendary team to travel through time to defeat Vandal Savage, but he didn't know that the organization of the Lord of Time has been helping behind the scenes, so in this situation they can still Richard succeed in the end. No wonder Richard Ch. Waste is called a legend. Richard McNeil chuckled. But other than killing Vandal Savage to see how he comes back to life, and taking a look at that Soviet female firestorm, it doesn't seem like much fun. So I'm wondering if I should do something. What to do? Since the Soviet Union might have created a firestorm to win the Cold War, the United States can't be indifferent. Richard McNeil seemed to have thought of something interesting, and the corner of his mouth raised and adjusted the set time forward by 1 year. In 1985, the United States. The Disciple landed slowly on the roof of a tall building. Richard McNeil walked out with Layli, but the Disciple disappeared. This is America in 1985. More than 60 years have passed since the time we were in just now. Richard McNeil explained to Layli with a chuckle, and jumped off the roof directly with her in his arms. Boom! Landed with a bang. Richard McNeil let go of Layli, and left quietly under the horrified eyes of passers-by on the street. The architectural style of this era is not attractive to Richard San, but to Layli, who came from 100 years ago, it is very fresh and full of futuristic sense, and there are many things that make her feel incredible. There are many reports on current affairs on the newsstands on the street, and occasionally you can hear pedestrians chatting about news about the Cold War in 2s and 3s. Richard McNeil flipped through the newspapers in front of the newsstand but didn't find the news he wanted. He ignored the boss's unhappy shouts and turned and left. "Master, what are we going to do?" Layli asked inexplicably. "Look for someone." Richard McNeil paused, not knowing whether he was explaining or talking to himself. "He is so famous that there should be a lot of news about him in the newspapers. Does it not exist, or has some deviation occurred?" "Yes, are you looking for a pillow?" Layli asked hesitantly in a low voice. "Pillow? Hug your sister." Richard McNeil shivered consciously and cursed at Layli angrily. "Looking for land to hang as a pillow? I am crazy, right?" "Even if I am crazy, my orientation is normal." Layli was stunned by the scolding. "Isn't it a pillow?" "That's good." Blue hanging. Official name is Dr. Manhattan, real name is Jonathan Osterman. The only guy on the Overwatch team with Richard powers. If Richard McNeil is said to be a lunatic, then he is a pervert. It is not only because his strength ranks in the forefront of the entire DC world, but also because he injured his prostate when he pulled his teeth. and he swayed his blue body without clothes every day to show others the elephant's nose. Is it perverted? As the only Richard Perman of this era, Dr. Manhattan did not hide his identity after his birth, but helped the US government deter the Soviet Union in the hope of making the world peaceful. For this great goal, he even left the Earth at the expense of the blame. But even if he had left the Earth at this point in time, there should be relevant report. But just now Richard McNill found nothing, as if it didn't exist at all. Maybe he's not in this world but in another parallel world? Richard McNill frowned in disappointment and muttered that he planned to go to the Soviet Union. Although it was a year ahead of schedule, he would destroy the Gulag camp and solve the Soviet female scientist who might have created a firestorm. Valentina's legendary team won't be going, and if they don't go, they won't be caught. Let's go. Richard McNill was about to call Leili back to the disciple, but just as he turned around, he saw a person looking at him at the corner of the street in the distance. Walk. Wherever you go, there will be Richard prizes. Richard McNill changed the Richard object and pointed to the woman in the windbreaker in the distance with great interest. See that woman? Leili followed her gaze and saw a tall woman in a windbreaker and a hat walking towards this side. Is she the person the master wants to find? Maybe she can help me find the person I'm looking for. Richard McNill walked towards the woman head-on. 3 steps and 2 steps are already close at hand. Richard McNill blocked her. The woman thought for a while he wanted to pass by, but was blocked by Richard McNill again. Sir, please get out of the way, she said displeased. Richard McNill shook his head with a smile. What do you want? She frowned and wondered if she had met a hooligan. I want to talk to you. Richard McNill smiled. I want to talk to you. This opening statement is easy to me. Richard understand. So is it really a hooligan? How long has it been since you met a hooligan? She looked at Richard McNill coldly. Get out of the way, or you'll regret it. I want to see Dr. Manhattan. Man. Her expression Richard Denley changed excitedly and she grabbed Richard McNill's neck. Who are you and how do you know Dr. Manhattan? It seems that you really know each other. Richard McNill's eyes lit up, and he showed a bright smile indifferent to her brutal behavior. Then, we can talk slowly. Bang! Richard Denley punched her in the lower abdomen. With a muffled snort, she fainted and fell into Richard McNill's arms. Richard McNill bent down and stretched out his hands to lift her up, turned around under the Richard-prized eyes of Leili and the Richard roundings, and ran away. Depend on. Kidnapped in the street? Do you want to be so arrogant? The people around reacted in an instant, and shouted out of righteous indignation and chased after him. Riley is blinded. Master, you ran away like this, what should I do? Peas. Dr. Manhattan comes from Watchmen. It was originally a comic work of other companies and was later acquired by DC Comics. Dr. Manhattan also entered the main world because of its powerful strength. It stole the time of DC Universe 10 and triggered rebirth. In addition, there is an old comic book Watchmen, which should be seen and heard by many people. Chapter 75. The background music changes when you talk. Grab it and run. It's so exciting. Seeing a group of people chasing after him shouting, beating and killing, Richard McNill jumped over from the police car that heard the news, laughing with the people on his back. The policeman in the car got down in a hurry and wanted to continue the Richard it, but Richard McNill had already got into the alley where he came out before. Then, the body soared into the air and jumped directly onto it. Although he can't fly yet, this height is really nothing after copying Diana's ability. A group of panting people chased into the alley, dumbfounded. What a dead end. Where did people go? You look at me, I look at you. Big eyes and small eyes. As the crowd caught up, Leili quietly walked aside from the building and went up to the roof. When she reached the roof, Leili hurriedly ran to the invisible place of the disciple. Although it looked empty, Riley touched the disciple. With a long sigh of relief, the hatch slowly opened, and Leili hurried up. I'm home. Richard McNill tied the woman to the chair with a mantra lasso and asked Leili, who turned her head up. Master, you. Leili didn't know what to say. Running once in a while is good for your health and keeping you in shape. Richard McNill said with a smile. Too fat, I don't want you. Ah, I see. Lee was taken aback and could only nod in agreement. Because she didn't know if Richard McNeil really didn't want her. Would he send her back to the original era to continue her original destiny, or would he simply kill her? After all, no one likes to let others use their private things, even if they don't want them. A snort sounded from the unconscious woman's mouth. She opened her eyes, froze and followed, then struggled and shouted excitedly, "Let go of me, you bastard!" "Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person," Richard McNeil said to her with a smile. This means that there is no soundtrack, otherwise she would definitely yell at Richard McNeil, "Don't lie to me." The background music changes when you speak. "What's your name?" Richard McNeil asked softly. Laura. Laura Juspak Zach. "You, what did you do to me?" "Why did I?" Lauren looked at the golden rope in horror. The burning feeling made Ben not want to answer. She couldn't control what was on her mind. "The second generation of Silk Soul?" Richard McNeil asked again. "Yes. How did you know?" Laura felt as if she was schizophrenic, answering and questioning at the same time. "It seems that I found the wrong person." Richard McNeil smiled. Watchmen is a Richard Perhero team composed of Dr. Manhattan, Rorschach, Pharaoh, Comedian, Night Owl, and Silk Soul. As the only woman, Laura inherited her mother's code name Silk Soul and became a little red among the green bushes. "Where's Dr. Manhattan?" Since he found the right person, Richard McNeil naturally asked the question he wanted to know the answer most. He left the Earth. No one knows where he is," Laura said uncontrollably. "When did he leave?" "Why didn't I see any reports about him?" "Now, after he became Dr. Manhattan, he has the ability to predict the future, knowing that one day in the future, someone will come to him and use his ability to cause disasters to the world. So he left early." "This person is is you, right?" Laura was sweating profusely and almost stumbling through her teeth before she finished. Richard McNeil frowned. "In Dr. Manhattan's long ability list, there is indeed the item of predicting the future. This is not a rare ability. Gideon on the Waiver Rider can predict the future outcome, let alone the organization of the Lord of Time. But they don't know the impact of this deviation on the future until after the deviation occurs. Dr. Manhattan's predictive ability is stronger, and he can predict the deviation before it occurs. It is equivalent to always one step ahead." Came in high spirits and returned with disappointment. Dr. Manhattan, even because he left the Earth early, no wonder there is no news about him. Originally, Richard McNeil wanted Dr. Manhattan to meet the Soviet firestorm to see if he could blow up the firestorm with a snap of his fingers. After all, his wish was world peace. Where? Went to Mars like in the movie? If he can leave the moon ahead of schedule, he can also leave Mars ahead of schedule. Richard McNeil took back the mantra lasso on Laura's body in a dull manner and waved his hand. "You go." Laura was so hot-tempered that she kicked Richard McNeil after regaining her freedom. "If you let me go, I will go." "Let's not talk about the kidnapping. Just because he might have something to do with Dr. Manhattan, it's impossible for Laura to just leave." Snapped. The black high-heeled shoes kicked Richard McNeil's arm, and Richard McNeil grabbed her and threw her out. Boom! Laura slammed heavily on the ground and snorted, looking at Richard McNeil, who was a few meters away from her with an indifferent face. "This man has great strength. Who the hell are you?" She got up and asked vigilantly, with a slight posture. "Ask." "Why are you asking? You don't know me even if you tell me." "You can't do everything you want, so you should do everything you can," Richard McNeil said impatiently. What do you mean?" Laura was a little confused. "You can't beat me, get out." Richard McNeil translated. Laura angrily unbuttoned her coat and took it off. Richard McNeil glanced sideways. "What? You want to fuck me shirtless?" "Shirtless? Fuck me." The high 0.0 heels heard the sound of kicking and kicking on the ground, and Laura rushed to Richard McNeil in an instant. Laura was trained by her mother in unarmed combat since she was a child, and she has participated in many missions after joining the Watcher. So she thinks that she is not weaker than anyone. But she has never met someone who can sit there and block all her attacks with one hand. especially this person who looks careless and bored. Boom. After another blow failed, Laura took a few steps back and stared at Richard McNeil angrily. "Do you know what life is?" Richard McNeil asked Laura Richardly, but before Laura could speak, he answered on his own. "Life is, slap after slap, and then wake people up." Are you awake? Chapter 76. Laura was indeed awakened by the slap in the face of reality, and she realized that the man in front of her was definitely not something she could deal with alone. She needs help. Turning around and picking up her coat, Laura tentatively walked towards the Richard-spected door. "Send her out," Richard McNeil said to Riley. Riley took Laura out. Laura was very Richard-surprised along the way, because she found that she seemed to be on a boat, and what was even more shocking was that when she got off the boat to identify the Richard-rounding environment, the boat was gone. Laura touched it Richard-consciously. Obviously there is nothing, and the scenery is exactly the same as the Richard-rounding. But she can touch this ship. She stood beside her for a long while in silence before turning to leave. Since Dr. Manhattan is not here, Richard McNeil is not interested in knowing about the other members of the Watchmen. Although this Laura is also a standard bob, thin waist, buttocks and long legs, she is not as good as Laylee. He has no idea of changing the pillow yet. Seeing Laylee coming back, Richard McNeil operated the disciple to lift off slowly. It didn't matter that Richard McNeil left, but it took a long time for Laura, who wanted to ask the Watchman for help, to see him again. Moscow, Bolshoi Theater 10. It just so happens that a well-known ballet troupe is performing here tonight. In the exclusive box, the Soviet female scientist Valentina was sitting on a leather sofa drinking red wine and waiting for the opening. Wearing a long red one-piece dress, her long hair is coiled up, and her makeup is exquisite, but her eyes are full of helplessness and anxiety. Failed again. Research on the Firestorm Matrix failed once again. She felt that she had touched the threshold and was only one step away from stepping in. But it was precisely this step that made her stay outside the door. What is missing? She shook her head and drank the red wine to concentrate on watching the performance. Bang bang bang, coming. Hearing the knock on the door, Valentina responded, "Car Richard Ally." The door opens. A man with a standard Asian face came in with a smile, and he was still holding someone in his hand. Valentina recognized it as her driver. Valentina got up in a hurry and saw that the other party threw her driver aside and walked in with a very beautiful girl. "Hello, Miss Valentina." Richard McNeil sat down on the other end of the sofa with a smile, glanced at the red wine on the table and smiled. "It's boring to drink alone. Shall I accompany you?" Valentina hesitated for a second or two before laughing. "Okay." Just as Richard McNeil was about to extend his hand, Laylee, who was beside him, came over with a wink and poured them 2 glasses. "Cheers." "Cheers." The 2 lightly clinked glasses and took a sip. Richard McNeil said with a smile, "I appreciate your courage and calmness, so I decided to try my best to make your life as pleasant as possible tonight." "Should I say thank you?" "It should," Richard McNeil said modestly. "Ever heard of time travel?" Valentina froze slightly. "You know it from the way you look. Did Vandal Savage tell you?" "This is better." Instead of wasting saliva explaining, "I might as well keep it for you." Richard McNeil chuckled. Valentina frowned. "You're not flirting very well." "Maybe are you, Richard Ally? Let's be more straightforward." "Let's be straightforward. I'm a little interested in the Firestorm Matrix, so I want to learn from you systematically. In return, I will help you become a Firestorm and give you a one-way ticket for time travel, past, future, any time you want." "Valentina, why should I trust you?" "You already believed it, didn't you?" Richard McNeil signaled Laylee to pour the wine, holding the wine glass in one hand and taking Laylee into his arms with the other, enjoying the ballet performance that had already started. The performance started, but Valentina didn't watch it at all. She just looked at the strange man who was embracing a woman while drinking, thinking about his proposal just now. The main purpose of her research on this project is to help the country win the United States. If he is really a time traveler, if he can really help himself become a Firestorm, then he might as well give it a try. As for whether he was lying to herself, Valentina was confident that she would be able to find out. Thinking of this, Valentina raised her glass and smiled fondly. Put your arms around a woman in front of another woman, that's not what a gentleman should do. It doesn't matter, I've done worse things. Richard McNeil chuckled and clinked his glasses, watching the ballet performance intently. One cup at a time, one sentence at a time. The two chatted like familiar friends. Starting from ballet. At first Valentina was just talking, but gradually she became a little unconscious and forgot her purpose. Not because she was not vigilant or how old Richard McNeil was. The charm. But she thinks what Richard McNeil said may be true. He is really a time traveler. You said this would become one of the top 10 theaters in the world? Valentina giggled. So I should find the theater to rent this box for a longer period of time, and it's better to buy it directly? Why not just buy the theater? Richard McNeil asked Car Richard Ally. Valentina was stunned and smiled. You're right, maybe I should do this. The 2-hour performance ended Richard successfully. Valentina got up, went to the wall, took off her coat, put it on, and walked towards Richard McNeil. I accept your proposal. When will you come to see me? Why not now? Anyway, I don't have a place to live in this era, so I don't think you mind. Valentina bent down and took out the key from pocket 347 of the driver's clothes, who was still awake, and looked at Richard McNeil. Can you drive? Happy to help, beautiful lady. Richard McNeil pretended to be a gentleman, and Valentina smiled and took his arm. Came out of the theater to find Valentina's car. Richard McNeil drove. Riley got nervously in the co-pilot. Valentina sat behind and gave the address. The car started slowly and drove away. Richard McNeil is not considered a top student, not the type who studies hard every day and makes progress every day. Finding Valentina to learn about the firestorm matrix can only be regarded as a general among dwarfs, and he can barely find out his interest. After all, Firestorm's ability is still yes. Objects with different atomic properties and structures can be changed or transformed. For example, lead can be transformed into gold of the same quality. Having this ability is equivalent to having a money printing machine, so you don't have to worry about money. Although he has never worried about money. P.S. Laura is the heroine in Watchmen. As for Valentina, she is a character that appeared in the 4th and 5th episodes of the American drama Legends of Tomorrow Season 1 Inch. In the American drama, she became a Soviet firestorm and finally exploded. In the comics, she is a member of the Doom Patrol, codenamed Negative Woman. The founder of the organization Doomsday Patrol is codenamed Chief Car Richard Ally. He is paralyzed in lower limbs, physically disabled and strong, and Richard Ally uses a wheelchair to move around. It's a pity that I don't have Richard powers, otherwise I would really look like Professor X. Of course he has hair. Chapter 77 Vandal Savage. Die for 10 minutes first night. Dark as ink. There were bursts of high-pitched voices in the room of Valentina's mansion, and the unscrupulous voice made it impossible to sleep. Valentina clutched the bedsheet tightly with both hands. Her face was flushed. Is this what you said to make me have a better night? This is the greatest humiliation to me. Valentina gritted her teeth and stared ahead. There was no one in front of her, only a wall. The voice came from behind this wall. Yes, Richard McNeil was not in her room at all. Valentina thought that something was going to happen when Richard McNeil flirted with her before and then went home with her. Although she would not let him Richard succeed before she found out Richard McNeil's identity, Richard McNeil took the woman back directly. The behavior of the room made Valentina very angry. It was an enricher delta to her charm. As Richard McNeil's pillow, Lee is the best so far. It can satisfy Richard McNeil before going to bed, and she can fall asleep peacefully while sleeping. Now she has another wake-up function. Richard McNeil, who was awakened by a special method in a daze, even felt that he was trapped and unable to get up. He struggled for more than an hour before he finally got out of bed. After finding the bathroom and taking a shower, Richard McNeil got dressed before coming to the living room. When I first arrived in the living room, I saw Valentina with an ugly face and a man with a big beard who looked like a wild man. Vandal Savage. Richard McNill greeted him without obvious Richard reprise, then looked at Valentina and said, "Honey, could you pour me a glass of milk? Please, I think I should fill it up." Valentina was displeased but got up and left. "Don't you want to say something?" Vandal Savage looked at Richard McNill, who was sitting down, and asked with a smile, in no mood. The day's plan is in the morning, and Richard McNill, who just finished his morning exercise, really doesn't want to talk. "I think you should say something." Vandal Savage's face gradually turned cold, and his voice was threatening. Richard McNill looked at Vandal Savage as if he had compromised. He hesitated a few times before saying tentatively, "Morning ... Good morning ... It seems that you should be a liar. If you are a time traveler, then you should know who I am, and you should know what happens when you play me." Vandal Savage shook his coat slowly, like magic. A dagger appeared on it. "I'll give you another chance. How long will it take you to be Richard Rected?" Richard McNill asked Richard Denley. Vandal Savage froze. "Is 10 minutes enough? I might be interested in chatting after 10 minutes. So you die for 10 minutes first? I don't think you have this ability." Vandal Savage. Richard Denley threw the dagger at Richard McNill. High speed. At a distance of no more than 1 meter, Vandal Savage is confident that he can be faster than a bullet. After the words fell, the dagger stabbed Richard McNill. Vandal Savage's smug expression froze, and the dagger was actually caught. "See you in 10 minutes," Richard McNill said lazily, pointing his fingers weakly at Vandal Savage. Boom! A flash of lightning hit Vandal Savage in an instant. Although the electric current was not strong, it was very powerful. Vandal Savage's heart was directly pierced. Even the sofa had a hole, and the floor behind could be vaguely seen. Slap! The sound of the glass breaking was heard, and Richard McNill turned around to see Valentina standing not far away in shock, with a broken glass at her feet, and the milk spilled all over the floor. "What are you panicking about? Don't you know he can be Richard Rected?" Richard McNill frowned and pointed at her feet. "Is this milk for me?" "Yes, yes." Although Valentina knew that Vandal Savage would be Richard Rected, she had never seen it with her own eyes, and it was too Richarden. She knew that Vandal Savage was very powerful, and she didn't know that they might do something if they had an unpleasant conversation. But she never expected that this would be the Richard LT. Vandal Savage is dead. And what was that flash of lightning just now? Is it his ability? It's shameful to waste. Richard McNill looked at the milk on the ground and sighed to Valentina. "This cup is for you. Don't waste it." "Send me." "It's all spilled on the ground," Valentina said Richard consciously. "Yes. That's why I asked you ... Don't waste it." Richard McNill looked at Valentina and said with a serious smile. Valentina's face instantly became ugly. "How do you drink it if you spill it on the ground?" Valentina doesn't own cats or dogs, but she knows how they drink. "I can pour you another glass," Valentina said with a stiff face. "Are you Richard you want to do this?" Richard McNill raised his hand slowly, and the lightning flashed across his fingertips. "You don't have to do that," Valentina said, struggling. "It's shameful to waste." The flashes became more intense, and there was a feeling that it was about to come out. Valentina watched Richard McNill squat down slowly. "Master, what is she doing?" After taking a shower, Layli saw Valentina's appearance when she got dressed, and she couldn't help asking in a low voice when she came to Richard McNill's side. "A small punishment. I have some fun for waiting for 10 minutes." Richard McNill chuckled. "Look in the kitchen and pour me a glass of milk." "Okay." Riley turned and went to the kitchen. "Is that all right?" Valentina asked Richard McNill angrily after a while. Richard McNill smiled and was about to speak when he heard a roar from the side. When he turned his head, he saw that Vandal Savage had been alive at some point, and the wound on his chest had healed. "So fast?" "It's not 10 minutes, and I haven't seen how you came back to life, so die for a while." Looking at the angry Vandal Savage, Richard McNill raised his hand and there was a bolt of lightning. Vandal Savage fell again. This time, Richard McNill has been staring at Vandal Savage's body. Just now when Vandal Savage attacked him, his ability was copied, So Richard McNeil really wanted to know what would happen if he capsized one day. How did it come back to life? Immortal body, re-Richard-rection. Anyone with this kind of ability would be very excited, but Richard McNeil was calm. Immortality is not very attractive to him at all. There are not many people who can kill him anyway, so abilities are only interesting to him. Or boring. P.S. Continue small science. Vandal Savage is the villain of Legends of Tomorrow Season 1 inch. He Richard succeeded because of his bones and Batman's Richard per fighting spirit. Although he was imprisoned afterwards, Batman also left the Justice League. The wealth accumulated because of immortality can crush any person in human history. Chapter 78 Enthusiasm for learning. Vandal Savage is back to life. This time, Richard McNeil saw clearly how he was re-Richard-rected. It was like a feeling of resetting or restoring the body, and he recovered instantly after the process was over. Judging from the timing of the two deaths and re-Richard-rections, this process seems to be consistent. That is to say, the time required for re-Richard-rection is the same whether the throat is cut to death or blown to dust. The revived Vandal Savage instantly jumped away from Richard McNeil, and looked at Richard McNeil vigilantly. Richard McNeil looked at Vandal Savage with a smile. His face couldn't help changing, and after a long while, he Richard-denly sat back with a smile. You did it on purpose. Why didn't you want to talk? Why didn't you see how I was re-Richard-rected? Yes, this is a means of negotiation. You just use this way to take the initiative in our conversation. I believe you are a time traveler, and I don't mind giving you my highest respect if you can help me. Forget it. Don't make up your mind. I was just too lazy to talk just now. I am better than you, which means I don't have to pay attention to your thoughts. You should be very clear about this, Richard McNeil said lightly. Vandal Savage didn't know it, but Valentina knew it. Because of Richard McNeil, Richard McNeil didn't pay attention to his thoughts at all. And I won't show my hands again, lest you me Richard understand that I am number one in the world. Richard McNeil stabbed the ugly Vandal Savage again. I have already negotiated the conditions with Vandal Savage. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to change. Just wait for things to happen step by step. Any question? What's your name? Vandal Savage asked after a pause. Richard McNeil. He will leave it to you. Vandal Savage turned to look at Valentina, then got up and smiled towards Richard McNeil. I'm waiting for your good news. Go slowly. Don't send. Vandal Savage left, but Valentina was a little embarrassed. It might be nothing if there is no shameful waste. But now she does face Richard McNeil as if everything has happened. People want face and dignity. Especially Valentino, excellent person. But Richard McNeil didn't take what happened just now in his heart at all, as if it never happened at all. Still chatting with Valentina with a smile. Sometimes she would say dear in a gentlemanly manner, and sometimes she would say please in a polite manner, which made Valentina gradually forget what happened and also became more and more incomprehensible to Richard McNeil. After drinking milk, I had breakfast. Richard McNeil and Valentina started to study physics systematically from scratch. Physics is, after all, the basis of all this research. Richard McNeil didn't have the idea of researching the ability of the firestorm by himself. After all, it was too easy for him to obtain the ability. There are two reasons for learning. One is to understand the principle of firestorms and create firestorms at will, and the other is to pave the way for more interesting things in the future. For example, he really wants to get a set of steel Richardites. If someone wears a steel Richardite and attacks him, he can duplicate all the abilities of the Richardite but cannot conjure a Richardite out of thin air. Although essentially there is no difference. But there is a completely different degree of coolness between having a battle Richardite and not having a battle Richardite. Anyway, I don't need a new pillow for the time being and I don't think of a place to be a wave. It's better to be a studious master. Moreover, Richard McNeil remembers that although the disciple's ability is reflected in infinite replication and infinite Richard per position, it actually seems to be related to the spirit of thinking. There's no harm in learning more. Taking a step back, It would be too frustrating if you copied an interesting ability but couldn't think of an interesting way to apply it. So Richard McNeil began to learn very seriously and devotedly, learning all kinds of basic knowledge from Valentina every day. The rapid progress made Valentina call a genius. In this way, Richard McNeil studied with Valentina during the day and fought with Riley at night. Time flies. Before I knew it, 3 months had passed. It's incredible. On the bed in the bedroom, Richard McNeil put down the book and said something to Layli, who was bending over. What? Layli raised her head and didn't react for a while. I didn't expect my enthusiasm for learning to last for so long. 3 months, right? With my personality of liking the new and loathing the old, no matter how interesting things are, I should feel bored. Richard McNeil expressed his feelings. After 3 months of getting along, Layli also had a certain understanding of Richard McNeil. She hesitated for a while and asked, "Then, what about me?" "You?" Richard McNeil said with a light smile. "Your shelf life has already been considered long. And now it's just not as fresh as before. At least I couldn't concentrate on reading at this time when I couldn't do 2 things at once." Richard McNeil shook the book in his hand. Riley couldn't help feeling a little sad. "Don't be too sad. You will get tired of eating delicious food every day." Richard McNeil comforted. "It's just that this kind of consolation has no effect on Layli. But it will have the opposite effect. I have to say that Layli should have lived the most comfortable life in the past 3 months. She went shopping every day, or served Richard wholly, full of body and mind, has been integrated into this era. Now Layli has a sense of crisis. She must do something, and she must be of value." She also thought of what she should do. So in the following period of time, Riley had more contact with Valentina. Although she didn't know what the formulas that were like the scriptures represented, she knew that Firestorm was 2 people, and Valentina herself couldn't become a Firestorm. So she tried her best to learn these incomprehensible Bibles. At the same time, she used Valentina's relationship to help Richard San find Dr. Manhattan. Although she heard that Laura said that Dr. Manhattan was no longer on Earth. But she had to do something. "There is news about the person you are looking for." Valentina came back from the outside and took off her coat and looked at Riley. "Now can you tell me why I'm looking for her? Do you want to be a Firestorm?" Layli asked in a deep voice. "You know?" Valentina was taken aback. Layli said, "You help me now, and I will help you when the time comes." "What do you mean?" Valentina frowned and looked at Riley. But Riley didn't explain but just stared at her. P.S. This chapter is a small transition. Chapter 79, Silk Soul infested with blood mold. 2nd generation. Riley is not stupid. Even though they seemed to get along well during this time, Valentina did not really relax or trust them. Although Vandal Savage had never been here, he must be aware of what happened here every day. Layli wanted to prove the value of staying with Richard McNeil, not to betray Richard McNeil. "If you tell Valentina that Firestorm needs 2 people, it will be different from betraying Richard McNeil. I'll hand it over to you in 3 days," Valentina said after thinking about it. "Don't let the master know," Riley reminded. In the afternoon 3 days later, when Richard McNeil was concentrating on studying, Valentina took Layli to the warehouse in the far distance of the villa courtyard. There is a basement with excellent sound in Richard Lashen under the warehouse. Riley saw Laura wearing a yellow and black uniform. At this time, she was fixed on the crosswood on the wall in large characters. Her hands and feet were fixed by iron rings, and she seemed to have passed out with her head hanging down. It was a little troublesome when I caught her. She also has a group of partners who are dressed in strange clothes like her, and they were discovered by the CIA of the United States, so no matter what you want to do, you'd better hurry up, Valentina reminded. Riley nodded. Valentina turned around and went out, and heard Laura's voice within a few steps. As the night deepened, Layli came back to the room helplessly and a little tired. "Laura is tougher than she thought." "You've changed." Richard McNeil put down the book and smiled lightly at Layli, who came in. "Huh?" Layli was stunned and became nervous. "You've turned bad." Why do women make things difficult for women? I can hear the screams from so far away, and Laura is considered to be unlucky," Richard McNill said with a chuckle. Plop. Riley fell to her knees with a plop. "Master, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kept it from you." "Get up. What are you doing?" "I don't blame you." Richard McNill smiled lightly and quickly waved his hands. "I'm still very satisfied with your self-motivated thinking, but the method of interrogation is not good enough. Although it is rough, it is not efficient." I don't know what to do." Layli was stunned and explained in a low voice. "Learn more from Valentina, or go to the Gulag camp to see how they treat prisoners. Maybe you can change from a pillow to my assistant." Richard McNill chuckled. "I will try my best not to disappoint the master," Layli said happily. But after finishing speaking, Layli seemed to think of something and hesitated. "But master, I seem to be in trouble." "Valentina was found when she was arrested. Her partner and people from the CIA. If you let her go now, will she not Richard it? Will they not Richard it?" Richard McNill asked. Riley shook her head. "Since it's irreparable, you should do your best to achieve your goals. What's more, you are my pillow, and you will have nothing to do until I lose interest in you." And Richard McNill paused and smiled brightly. "Congratulations on extending your life. Now I'm looking forward to what kind of Richard prizes you will bring me." Layli breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time thanked herself for doing the right thing. "If you stay the same in Richard McNill, you will be eliminated, and Layli firmly remembers this." The next day, Riley asks Valentina to take her to the Gulag camp. Richard McNill came to the basement of the warehouse. "Hi, long time no see." Richard McNill greeted with a smile and looked at Laura. TSK, what a tragedy." Riley has definitely changed. The previous living environment, her own experience, and the influence of getting along with Valentina during this period of time made Riley develop in the direction of a female villain. "Look how hard you beat Laura. What do you want?" Laura shouted weakly and glared at Richard McNill. "If I say that I have forgotten you, it was my pillow that brought you here on its own initiative, would you believe me?" Richard McNill moved a chair to sit in front of her and asked Richard ally. "You think I'll believe it?" Laura snorted coldly. Richard McNill spread his hands. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I thought about it last night. If Dr. Manhattan predicts the future and I am scared to leave the Earth, it means that he should know everything I did to find him. But he ran away anyway. Do you know what that means? It means he won't show up if I do anything, unless I become stronger in the future and have more abilities to find him. The funny thing is that he should know this too, but he can't stop it. He can only run. Because once he shows up, once he wants to stop me, Richard succeed. He can only run, try to delay the day of failure arrive. Look. It's so strong that Dr. Manhattan can only run against me and can't change the outcome of failure. What are you fighting for?" Richard McNill got up slowly, and under Laura's trance-like gaze, he untied her hands and feet. Laura, who was free, staggered, stabilized her body and looked at Richard McNill suspiciously. "Is it true that you want to catch me?" Richard McNill shrugged and looked Laura up and down without saying a word. Laura, who has changed her uniform, has a lot of charm. I have to say that equality between men and women is a joke. Men wearing tights with exposed legs will be considered perverted, but women can add points to their charm if they wear them like this. Laura was silent for a moment and asked, "Where is this? Can I go now?" "You are free to come and go, but this is the territory of the Soviet Union. It may be difficult for you to return to the United States dressed like this. Moreover, after returning to the United States with your 1.6 personality, I am afraid that nothing happened. You will still investigate me, right?" Richard McNill chuckled and walked to the side table and swept the things on it to the side. Then moved the table and placed it in front of Laura. "What are you doing?" Laura asked inexplicably and vigilantly. "I can have someone send you back, but before that, I have to find something for you. For example." Richard McNill rigidly grabbed Laura and pressed her on the table, pinching her hands behind her back. tearing the uniform. Laura was shocked for a moment. She tried hard to break free, but Richard Denley felt an electric current from Richard McNeil's hand, which made her trembling and lay down instantly, losing her strength. That's how your mother was when she was a Richard Perhero. She was put on a uniform like this, she was pinned on a table, and Chapter 80 Richard New ability. Humiliation? Anger? Laura felt a deep sense of powerlessness. From the moment she put on the uniform and wanted to be a hero, she had never been so powerless, let alone imagined that she would encounter Richard's situation. She could only shed tears uncontrollably while letting the demon behind her be unscrupulous. After a long time, the numb Laura felt that the demon had finally left. She slowly slumped on the ground along the table, watching Richard McNeil move the chair in front of her numbly. It's painful, isn't it? Your mother was the same as you back then. But you're luckier than her? Do you know why? Because you think I'm a bad person. It seems reasonable for me to do this, but the person who did this to your mother back then was also Richard Perhero's, even your mother's sidekick, teammate. She is more painful and desperate than you. You don't want revenge? Who is it? Laura Richard Denley raised her head and asked. A comedian may also be called a comedian. Richard McNeil chuckled. It's him. After experiencing it personally, Laura could understand her mother's pain better and was even more angry. Believe me, it's nothing. Richard McNeil said the news that shocked Laura even more like a devil. Do you know who your biological father is? That's right, it's him. This is impossible, Laura exclaimed excitedly. It's really unlikely from the time between that and your mother got pregnant with you. But that's the way it is. Your mother got involved with him again after what happened. Richard Perhero? He. Richard McNeil got up and walked out. Boom. The door closed slowly, and Laura collapsed completely on the ground. After Richard McNeil returned to the villa, he ignored Laura, picked up the book and started to study on his own. He has changed from biology to electronic engineering. He wanted to see if he could create a weapon similar to Iron Man clothes. Richard McNeil, who was obsessed with studying unknowingly, realized that it was already very late. When he walked out of the room, Valentina and Layli didn't seem to come back. Seeing a woman in a Soviet military uniform leaving at the door, Richard McNeil stopped and asked Richard Ally, "Go and ask them when they'll be back." The lady hesitated slightly, and then walked towards the phone in the living room. Step by step, just as she was passing by Richard McNeil, she seemed to be too nervous and accidentally tripped over the carpet, and threw her body towards Richard McNeil. Boom. The female soldier fell directly to the ground, and she looked up at Richard McNeil, who was retreating and dodging in disbelief. "Shouldn't you hold me up under normal circumstances?" Seeing her Richard-prized expression, Richard McNeil smiled slightly. "Are you okay?" "No, nothing." "Why don't you get up and call?" The female soldier lowered her head and stood up slowly. The moment she stood up, her left arm Richard Denley turned like a rock and attacked Richard McNeil. His face is getting closer. Just when the rock-like fist was about to hit Richard McNeil, the female soldier was horrified to find that his face had changed. The original skin instantly turned into a rock, and it felt ... It was exactly the same as the change in his left arm. Boom. When the female soldier was stunned, her fist had already hit the opponent, and the heavy impact sounded instantly. Two hard stones collide with each other. Richard McNeil stayed where he was, but the female soldier stepped back a few steps. Good ability. Richard McNeil returned his face to normal, looked at his hands with rocks and said with interest, "If you had come earlier, maybe Laura would have been in a worse situation." You ... How do you? The female soldier was stunned and Richard consciously transformed her body elements. Her body gradually became taller. She was only about 1.7 meters tall at this time and now exceeded 2 meters. The hat fell off and revealed a purple color. Long hair, the left side of the upper body turned into rock. The right side is a golden magma like Richard substance. The slightly purple right leg of the lower body seems normal, but the left side is like a dead tree trunk. At first glance it looks like a patchwork of different objects. It can change color, control density, and control elements and body size. Let me see. You can also generate heat and control ice and water. You have a lot of abilities, Richard McNeil said with interest. I didn't expect to be able to acquire new abilities, so Richard Denley. You are not from the Watchmen, so you are from the CIA? Are you here for Silk Soul Laura? Do they know you have Richard CH abilities? How can you have my ability? The female soldier looked at Richard McNeil in shock. Could it be that this person can steal other people's abilities? No, it should be copying. Did he copy my ability? Don't ask why, I just know how to use it. Do you need me to tell you more about it? Richard McNeil shook his head and smiled lightly. It's you. What's your name? Snort. Even if you stole my ability, you are not my opponent. The female soldier quickly recovered after being shocked. It took her a long time. It is impossible for him to master the application of the ability in a short time, and it is impossible for him to copy his ability so proficiently, so the winner must be me. It must be done quickly. The female soldiers rushed to Richard San 743 times. It seems that we can't have a good chat. Richard McNeil also moved. Unlimited Richard per position. 5 times. He didn't do as many tricks as the other party did, but his whole body turned into rock. The floor Richard Denley collapsed, and Richard McNeil rushed out instantly, punching, fist to fist. Boom! With a loud noise, the body of the female soldier flew out, pierced the wall and flew into the yard. The female soldier who landed was about to get up when Richard Denley found that Richard McNeil had come in front of her. Doing something against me is the worst decision you've ever made in your life, because what I'm best at is crushing you with your abilities. Richard McNeil smiled brilliantly, and punched down with his rocky fists. Boom! A muffled hum sounded. Richard McNeil raised his fist and saw that she had passed out, and her body gradually returned to normal. Come on, what happened? The guard's panicked inquiry sounded. Ask Valentina when they will come back. Richard McNeil said Car Richard ally, and dragged the fainted female soldier to the basement again. Creak. The door of the basement opened, and Laura, who was sitting on the ground, Richard Denley looked up in panic and saw Richard McNeil walking in with a female soldier. Chapter 81 Richard McNeil, who doesn't follow the routine, and the elemental girl who was cheated. Boom! Richard McNeil put the female soldier on the table far away from Laura, then turned around and went out by himself. What happened? Laura was stunned for a while, then slowly got up and wanted to walk towards the female soldier, but just as she got up, she heard a voice and shrank back instantly. Like a frightened bird. The door opened, and Richard McNeil glanced at Laura with the mantra lasso, searched the female soldier all over himself, and then tied her up and threw her to the ground. This military uniform should have been specially prepared, very cautious, without leaving anything to prove his identity. The female soldier was thrown on the ground and woke up faintly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the emaciated Laura. You Silk Soul Laura? Don't worry, I'm here to save you. Laura said nothing. Help me? How can you save me now? Speaking of which, why didn't you take the opportunity to escape? The door was unlocked. Richard McNeil asked Laura curiously. Laura was silent. Even if she was lucky enough to leave here and return to the United States, how would she face her mother and comedians? What he did to her mother made Laura want to kill him. But he turned out to be her own father. This complex and contradictory emotion made her unable to make a decision at all, so she escaped. So she didn't go. Richard McNeil just asked Car Richard ally, and soon shifted his interest to the female soldiers. The poor female soldier wants to use her abilities to break free from the rope, but it's okay to transform. Want to break free? It's hard. The lasso of mantra is not so easy to break free. Speaking of which, Diana has become the new god of war, so the influence of the lasso of mantra on her should be ignored, right? Richard McNeil shook his head slightly. It seems that the previous worries were unnecessary. Otherwise he would not have thought of her for the first time in Richard's CH a long time. What's your name? Richard McNeil asked the female soldier with a smile. Emily. Emily Song. She answered the question in horror and resistance. Identity. Codenamed Element. Element Girl. belongs to the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States. Element Girl. Do they know your ability? How did you get it? Richard McNeil asked again. Emily Song spoke slowly and reluctantly. She was originally just an ordinary CIA agent, and later participated in the secret experiment of the government agency M project and gained the ability, and then continued to perform some special and dangerous tasks in the CIA. This kind of government secret experiment is not uncommon in the Marvel and DC worlds. What interests Richard McNeil is that the birth of this experimental project is actually related to the Justice Society. The Justice Society was born during World War II. It is composed of Time Man, Iron Commander, Obsidian, Stargirl, Midnight Doctor and Vixen. In 1956, most members participated in a mission and were killed, which led to the Justice Society dissolve. But the truth is that Vixen joined the legendary squad of the second faction, and the other members were sent to different eras in order to protect the fragments of the Gun of Fate. Although the Justice Society was disbanded, related research began. How can ordinary people gain Richard powers? Although the Richard success rate of this kind of experiment is very low according to the Element Girl, it can be regarded as a Richard success barely. You? Emily Song stared blankly at Richard McNeil untying the weird rope that bound her, but didn't react for a while. Are you here to save her? Take her away. Richard McNeil said, Richard ally. Emily Song looked at Richard McNeil suspiciously. So let them go? Seeing Richard McNeil's expression that didn't seem to be fake, she turned to Laura and said, let's go. Laura didn't move. Emily Song thought she was injured or had no strength, so she reached out to help her. But she escaped. You? Emily Song looked at Laura inexplicably. Laura shook her head slightly. Thank you for taking the risk to save me, but I don't want to go just yet. Are you crazy? If you don't leave, why don't you stay here and be tortured by him? Emily Song exclaimed in Richard's eyes. Laura was silent for a while and still shook her head. I need to stay and figure things out. You really don't want to go? Laura shook her head. Okay. Emily Song turned to look at Richard McNeil. She won't go. Can I go? Of course. Richard McNeil pointed to the door. Emily Song left without hesitation. After coming out of the basement, seeing that Richard McNeil really didn't stop her, Emily Song left the villa cautiously. She wanted to go back and report Richard McNeil's situation to her Richard superiors as soon as possible. Someone could copy other people's abilities, and there was no need to master it at all. Time can even exert a stronger power. Richard a person is too dangerous. We must figure out how his ability works, and we must control it. Emily Song left the Soviet Union as quickly as possible and returned to the United States. She saw the boss of the CIA and reported the incident, but what she waited for was not the order that she paid attention to but went to jail. The reason is very simple. Some people Richard suspect that she did not complete the task at all and falsely passed on the information, and it is very likely that she has already betrayed. Sounds ridiculous, right? But some people don't believe that Laura would refuse to leave after being kidnapped and tortured, and they also don't believe that there will be Richard Ch's special ability as Richard McNeil, who can copy the opponent's ability and grasp it instantly, even stronger than the original ability. Is this possible? If there is Richard an ability, it is impossible to have no clues, right? What's more, what else does he have to shine to give him the rope to tell the truth? It sounds like a fantasy. The most important thing is that Emily Song couldn't explain why Richard McNeil didn't kill her or lock her up, but let her go so easily. Now is a critical moment in the Cold War, and Emily Song can't explain or prove her identity, and her identity is very sensitive, so it's only natural that she be locked up for censorship. Emily Song was very wronged. Under normal circumstances, even if she didn't kill her to keep her secret, it would be impossible to let her go so easily, but Richard McNeil just did this, completely out of routine. Richard McNeil really didn't deliberately trick her, because he didn't care about keeping things secret at all. So what if someone finds out? At best, it is to copy a few more abilities. P.S. Small time for popular science. In the comics, The elemental girl Emily Song and the negative girl Valentina are both members of the Doom Patrol. There is too little information about the role of the character, so I slightly modified the source of her ability and changed it to another hero who is also a character. Miss America has the same origin. Chapter 82. Are you a good person, or bad guy? The bright moonlight swayed the earth. Gulag camp. The power grid towers high, the searchlights with almost no blind spots and the Soviet soldiers patrolling back and forth make this place heavily guarded and difficult to fly. In a room on the top floor of the building, Richard McNeil stood at the window overlooking the open space below. A month ago, they moved here the day after the elemental girl Emily Song left. Anyway, the big hole in the wall of the villa can't be repaired in a short time. And the day when the legendary team will be arrested is getting closer and closer. Moved here directly, although it is said to be a hell-level prison that can only be entered, but for Richard McNeil and the others, it is no different from living in a villa. Whatever you want, what you want to eat, and what books you want to read can be arranged by someone. The laboratory of the Firestorm project is here, and Valentina nests there almost every day to conduct various researches. Layli is even more focused on learning interrogation techniques, and she has made rapid progress with ready-made prisoners for her to experiment with. Richard McNeil watched it several times when he was bored, and the cruel and cold-blooded Queen fan became stronger and stronger. They were very devoted. But Richard McNeil was a little bored. Although there is a golden house in the book and Yenryu Ayu in the book, but after learning the basics of physics and electronic engineering, Richard McNeil lost his previous enthusiasm for learning. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Coming. Richard McNeil responded and turned around 470 degrees. Two soldiers came in pressing Laura. Go down. Richard McNeil waved his hand, and the two soldiers turned around and went out, closing the door by the way. Now that they all moved to the Gulag camp, Laura, who had nowhere to go but hadn't left with Emily Song, was naturally brought here. After Richard McNeil asked Valentina to arrange a single cell for her, she didn't leave. Let me ask again, if it wasn't for Layli's menstruation today and the mention of Laura, Richard McNeil would have almost forgotten her. Laura was wearing a clean prison uniform, and her face was relatively clean, but she lacked the confidence and heroism she had when they first met, and she felt numb and depressed. A good Richard Perhero seems to be tortured very badly. Richard McNeil smiled and turned to Laura. Laura backed away Richard consciously, showing fear and resistance. Don't move. Richard McNeil shouted. Laura stopped and begged, what do you want? What do you think? Richard McNeil grabbed Laura's hand and dragged her directly onto the bed. Screams and begging for mercy soon rang out. Da-da-da-da. The sound of high heels sounded in the corridor, and Valentina, whose face was full of excitement, walked quickly to Richard McNeil's room. Before he got close to her, he heard the screams inside, and his pace slowed down after being slightly taken aback. Riley? No, it's not Riley's voice. Could it be other female prisoners? It's also impossible. After all, how could he go to those tortured and disfigured female prisoners without even touching himself? Oh, it's her. Valentina remembered. Standing at the door, Valentina hesitated for a moment before pushing the door and going in. After all, you can wait for other things, but you can't wait for this one. What's the matter? Richard McNeil frowned and asked Valentina. Valentina nodded. As you said, the legendary squad really came. I got Martin Stein, Heatwave McRory and the Atom Ray Palmer. It's finally here, Richard McNeil said with a smile. You treat them well first, and I'll go over later. Hurry up. Valentina looked at the tearful Laura and was a little puzzled. She knew that Richard CH a thing would definitely happen, but she refused to leave before. Do Richard Perheros in the United States have brain problems? It's not going anytime soon. Vandal Savage is here too, Valentina said, turned and left. The screams continued. An hour passed like this. Richard McNeil put on his clothes, glanced at the numb and embarrassed Laura and said with a chuckle, I'm leaving here soon, you should consider whether to follow me. Laura didn't speak, but her dull eyes turned slightly. Boom. There was a sound of closing the door, and after Richard McNeil came out, he found someone to lead the way to meet the legendary team. Trial room. Richard McNill pushed the door open and went in. The Atom and Heatwave are electrocuted while Vandal Savage and Valentino are trying to persuade Richard aid Martin Stein to hand over Firestorm's equations. It's so lively. I'm not late, am I? Richard McNill smiled and waved hello. Richard McNill. Why are you here? Great. Are you here to save us? The three members of the legendary team were shocked when they saw Richard McNill appearing. Richard Denley. They were hopeless in an instant. Although it was a little unpleasant before, but after all, they have dealt with him. Not to mention that Sarah and his relationship are not ordinary. It must be Sarah who asked him for help, so he appeared here, right? After all, Richard McNill is so strong. Is it not easy to rescue them? Before the joy of the Richard Rivers had time to spread, it seemed that Vandal Savage and Valentina were not Richard prized, and there were no exclamations from outside. You came just in time. Vandal Savage smiled at Richard McNill. This stubborn old man is handed over to you. Okay. Richard McNill replied with a smile. What's the situation? The three members of the legendary team were dumbfounded. Why does it sound like they are in the same group? Richard McNill, you. Atom Man was about to question angrily, when Richard McNill pointed at him. Richard ally. Zizzy. A stronger electric current than the previous electrocution hit the Atom instantly. These two are useless, let them go. Richard McNill said. Richard ally. Release? Are you Richard Ree? Vandal Savage asked hesitantly. Without them, the old man might not be able to cooperate easily. He will. Richard McNill looked at Martin Stein with a bright smile. Do you agree? Martin Stein looked at Richard McNill suspiciously, wondering if he should believe him. Maybe he had some saving plan. No matter, at least let the two of them leave. Thinking of this, he nodded. As you said, if you let them go, I will cooperate with you. Look, how simple. Richard McNill smiled and clapped his hands. Vandal Savage didn't know whether to trust Richard McNill. He looked at Valentina, and saw Valentina nodded slightly. Let them go, Vandal Savage ordered in a low voice, and soon the Atom and Heatwave were untied and taken out, directly driving them out of the Gulag camp. P.S. After this plot, we will return to the plot about the Olympus gods. Chapter 83, the female version of Firestorm. After the Atom and Heatwave were taken out, Richard McNill dragged the blackboard not far away to Martin Stein. The equation of Firestorm, write it down. Martin Stein was taken aback. Really want to write? Richard McNill patted him on the shoulder and said with a light smile, write it, and let you go when you're done. You should know what the consequences will be if they get the equation of the Firestorm, Martin Stein said in a deep voice. Richard San nodded. You should also know that I am scarier than him. Is Vandal Savage scary? Horrible. But Richard McNill is not only scary, but also desperate, especially after he got the time spaceship. Martin Stein's complexion kept changing, and finally picked up a pen in despair and began to write on the blackboard. This is it. Watching Martin Stein finish writing, Valentina said excitedly, I've never seen Richard ch a short but perfect equation, but something seems to be missing. Martin Stein was a little guilty and didn't speak. It's really powerful. Richard McNill nodded with admiration. With his current knowledge, it will take at least 10 years to complete this equation by himself. You are indeed a genius. No, something is still missing. Valentina felt more and more on the more she looked at it, and said in a deep voice, frowning, You sent her out, and wait for me in the laboratory. Richard McNill said to Valentina. Valentina froze. You know what's missing? Certainly. Okay. Valentina nodded. No. Vandal Savage looked at Richard McNill and snorted. What if you let them all go and don't tell me the last link in the equation? He's going to stay and let him go after Richard successfully creates the Firestorm. You don't give me face? Richard McNill narrowed his eyes and looked at Vandal Savage. Vandal Savage said coldly, I have given you enough face, but not this time. Then you will die. Richard McNill did it as soon as he said it, and the electric current from his fingertips shot out instantly. Boom. The electric current hit Vandal Savage, but Vandal Savage was unharmed. "What do you think I've been doing all this time?" Vandal Savage proudly opened his windbreaker, revealing that he was actually wearing a special layer of electric discharge inside. Clothes. "I prepared this specially for you, Tilda. Even if the current is several times higher than before, it will still keep me unscathed." Richard McNeil let out a soft toe, looked at Vandal Savage and said with some entanglement, "You make it difficult for me." "No, it's not difficult at all. As long as you, Richard, successfully help me create a firestorm, I will let this old man go." Vandal Savage shook his head proudly. Richard McNeil thought for a while and slowly raised his hands. "Which side do you choose?" "What do you mean?" Vandal Savage asked in a daze. "Choose one," Richard McNeil asked without explanation. "What kind of tricks are you playing?" Vandal Savage looked at Richard McNeil suspiciously and said, Richard ally, let's go to the left." "To the left, all right." Richard McNeil put down his right hand, and pointed his left hand at Vandal Savage. 10 million volts. Boom. The giant electro-optical python sprang out instantly and directly swallowed Vandal Savage. In the lightning, in the belly of the snake, one could clearly see that Vandal Savage's discharge Richard it exploded in an instant, and after a few seconds, he slowly fell to the ground, his body exuding a strong burnt smell like coke. "How many times bigger?" "I have no upper limit to my electric current." Richard McNeil shook his head and wiped off the firestorm matrix on the blackboard, then turned to the dumbfounded Valentina and Martin Stein and said, "What are you doing in a daze? Let's go." Valentina hesitated for a moment and took Martin Stein out. Leaving the interrogation room and returning to the room, I saw Riley packing up her things, while Laura stood silently aside. "Master, pack up quickly." Riley turned her head and said. Richard McNeil smiled lightly, "You are more and more satisfying to me now." "I didn't say that you know what to do." "The disciple is on the roof. Pack up and wait for me on the roof." "Are you going to help Valentina become a firestorm?" Riley said hesitantly. "Firestorm needs 2 people to Richard succeed, right?" "The other person, what? Do you have an idea?" Richard McNeil looked at Riley with a half-smile. Riley nodded courageously. "Riley and Valentina? The female version of Firestorm seems to be good, but I don't know whose body should be used as the main body of the two, or can it be replaced?" "Find me in the laboratory after delivering the things," Richard McNeil said, turned and left. "Yeah?" Riley excitedly shouted to the numb Laura, "What are you doing still? Help me get things quickly." After taking Martin Stein out of the camp, Valentina hurried to the laboratory, readjusted the equation and set up the reactor. Valentina looked at Richard McNeil who was walking over and asked, "Tell me, what is missing, partner?" Richard McNeil chuckled. "Partner?" Valentina was stunned and Richard dimly realized. It turned out to be like this: 2 people, Firestorm is 2 people, only in this way can the energy be stabilized. "Do you want to fuse with me?" Richard McNeil shook his head slightly and looked at Riley who came trotting. "Your partner is here." "Laylee?" "No wonder. It's her." Valentina Richard dimly realized. As soon as Riley came over, Valentina couldn't wait to pull her into the experimental furnace where the reactor was placed. The power was adjusted to the maximum, and the fiery red reactor in the reactor lit up. While stroking the reactor, the two touched each other. Boom! The scorching fire wave instantly flooded the reactor. The door opened slowly. I saw Valentina coming out with a rage all over her body. The female version of Firestorm, a Richard success. "Great, this power is really great," Valentina excitedly said. "Okay, let's go back and find a place to let you have a good time. Now it's time to go." Richard McNeil said. Richard ally. 3.5 Go? "No, I won't go. I want to help my country defeat the United States." Valentina fired a ball of flames after finishing speaking arrogantly. Boom! When the flame hit Richard McNeil, it burned instantly, and seemed to engulf Richard McNeil. "No!" Richard dimly yelled, and the fire went out instantly, and the next moment, Firestorm turned into Valentina and Riley again. Oh no. Just as Riley shouted and was about to run over, the flame on Richard McNeil's body rapidly changed. The flames gradually receded, and on his hands and head, his eyes were red like a demon crawling out of hell. Firestorm, how could you become a firestorm by yourself? Valentina cried out in Richard's eyes. Chapter 84 Richard McNeil's Special Collection Room. The hot burning sensation was approaching, but Valentina didn't seem to feel it at all, and looked at Richard McNeil, who had become a firestorm, in shock. Impossible. The equation is correct. A single person cannot withstand the energy of the reactor. You cannot become a firestorm alone. Don't understand? Then don't understand. Anyway, there are many things you don't understand, Richard McNeil said, and looked at Riley. Riley walked up to Valentina and touched her lightly, and in an instant the two of them turned into a firestorm again. This time it was Riley who became the Richard object. Gone. Richard McNeil smiled and waved his hands down, and flew into the air and directly pierced through the roof, followed by Riley. In this way, the two penetrated through the wall layer by layer to the roof and entered the disciple. Laura was taken aback when she saw Richard McNeil and Riley, who were all on fire. Richard McNeil withdrew from the firestorm state, and Riley and Valentina were also relieved. No, Valentina seemed to know what was going to happen and hurriedly wanted to leave, but the disciple had already started to lift off slowly. Under the night sky, in the open space of the camp, Vandal Savage was pointing at the disciple and yelling curses. Goodbye. Richard McNeil pressed lightly on the console, and heard a whoosh, and a missile was launched directly from the disciple. A moment later, there was a loud bang, and the Gulag camp was instantly engulfed in flames. Among poor Vandal Savage died just after being revived. The legendary team was rescued, and the crisis of the future firestorm was lifted. Richard McNeil disappeared from the night sky, driving the disciple. Time flow. A dark green long river of time. This long river represents all time points. Richard McNeil parked the disciple here, turned around and got up from the chair. Laura and Valentina experienced the side effects of time travel for the first time, except that Riley was prepared. Clean it up by yourself in a while. Richard McNeil glanced at Riley's packed things and found his own things and went inside. He was going to have a storage room on the disciple, whether it's books or interesting things from different ages. After all, we are considered cultural people now, right? After a while Riley came over. Do you feel empty? Sensing Riley's approach, Richard McNeil said, Richard ally, looking at the collection room with only a few books. If the master wants to, this place will be filled soon, Riley said after thinking about it. When I was in the Gulag camp, I found that many people like to collect their own loot. Maybe the master can do the same. The spoils. I'm not interested. Richard McNeil shook his head and glanced at Riley with a chuckle. But you reminded me, maybe I can hang the picture of the woman I slept with here, and if I don't have a new pillow, I can choose which one to use as a temporary replacement. This, isn't it good? Riley said in a daze. What's wrong? This is my ship, my collection room. Who dares to come in without my permission? Who can come in? Richard McNeil asked Richard ally. Riley shook her head and said, no one. That's terrible. Heartbeat is not as good as action. Since Richard McNeil is interested, he will naturally do what he says. It didn't take long for a shooting spot to appear in the corner of the collection room. Riley changed back to the original dress and held a hand card with both hands, changing positions back and forth, left and right, for Richard McNeil to take pictures. The hand card not only has a name, code name, and even a serial number. It is similar to a prisoner taking a file photo when he is in prison. I feel that in the end, I took another set of photos with the same pose to show more detailed content. Name, Riley. Code name, 1 of Firestorm. Number, 4 from year, 1871. Location, Redemption, Dakota. With these, It will be much more convenient when you need a rich substitute. Richard McNill nodded in satisfaction, looking at the photos that had been washed out and framed and hung on the wall. The photos hung were of standard attire. As for the more detailed ones left in the camera used for secondary screening, go and bring Laura here. And I remember that there is equipment on the spaceship that can make clothes. Let her get a set of her own uniform and put it on. Yes. Layli turned around and left, and after a while, she brought Laura over and took a picture in the same way. Name, Laura Juzpak. Code name, Silk Soul 2 number 5 from year 1985. Location, USA. Seeing Laura's photo hanging behind her, and there are still a few places vacant in front, Layli understood the meaning of the numbering. It should be arranged according to the time when she became a Richard McNill woman, right? In other words, there are only 3 in front of me. This made Layli feel unbelievable, and she thought that with the personality of the master, there should be many. Done. Now you can think about where to go next. Richard McNill smiled and put away the camera. But the disciple Richard Denley shook violently. What happened? Did Valentina do something? Boom. There was a loud noise, and the disciple shook again. It should be attacked. Richard McNill turned and went out. Richardly enough, Valentina was a little panicked while leaning on the chair. The situation of the disciple was displayed on the console, and several spaceships were launching attacks outside. And the defensive barrier of the spaceship was about to be broken. Depend on. Richard McNill just wanted to go to the pilot's seat to prepare for a counterattack, but there was another loud noise from the spaceship. The defensive barrier was breached. It's troublesome to not have artificial intelligence. It seems that we have to get one later, Richard McNill muttered, and the disciple number had fallen from the time stream. Unknown time. Unknown place. Boom. There was a loud bang from the pitching disciple, and the violent vibrations knocked Valentina, Riley and Laura to the ground. Unknown travel is always full of Richard prizes. Let's see where this is. Richard McNill chuckled and said to the 3 people who got up in a panic, then turned and walked towards the hatch. The hatch opened slowly. The disciple seems to have made an emergency landing in a port, and the bow of the ship was slightly damaged when it touched the pier. From the architectural style, it seems to be modern. Richard McNill looked around, but Richard Denley heard a shout. Richard McNill. The voice sounds familiar. Richard McNill followed the voice and saw 2 groups of people standing on the pier of the port, and one of them had an acquaintance of his own. Wonder Woman, Diana. I'm going. Is it Richard? A coincidence? Richard McNill said something unclear, and Valentina, Layli and Laura had already followed behind. P.S. I just hang up the photos in uniform. I don't know if there will be brothers who don't like it. In fact, this is equivalent to the nature of the heroine's file. In addition, we will continue the story of the Olympus gods. This story comes from the comic New 52 Wonder Girl. After finishing the story of Diana, let's go back to modern times and continue to Wave. Chapter 85. Farewell to Diana and the real god slayer Diana. Riley called out in Richard Rise. It's number 3. Richard McNill jumped onto the pier directly. It seems that Diana is in trouble. Riley turned to Laura said, you stay on the boat, Valentina, we'll go and help. Why? Where is this? I want to go back to the Soviet Union. Back to my time. Valentina shouted. It's up to you. Layli immediately patted Valentina after she finished speaking, and before Valentina had time to dodge, she and Layli transformed into a firestorm again. The flame Richard Denley appeared, and the firestorm rose into the air and came to Richard McNill's side. Layli, how did you become like this? Diana, an acquaintance, was Richard surprised to see Riley, let alone anyone else, in Richard's state of rage. PFFT. Richard McNill laughed. Richard Denley. This smile attracted everyone's attention. Are you guys going to have a family gathering? Richard McNill pointed to 2 men and a woman on Diana's side. The man looked rough and was holding a baby in his hands. One of the 2 women was wearing jeans, a t-shirt and a plaid shirt, looking very Car Richard Al. And the other was wearing a pink tube top dress with blonde hair and a ladylike air. Demigod Lennox. That's his name, right? And you, I really don't remember what your name is. Have you been tricked by that old bastard Zeus? He gave birth to a son named Zuck, and he holding that baby. Richard McNill pointed to the rough man and the woman in the shirt, and then looked at the lady. TSK, here comes the important point. One of the 12 main gods of Olympus, Hera, the Queen of Heaven, should have the highest status in your circle. I seem to have told Eris that I will sleep with you. Remember? Hera's face changed slightly. Richard McNill turned his head to look at the other side, a man and a woman. The man was at least 2 meters tall, rough and burly, shirtless, wearing primitive armor and a cloak, holding a sword in his hand, and had numerous scars on his body. There is nothing particularly unnatural about the woman wearing a hooded coat, but the neck seems to be made of metal. Newborn, the first child of Zeus and Hera, it is prophesied that you will step on the corpses of the gods and sit on the throne of Zeus. As for the one next to you, Cassandra, who originally possessed the ability to speak spiritually, in the end, God's adopted brother Lennox tore out his throat and lost his ability, so he had to use a mechanical throat to revive. Richard McNill clearly understood their identities and origins one by one, then turned to Diana and said, "Why did you get involved with them? Where's Donna?" Diana looked at Hera Richard consciously, and said in a deep voice, "After I separated from you, Donna went back to Paradise Island first." Azari Richard LT, all the Amazons and Donna were turned into snakes by her, and my mother also turned into a statue. Then why don't you kill her? Richard McNill said. Car Richard ally. No. Diana shook her head and said, Apollo, the Richard and God, sat on the throne of Zeus and demoted Hera to a mortal. I need her to help my family change back. Can you? Diana Richard dimly thought of something and looked at Richard McNill expectantly. Richard McNill pointed to the disciple on the pier and said nothing. Diana's expression darkened. Enough. Give me my lovely brother. Cassandra shouted in a deep voice. Don't even think about it. Diana said firmly. Then fight, starting with him. I will kill all of you one by one, and take back my rightful position. Chu McNill walked towards Lennox with a hoarse voice. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Lennox returned the child to the shirt girl, squeezed a few fingers and punched Chu McNill. Boom. Chu McNill's fist hit Lennox's face first, and Lennox swayed back slightly. Just as he was about to continue, he saw a flash of cold light, and Chu McNill's sword slashed across his neck. Slap. Lennox's head fell to the ground, and his body and head gradually changed, becoming like a stone. Lennox. Diana didn't expect to kill the demigod Lennox in an instant when she was born. Although he doesn't have any powerful abilities, his body is harder than a stone. But she didn't expect. The wristbands of Diana's hands Richard dimly lit up, and 2 swords appeared, rushing directly towards Chu McNill like cannonballs. Jingle. Fight together fiercely. Is this an equipment upgrade? A masterpiece of Hephaestus, the god of fire? Richard McNill muttered in Richard Prize and came to Hera's side. How does it feel to transform from a god queen into a human being? Not so good. Hera snorted. You asked for it. The shirt girl beside him said sarcastically. You mean little bitchy? What are you talking about? Hera glared at her. You are the bitch. The two scolded each other. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, I am afraid that both of them could fight. This newborn is so strong, don't you need to help Diana? Leili asked eagerly. Helping Diana is one aspect, and wanting to test one's abilities is another aspect. Go ahead if you are not afraid of death. This newborn should be the strongest among the old gods. Almost none of the gods of Olympus is stronger than him, including Zeus. Even ordinary new gods may have to kneel when they meet him. After all, it is 7,000 years of resentment, step by step from the depths of the earth, climbing up for 7,000 years. How terrible is this resentment? The nameless god, the destroyer of souls, This guy is the real God Slayer. Richard McNeil sighed. Riley fell silent. But she was explaining to Valentina in her head some of what she knew. How do you know this? Hero asked Richard McNeil in Richard's eyes. I also know that you will recover your divine power if there are no accidents. Richard McNeil said. Car Richard ally. What accident? Hero asked nervously. My mood. You. How are you feeling? Hera stared at Richard McNeil with wide eyes. Seeing that Richard McNeil had no intention of speaking, Richard pressed her thoughts and changed the rich object. Aren't you going to help Diana? After all, she is your woman. If I ask Diana to take a picture, will she agree? Richard McNeil asked Riley. Riley hesitated for a moment and said, with her character, I'm afraid she won't agree. Then wait. Richard McNeil said. Car Richard ally. Chapter 86. No matter how strong you are, you have to kneel. Bang bang bang. On the not-so-spacious pier, Diana fought fiercely with the newborn. She is no match at all. Although her equipment seems to have been upgraded, although she is now the new god of war, from a demigod to a real god with a priesthood or a powerful priesthood, she is still not a nascent opponent. When you are born, you are like a tank running rampant on the road. No matter what grade of luxury car you are, it will be easily crushed by him. I really can't bear to look straight at it. Richard McNeil looked at it for a while, pretending to turn his head slightly, and said to Diana, promise me one condition, and I'll help you solve him. What conditions? What do you want to do? Diana shouted at Richard McNeil, barely resisting. You just say yes or no. Richard McNeil said. You promise to restore my mother and the rest of Paradise Island to their original state. So I promise you. Richard McNeil couldn't help laughing. You have changed. What a pure child you are, and now you have learned to take advantage of the opportunity to increase the price. Answer or not. Diana turned her head and shouted at Richard McNeil with her hands holding the fists that the newborn had smashed down. Okay, I promise you. Richard McNeil chuckled. HMPH. Overreaching. A disdainful snort came from the side, and Cassandra sneered. Who do you think you are? No one and no god can stop the first birth. Before Richard McNeil could speak, Layli, who was next to him, directly yelled back. Who do you think you are? No one and no god dare to talk to my master like that. After the words fell, Layli waved her hand and a flame hit Cassandra. Although Cassandra is a demigod, her ability to speak has already been abolished. Even if she has not been abolished, she is just a talker, and she can only dodge in embarrassment when facing the firestorm's attack. Layli got the momentum and chased after her. In midair, she saw her waving her hands and continuously throwing flames towards Cassandra, and Cassandra fled in embarrassment. Quick! Come and help me. Diana didn't have time to see Layli's situation. Her newborn strength was getting stronger and she was about to be unable to hold on. Boom! A loud noise that seemed to shatter the world came. Richard Denley, and Richard McNeil stood at the position where Chew McNeil was standing just now and slowly withdrew his fist. He looked at Chew McNeil, who had fallen to the ground and glided out, and asked Diana with a chuckle. What did you say? So fast. Diana didn't even see Richard McNeil's movements clearly. She just felt that the press Richardry on her was Richard Denley lightened, and she was blown away with the first birth. You are getting stronger and stronger, Diana said with a complicated expression. No, I'm already that strong. Richard McNeil smiled lightly and shook his head. It's just that I have never encountered an opponent who needs me to be so strong. Were all previous enemies too weak? Diana thought that whether it was Eris, the goddess of strife, or Ares, the god of war, would be easily crushed by him. She couldn't see how strong his full strength was and where his limit was. The strong wind was blowing, and the first student in the distance rushed towards Richard McNeil with his fist. Richard McNeil threw his fist at him. The force of the collision of the two fists instantly shocked Diana, who was nearby a few steps back, and the sea water next to her hung high like a waterfall. The ground centered on Richard McNeil, and Chew McNeil was instantly Richardken, and the two punched each other, as if time and space stood still. It seemed like just a moment, and it seemed like a long time had passed. "You're going to lose." Richard McNill smiled brilliantly. HMPH. The first student snorted coldly. Almost at the same time, the two shot again. The fighting skills at birth are not strong, they are very primitive and brutal. But their strength and recovery ability are extremely strong. There is a very special power in his divine power, hate, that is hate, the power of hate. This hatred is full of violent and cruel thoughts, as if to kill the gods, as if to destroy the world. Fight everything in front of his eyes. Kill everything in front of his eyes. This hatred, this tyrannical aura made Diana look serious and couldn't help but worry about Richard McNill. It made the queen hear a slump on the ground with weak legs and feet, and made the shirt girl want to turn around and run away. Diana's power is indeed not as good as yours, even if it's just the power of the demigod period, but it's 5 times more powerful than you. But you are still a scum. After Richard McNill finished speaking, the breath on his body changed. Richard Denley let the powerful hatred draw out. It was as if this hatred was about to materialize, and Diana couldn't help but knelt on the ground and shivered. This hatred changed the color of the world and made the gods on Mount Olympus palpitate. You, the face of the newborn, is fusion. Why is this power so familiar? This is my power. Infinite Richard Perposition. Twice. Richard McNill seldom yelled like that, because he was too middle school. But now he felt extremely happy. His eyes flashed with excitement, and he directly punched him. Boom! McNill threw his fist to resist, but the huge force made him retreat. Richard Denley, 1 step, 2 steps, not 3 steps later, Richard McNill punched again. The fist quickly hit McNill's face, causing him to fall to the other side. But before he fell down, Richard McNill hit him back with another fist. Boom, boom, boom. When he was born, he was hit by Richard McNill's fists left and right like a tumbler. After more than 10 punches, his face was completely changed. Although the facial features were still all the skin on his face was gone, and the bright red flesh and blood were directly exposed. Richard McNill jumped up. Richard Denley raised his fist and smashed it down. Boom! McNill fell to the ground in an instant. The ground was Richardken, and his body bounced a few times before falling down again, like a statue. Just now, he killed Lennox with a single sword, and Diana, who had no power to fight back, was crushed down by Richard McNill. What a powerful strength this is. It's really resistant to beating. Richard McNill looked down at his injured fist, and the injury was recovering at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Richard McNill turned to look at Diana, and Richard consciously lowered her head to avoid his eyes. "Are you avoiding me?" Richard McNill withdrew his divine power, and the overwhelming hatred and Richard disappeared instantly. Diana breathed a sigh of relief and looked over again. "The look in your eyes just now was terrifying." "I won't eat you again." "Are you afraid of a hammer?" "Wait. I seem to be able to eat people." Among his nascent abilities, he seemed to have the ability to acquire language and memory through swallowing. "He crawled from the depths of the earth when I came out. I swallowed a scientist who discovered him because of the language barrier, and then I mastered English." Ps. The gods of Olympus in the new 52 Wonder Girls feel that they are all perverts, and they are relentless when they eat brothers and sisters. However, Greek mythology does not do well in terms of morality and ethics. In addition, for the group with really strong original intentions, he killed almost all the gods. After Diana became the god of war, the whole audience was abused. Chapter 87. Next time target flash. You live in the eyes of others and get lost in your own heart. So Richard McNill doesn't mind what others think of him, even if he is said to be a lunatic. He will admit it when he is happy, and get over it if he is not happy. He only does what he wants to do. But cannibalism. This item is definitely not on the list of things he will do. Just like he can't accept the woman he is tired of being used by others. Otherwise, why would he, who has no scruples to do whatever he wants, take pains to form the Birds of Prey team? Why remind Laura to go? Although this process is also quite interesting. It's fine to eat people, Remember the conditions you promised me. Richard McNill stretched out his hand to help Diana up and glanced at the slightly twitching newborn. The real Nima resists beating. His twice the strength didn't kill him. Diana didn't look at the newborn, but looked at Lennox, who had only his head left, and called his name softly and sadly. "Don't be too sad," Richard McNill said comfortingly, gently put her shoulders on her shoulders and took her into his arms. Diana did not refuse, and many things happened after she separated from Richard McNill, which made her, who has always been strong, almost unable to bear it. "Life is like this, there are joys and tears," Richard McNill said in a deep tone, patting Diana on the back. "One part is mainly responsible for joy, another part is mainly responsible for tears." "You bastard." Diana, immersed in comfort, instantly realized that this was wrong, and angrily pushed Richard McNill away. Richard McNill shrugged and pointed at Chew McNill. "How to deal with this guy? Are you going to kill him?" Diana hesitated. "It stands to reason that Chew McNill should be killed to completely solve the crisis of the gods, but after all, give him to me." A voice Richard Dilly sounded nearby, and then a man in a Richardite with a purple skin like an eggplant walked over with a smile. "He is Apollo, the Richardan god, and he has become the new god king," Diana explained in a low voice, ignoring her anger with Richard McNill. "Giving the first birth to him, maybe, is a good idea." "Are you Richardry you want it?" Richard McNill asked Apollo with narrowed eyes. "I am the Lord of Mount Olympus now, and I think I have the right to dispose of him. Of course I don't want to be your enemy, so maybe you can put forward conditions?" Apollo smiled. "Give it to you." Richard McNill waved his hand and emphasized, "But remember, this is what you want." "Certainly." The smile on Apollo's purple eggplant-like face became even brighter. The grateful pilgrims and Diana nodded slightly, turned around and disappeared with the newborn. "If you die by yourself, no one can save you." Richard McNill chuckled, just in time to see the firestorm flying back from a distance. Landing. After the firestorm status was lifted, it instantly turned into Riley and Valentina. The two looked at each other and snorted dissatisfiedly. The opinions were not unified. "So people ran away?" Richard McNill asked with a smile. "Yes," Riley replied in a low voice. "Okay, let's get out of here first," Richard McNill said and jumped back to the disciple. Although Riley and Valentina were not happy with each other, they could only transform and fly over. Diana turned and handed Lennox's head to Hera, holding her and shirt girl in her hands and preparing to go. "Wait, are we going with him? Anne, are you safe?" the shirt girl asked hastily. "If he wants, there should be no safer place than beside him," Diana said and led them to jump over. In the disciple, the girl in the shirt was holding the child in her arms and looked at the environment on board curiously. Hera was relatively calm, but she was also a queen before. Riley and Diana chatted about what happened after they separated. Valentina and Laura stood aside silently. One was angry and unwilling, the other was shocked and bewildered. Richard McNill is tinkering with the disciple. At this time, the benefits of learning are reflected. The scope of application of electronic engineering is still very wide. Although you may not be able to repair everything, you can at least understand the basic operating principles. After checking, Richard McNill activated the disciple. Slowly back up, enter stealth mode, and take off into the air. It's a good luck, except for the slight loss of the defensive barrier and the outer fuselage, there is no serious problem. Richard McNill turned his head and asked with ease, "Do you have a place to stay?" "Yes," the shirt girl hurriedly said in a dress. After a while, the disciple slowly landed beside a farm in the Richard Burbs. "This is my home. No. I lived here before the accident. I don't think anyone will come here for the time being," the shirt girl explained, and everyone got off the spaceship and entered the farm together. The farm is not very big, and the environment is relatively quiet. Richard McNill turned around and lost interest and returned to the dining room of the disciple. Richard McNill picked up a bottle of wine and drank it. His thoughts gradually diverged. The people who attacked the disciple were most likely sent by the Council of Time Lords. Firstly, The way they saved the legendary squad by themselves changed history. After playing tricks, there must be revenge. It's a pity that this group of guys targeted the disciple number instead of themselves. It's a pity that they couldn't copy the ability. The next time the target is to find the Flash. Anyway, you can travel through time and you can't wait. Go directly to the era when he became the Flash to copy the Speed Force, so that if the disciple is attacked in the future, you can't travel through time and don't have to worry about capsizing. Gone. So you can copy other people's abilities, including divine power. Diana's voice sounded from the door. Richard McNeil looked up and smiled. Why are you here? Come to talk to you about what's next. Diana walked to Richard McNeil's side and wanted to sit down, but Richard McNeil grabbed her wrist and directly pulled her into his arms. She struggled a few times at 3.2 and gave up without breaking free. What's the condition you said before? Take a picture, Richard McNeil said with a smile. Take a photo? What kind of photo? You. Richard McNeil smiled lightly. Clothed and unclothed. You. Diana already knew the camera and what it meant to take pictures. Richard consciously wanted to refuse Richard's a shameless condition, but she couldn't say what she had agreed to refuse before. Come with me. Richard McNeil smiled and got up and pulled Diana to his collection room. P.S. If I can travel through time, I will take pictures of these heroes all over again, and it will be cool when time travels back. I am indeed a single dog. Chapter 88. Divine Power and the Unlucky Hero. The collection room was empty, only a few books stood alone on the shelves. As soon as Diana came in with Richard McNeil, she saw the photos of Riley and Laura, wearing uniforms and holding a handcard, which also recorded detailed information: Richard Ch's name and code. She reacted instantly, and said angrily, "You asked me to shoot this. I won't shoot." Why can't you try to respect others, especially women? Believe me, hanging the photo here is the best respect. Richard McNeil walked to the shooting point with a chuckle, wrote a hand sign and handed it to Diana. Here, ready to shoot. Name, Diana. Code name, Wonder Woman. Number, 3 from year, 1917. Location, Paradise Island. Diana looked at the content on the handcard and shook her head towards Richard McNeil. I'm not going to shoot this for you to hang on the wall and be your show-off collection. Standing in front of Diana, Richard McNeil shook his head slightly and said with a chuckle, Actually, I have many ways to force you to take pictures, but I don't want to do that. So I negotiated the conditions with you. I helped you solve the new birth and promised to restore the people on Paradise Island to their original state. And you also agreed. You say I don't respect women? At least in this matter, I still respect you a lot. So Richard McNeil walked up to Diana and dragged her hand to let her hold up the cards, then stepped back and raised the camera. Diana tried to dodge, but her feet didn't seem to obey her. She thought that she had indeed agreed to Richard McNeil, and thought of the mother and family members waiting to be rescued on Paradise Island. And finally she silently cooperated with Richard McNeil's filming. The ones in uniform and the ones without. Richard McNeil put down the camera slowly and came in front of Diana. Get out of the way, I want to get dressed. Diana lowered her head and said in a deep voice, You know, I almost thought I fell in love with you. Richard McNeil hooked Diana's chin to make her look up. Later I found out that you are not my flower, I just happened to pass by your bloom. What do you want to say? Diana panicked inexplicably. Richard McNeil smiled lightly and did not speak, but slowly kissed her. Obviously his movements were very slow, and he could easily dodge, but Diana couldn't move as if her body had been enchanted. She could only watch him approaching her gently as if tasting a blooming flower. Gentle? Richard consciously had an incredible feeling that he would be gentle with herself. If he still forced himself as before, Diana would resist without hesitation. Even if the final Richard LT could not be changed, she would still do so. But now, under Richard McNeil's gentle offensive, it's as if she lost the ability to resist, and can only slowly fall. I don't know how long it took, and Diana felt as if she had a dream. The four eyes are facing each other. Diana silently picked up the armor and put it on, saying left without sending. She didn't even know what to say. In the past, she could confidently say that she was forced by Richard McNeil, but just now, 10 minutes later, the well-dressed Richard McNeil hung Diana's photo in front of Riley, stopped to admire it for a while, and then turned to go out. Going out from the disciple and sitting on the stairs of the cabin door, the firestorm is flying recklessly in the dark sky. The shirt girl not far away is holding the child and Diana is looking at the firestorm in the sky, and the Queen Hero is standing aside chatting with the silent Laura. It seems that she wants to find out about herself, but Laura doesn't know much at first. Not to mention that she can't find out anything at all now that she is playing silent. It's not bad to enjoy this peaceful feeling once in a while, Richard McNeil muttered with a chuckle and looked at the firestorm in the night sky. At this moment, a ray of light rigidly appeared from the night sky and galloped towards this direction. "What is that?" The girl in shirt pointed at the light and said in Richard's eyes. Diana was ready to fight with a solemn expression, and Firestorm also flew back from a distance. This is my divine power." Just as the others were getting ready to fight, Hera Richard Dinley shouted excitedly. "Your divine power? Didn't the Richard and God Apollo take away your divine power?" "Why?" Diana Richard consciously looked at Hera and reacted instantly. "He has an accident. He is a newborn. Only if something happened to Apollo, the Richard and God, he would return the divine power to Hera." Hera opened her arms excitedly, tired of being a fragile human being. "I'm the queen. I am Hera, the queen of heaven." She closed her eyes and waited excitedly for the return of divine power. But, after waiting for a few minutes, there was no response. This made Hera Richard consciously want to see what happened, but as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Richard McNeil standing in front of her, holding a ball of light that symbolized her divine power in her hand. "Give me back." Hera reached out excitedly to grab it, but Richard McNeil easily dodged it, and fell to the ground by herself instead. She didn't care about the embarrassment. She raised her head and shouted towards Richard McNeil. "This is my divine power. What do you want to do?" 357. Richard McNeil ignored her but studied this group of divine power. Divine power can be tangible. For example, Diana's divine power is golden energy, Ares' divine power is thunder, and the nascent divine power. It's not easy to say. Powerful hatred can also be transformed into an entity and released on the body. But this group of divine power is somewhat different. It is similar to the source but different. Richard McNeil walked up to Laura and threw divine power at her. Laura wanted to dodge Richard consciously, but found that this group of divine power floated out through her body. "Can't you?" Richard McNeil thought about it for a while and then grabbed her back and walked towards Diana. At this time, Hera rushed over again, but Richard McNeil grabbed her neck with one hand and couldn't get close for an instant. Holding Hera with one hand, Richard McNeil pushed the divine power towards Diana with the other hand. "Mine, that's mine," Hera shouted vigorously. Divine power entered Diana's body, and Diana closed her eyes consciously. "Is there a show?" Richard McNeil asked curiously. His eyes lit up. "How is it? Are you a queen now?" After a while, Diana shook her head. "No, I don't have this priesthood." "How about killing her?" Richard McNeil raised Hera. "According to previous experience, you can get her priesthood by killing her, right? You got her source." Chapter 89. You might die with my punch. Hera's expression instantly became terrified. She was demoted to a mortal by the Richard and God Apollo, who sat on the throne of the God King. And she didn't panic, because she was Hera, the Queen of Heaven. Her long-standing status made her not think that humans could hurt her, but Richard McNeil was different. When she was still a queen, she had seen how Richard McNeil instantly killed Eros, how he crushed Ares, and just before that, she had seen with her own eyes that the invincible freshmen were beaten by him without any power to fight back. He is going to kill himself. Hera is really afraid, because he was unscrupulous and didn't take God seriously at all. "Didn't I promise you to help the people of Paradise Island return to their original state?" As long as you become a queen, you can do what she can do, and you can still do what she can't. Not only can you save Paradise Island, maybe you can defeat the newborn gods of salvation. Richard McNill smiled lightly at Diana. Apollo, the Richard and god, killed himself. He brought his newborn to Mount Olympus, where there are many gods waiting for him to kill, so that he can become stronger. Kill Hera and become the queen, and you will have a chance to defeat newborn. No, Diana flatly refused. Why? Sacrificing one person to save more people is something I can't do, Diana said in a deep voice. What's more, I don't think your purpose of encouraging me to become a queen is not pure. He was indeed a little cautious. If Diana became the queen, it would mean that the value of his collection would increase. Richard McNill smiled. You understand me very well now. You are almost catching up with Layli. Often the enemy knows you best. Diana snorted and said to Hera, I will let him let you go and return the divine power to you, but you must promise me to restore Paradise Island to its original state. I promise you, Hera said hastily. Do you know why others dare to offend you? Richard McNill looked at Diana and said slowly, because it's simple, innocent, not too thoughtful, not very sophisticated, and not a bad person but also very righteous, so there's no burden at all to offend someone like you. After speaking, Richard McNill let go of Hera. Hera sat slumped on the ground, and then saw divine power floating out of Diana's body and drilling into Hera's body. In a flash, thunder flashing. Several thunderbolts fell from the sky to illuminate the night sky. In the light, Hera slowly stood up, and a breath that Richard passed the heavens and the earth burst out. The skirt on her body disappeared and was replaced by a peacock cloak. Under the cloak, there was only a simple green cloth. The strips mask the characteristic parts. The gods on Mount Olympus are either prostitutes or bitch. Richard McNill pouted and turned to go back to the disciple. Where are you going? Thunder flashed, and Hera asked Richard McNill in a deep voice. Richard McNill stopped and turned his head, cast a glance and slowly raised his fist. You may die if I punch you. Well, this glance instantly made Hera honest, and the thunder around her disappeared. PFFT. The woman in the shirt couldn't help laughing. Bitchy is just a bitch, and you're so scared that you dare not take revenge? What did you say? You little bitch. Hera snapped back angrily. Enough, Diana yelled. Hera, let's go to Paradise Island first. And then, she looked up at the sky. If things are as Richard McNill said, then it will be really troublesome. The people who were going to rest boarded the disciple one after another. The disciple started and went straight to Paradise Island. Coming to Paradise Island again, the disciple landed slowly from the sky. When everyone came down, they saw the stone statue kneeling in the center of the square. Hippolyta. Richard rounded by dense snakes. She looked very excited. These snakes are Amazon warriors. Hera. Diana looked at Hera in a deep voice. Hera was slightly reluctant but still used her divine power to cast the magic. With a flash of light, all the arrows turned back to the original Amazon warriors. Diana greeted her sister excitedly. Queen, why didn't the queen recover? Richard Dinley, someone shouted in Richard's reprise. Only then did Diana realize that her mother was still in the state of a statue. Hera. Diana looked at Hera angrily. Hera said with a look of astonishment, it's none of my business. I used to release magic like this. It's really none of your business? Diana asked Richard suspiciously. Hera glanced at Richard McNill next to her, and said, I don't have to lie to you. Then what's going on? Diana was at a loss. She thought that Hera would be able to restore her mother and the others, but now even Hera couldn't do it. She didn't know what to do, and Richard consciously looked at Richard McNill. Oh no. The Amazon warriors. Richard Dinley knelt down towards them. Hera said proudly, it's a smart choice, but it still can't save your queen. I really didn't do it. There was no sound. No one responded. Just as Hera was about to continue speaking, she heard a lazy voice next to her. Get up. Swish swish swish. The Amazons rose to their feet. Hera looked at Richard McNill in embarrassment, and almost forgot that Richard McNill had been enslaved on Paradise Island, and it wasn't her who knelt down. Now she is a little scared and angry with Richard McNill. What should we do now? Diana asked Richard McNill with no idea. Didn't you notice that there is one person missing? Richard McNill looked around and said, Car Richard ally, Donna. Diana realized in an instant that Donna had separated from her and returned to Paradise Island before. When she came back, she found that everyone had turned into snakes and thought Donna was too. But now there is no Donna. It seems that apart from Hera, Paradise Island has other enemies. Richard McNill said lightly. It's very likely that the newborn will attack Paradise Island. Hippolyta hasn't recovered yet. You, the princess, are now the queen. Take precautions first, and tell me the address of the god of fire, Hephaestus. What are you up to? Ask him to upgrade my disciple number. Richard McNill said, Car Richard ally. After all, the disciple is just the standard spaceship of the Lord of Time. And the attack this time also exposed some problems. Hephaestus is the god of fire and forging, and many gods' equipments are made by him. Upgrade. Diana told Richard McNill the address, and said hesitantly, Go and come back. Paradise Island needs you. Chapter 90 Upgrading the Disciple Number and Stealing the Sky for a Day. Mount Etna, where Hephaestus lived. As one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, Vulcan was also born of Zeus and Hera, and is Diana's half-brother. When Diana was born, he helped Diana create several pieces of equipment, including the God-Slayer sword. In terms of forging equipment, Vulcan is indeed second to none. But he really can't be described as ugly, he is simply ugly, a bit like the dwarves in many stories, without the feeling of God at all. When Richard McNill saw him, he was wearing an apron, beating some kind of equipment with red hands. Are you Richard McNill? Vulcan looked at the disciple that fell directly from the top of his head, then at Richard McNill who came down from the disciple, and asked a very calm question. Can you get this timed ship? Richard McNill asked straight to the point. On Mount Olympus, it's in chaos. Vulcan said slowly. There is no difference between gods and humans. And even gods are worse than humans. Although I have never participated in these power struggles, I hope that this can end as soon as possible and restore peace. I can help you transform your spaceship, but you have to help end this chaos. I know you can do it, and I know you can easily kill me. His tone was calm but decisive. Okay, Richard McNill said indifferently. You can go around. After Vulcan finished speaking, he beckoned to 333 and moved the disciple number over to prepare for repair and transformation. Richard McNill wanted to see how he did it, but can't read. His operation has no technical content at all, more like using the ability of the priesthood to achieve an unscientific transformation. So Richard McNill simply looked around. There are many kinds of finished equipment, most of which are cold weapons. Although the material is average, the quality of Vulcan products is much higher. Look east, look west. After about an hour or so, Vulcan called Richard McNill over. Try it with a punch. The appearance of the disciple has not changed in any way, but the previously damaged parts have been repaired. What strength? Richard McNill asked. It's all right, Vulcan said confidently. Richard McNill raised his fist and punched Diana demigod. Boom. The power was shaken. Vulcan's Richard Bordonate staggered back, and the disciple was unscathed. Awesome! Richard McNill exclaimed, this time directly Richard perimposing the power of the demigod to 4 times and punching down again. This time, it was only slightly. Richard McNill stretched out his thumb. Without seeing what he was doing, he actually increased the defensive ability of the disciple by so much. The punch just now was equivalent to 4 full-strength attacks of Diana in the demigod period, and the Richard LT was only a little Richardkin. If it was a nascent strength, it should be able to withstand multiple attacks. If it is attacked like last time, even if the defensive barrier is broken, the hull will probably not be affected. This is for Diana. Vulcan was a little tired and asked to take out a sword. The Vulcan sword. Richard McNill took it with a smile. Can you cut off my spaceship? Vulcan didn't speak. Is it possible? It's really different, but you are a family and you can say it. So far, I have a good impression of you, the gods of Olympus. Keep it up. If you encounter trouble, you can come to me, although I can't give you the contact information. Richard McNill smiled lightly and boarded the Disciple, ready to leave. The ship of the Disciple has been upgraded by Vulcan, and I will go to artificial intelligence later, and I will go to the atom to study the nanoscale reduction technology. Perfect. Boom. The Disciple lifted off in an instant and rushed out, several times faster than before. Watching the Disciple leave, Vulcan slumped on the ground weakly. He did not cut corners at all to upgrade the Disciple, especially the intricate internal structure of the Disciple, which did con Richard me a lot of his energy and divine power. When Richard McNill drove the Disciple back to Paradise Island, the time it took was more than twice as short as when it came out. Defense, speed, greatly improved. Richard McNill couldn't be more satisfied. Seeing Diana approaching from a distance, Richard McNill smiled and rushed over, hugged her and kissed her. This caught Diana off guard, and Richard consciously responded slightly. After a while, Richard McNill let go of Diana and said with a smile, "Your brother is not bad. It's really not easy for you to say yes." Diana paused and laughed. "It seems that his modified Disciple number is very satisfactory to you." "Yes." Richard McNill handed over the Vulcan sword car Richard Ally. "This is from him." Diana took it happily. She could feel the power contained in this sword. "Where's my mantra lasso?" she asked, turning her head. "Well," Richard McNill thought for a while and shook his head. "This thing works very well, so." "Humphrey," Diana snorted dissatisfiedly, and Richard McNill couldn't help but reach out and hug her with her slightly arrogant expression, and whispered in her ear, "Go to the boat or your room." It wasn't just before returning to Paradise Island. "Why?" Diana said Richard consciously for a moment. Richard McNill smiled. "I'm the old thief who is following Zeus's example, and I should leave after I finish solving the Mount Olympus matter. You will have to wait at least decades or even hundreds of years to meet again." "What kind of flash are you going to find?" Diana asked. "Yes." Richard McNill smiled brightly and pulled Diana onto the Disciple. After walking a few steps, Diana slowly broke away. I am the only Richard Port for the sisters now, and I have to deploy defenses. And, don't forget that we are still enemies, and I will definitely defeat you next time. Even if you are stronger than God." Richard McNill paused and pointed to the starry sky above his head. "Do you want the stars in the sky? I can steal them for you." "What?" Diana looked up at the stars. "Steal the stars for me? What are you going to do?" Diana was very powerless. Sometimes she really didn't know what Richard McNill was thinking and what she was going to do. "I want to steal the sky for another day." Richard McNill looked at Diana and smiled brightly. "Stealing the sky and changing the Richard N? This is a Chinese idiom, right? It means secretly changing the sky and the Richard N, which is a metaphor for secretly changing the truth of things in order to achieve the purpose of confuse and deceiving." "What are you going to do?" Diana looked at Richard McNill inexplicably. Richard McNill smiled and waved his hands and turned back to the Disciple, leaving Diana in a daze to guess the purpose of his words. P.S. Those Richard Boardnets of the Vulcan in the New 52 are all baby boys from Paradise Island. The Amazons will find the crew members at sea every once in a while, kill them all, and then give birth to girls and stay on Paradise Island. Boys just give it to Vulcan. In exchange, Vulcan will give some weapons and equipment to Paradise Island. This setting is not used in this article. It is a bit dark. Chapter 91 Paradise Island Crisis. Looking at the hatch that was not closed, Diana simply didn't want to. If he could be understood and guessed so easily, he wouldn't be Richard McNill. Diana turned to look for Antiope to inquire about the situation of the defense, but after walking a few steps, she Denly heard there was a scream. Something happened. Diana's expression froze and she rushed towards the direction of the sound. The screams woke up the others. Hera, Shirt Girl, Laura, Riley, and Valentino ran out one after another. As soon as they came out, they saw flames bursting into the sky in the distance, like a wall of fire illuminating the entire Heaven Island. "What's going on?" Riley asked the Amazon warrior running out beside her. "That's our alarm. Someone has invaded. the Amazon soldier said quickly and ran out. Riley looked at Valentina, and the two instantly turned into a firestorm and flew into the air. Enemies are densely packed here like a tide. These enemies have long animal heads and human bodies, like demons crawling out of hell. Amazon's warriors fought bravely against the enemy but were outnumbered and could only retreat gradually. The blood splashed on the ground, pools of blood seemed to be Richard, and monsters drilled out of them. This is the power of the ocean. The ocean took refuge in the first birth. No, it was the first birth that killed the ocean. Hera's face changed slightly, and the ocean in her mouth referred to Poseidon, the god of the sea. Zeus, the king of the gods, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, are of the same generation. At the beginning, Zeus drove the newborn into the depths of the earth. Let Poseidon, the god of the sea, guard the equipment of the newborn, and let Hades, the king of the underworld, guard the exit. As Richard Lt. Chew McNeil not only crawled out, but also took back his equipment and began to kill the gods. Looking at these beast-headed and human-bodied monsters, watching them use blood as a channel to drill out, it is obvious that Hades, the king of the underworld, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, have already. Even they are not spared. The gods of Mount Olympus are probably dead, right? Now who can stop the mighty firstborn? Richard McNeil, hurry up and inform Richard McNeil. Hera yelled towards Laura. Laura paused and ran to the disciple. As soon as he ran over, he saw Richard McNeil coming out from the inside. Looking at the chaos outside, he couldn't help frowning and said, "It's really unstoppable. Keep an eye on the disciple number." Richard McNeil confessed to Laura and flew out in the form of a firestorm. In the darkness, two firestorms shuttled quickly in the air, and flames exploded and burned among the monsters. The flames seemed to be like long ropes binding these monsters together, unable to break free. Richard McNeil flew into the air, and thunder began to flash all over his body, as if a god descended and struck down Richard Dinley. Boom! 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 The thunderbolts hit these monsters with incomparable precision and did not hurt the Amazon warriors at all. Diana raised her head to look at Richard McNeil, who was in the air. The corners of her lips raised slightly, and she collided with the wrist guards of both hands and slammed forward. In an instant, golden divine power swept out like waves, and the monster in front was instantly reduced to ashes. The Vulcan sword was unsheathed, and Diana jumped high and fell into the distant battlefield. Long live Amazon! Long live Amazon! The Amazon warriors shouted bravely. Even if someone fell around them, no one flinched. "Aren't you going to help?" the shirt girl asked Hera, who was indifferent after recovering her divine power, while holding the child. Hera shook her head and said nothing. "You want them to kill all the Amazons? Don't forget, Chew McNeil will not let you go. And Richard McNeil will not let you go," the shirt shouted femininely. Hera still didn't speak. Richard Denley, a monstrous hatred that changed the color of the world. Richard Denley appeared. A tall monster slowly crawled out of the bloodstains. The body is more than 2 meters tall, and the dark red body has no skin at all, and it seems that only flesh and blood are left. On the back of his hand, there are 2 long horns protruding like dragon teeth. There is a cloak-like thing behind him, but it seems to be connected with the body. It seemed that there were even a few black lines floating like tentacles. It's hard to tell what his face looks like, and there are horn-like things growing on his head. Chew, firstborn. Diana looked at him in shock. This is less than a day, right? The last time I saw him, although he was rough, he was at least human. But now he has completely turned into a monster. One day, within 1 day, he killed Apollo, who had become the king of gods, the gods on Mount Olympus, and possibly Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the king of the underworld. How strong is he now? Taking a deep breath, Diana shouted and swung her sword towards Chew McNeil. The black tentacles behind Chew McNeil Richard Dinley extended and knocked Diana to the ground in an instant, then wrapped her up. This is not a lasso of mantra, but it makes Diana feel that her strength and life seem to be passing away quickly. Puchy, puchy, puchy. Chew McNeil's tentacles opened in an instant, and the Richard Rounding Amazon warriors were pierced one by one. Their bodies dried up quickly, and finally only the skeleton remained, and fell to the ground slowly, being crushed by Chew McNill without hesitation. Diana struggled and swung the Vulcan sword, cut off the tentacles and fell to the ground, but was instantly overwhelmed by the monster. By the time Diana repelled the monsters and chased after them, the newborn had already arrived at the square, and put her hand on Hippolyta's head. "Open!" Diana shouted anxiously and rushed over. Looking at Athena, who was rushing over with her red eyes, she said coldly and cruelly, "I'm going to die. I don't want to be a god king. I want to kill all of you and become the only existence." As he spoke, Chew McNill squeezed his fingers hard. "No!" Diana cried out in despair. A flash of fire came to Chew McNill in an instant. "She still owes me a horse, so I can't let you crush it just like that." Richard McNill punched out Chew McNill instantly. Diana let out a long sigh of relief and hurried over. Fortunately, her mother didn't. Before her thoughts fell, she Denly found that Hippolyta, who had turned into a stone statue, stood up, her eyes wide open. It glows blue. What's going on here? Diana, the stone statue. Hippolyta looked at Diana with a vivid and kind expression. "Mother, I don't know." Knowing what she was going to ask, Hippolyta shook her head slightly and reached out to pick up the spear on the ground. "I know that Paradise Island is inviolable." The decisive atmosphere permeated instantly. Diana looked lingering, and the Richard Rounding Amazons were also encouraged. "That I violated it." Just when the fighting spirit was at its strongest, Richard McNill said something faintly. P.S. The plot of the Olympic Gods is almost finished. It is estimated that many brothers who are not familiar with DC may not know much about it. It doesn't matter. Let's get into the plot of The Flash soon. Many people should be familiar with the American drama The Flash. Chapter 92. The reality is cruel. Is your reality. Richard McNill seemed to be born with the ability to destroy the atmosphere. Everyone's fighting spirit was provoked by Hippolyta, but he was instantly discouraged by a word. Hippolyta was silent. Diana glared at Richard McNill just as she was about to speak, when she Denly saw a few black tentacles attacking him instantly. The Vulcan sword cut out. Swish, swish, and the tentacles fell at the sound. I have to say that this Vulcan sword is indeed a divine weapon. Vulcan named it after himself, and it cannot be a parallel import. This is a sharp sword that can cut at the Richard atomic level. The tentacles on this side had just been cut off, and the first student on the other side had already rushed towards Richard McNill. 7,000 years, a full 7,000 years, the newborn climbed up from the depths of the earth with a monstrous hatred. Originally, he only wanted to get back what belonged to him, Richard as ascending the throne. But now his thinking has changed. He wants to destroy everything, whether it is gods or humans. Originally, no one or god was his opponent, but Richard McNill appeared. Even though he is not a god, he can possess the power of a god, even the power to kill a god himself. He lost flat out, but he won again, because he was brought back to Mount Olympus by Apollo, and when Apollo's idiot abused him and wanted to make him admit, he was born to kill him and kill the gods on Mount Olympus. He became stronger, even he killed Poseidon, the god of the sea, Hades, the king of the underworld, and even killed Cassandra, who followed him to help him. He felt that he was strong enough, so he came with vengeful rage. His current strength is countless times stronger than before. Even if you can have the same strength as me, it is only me at that time. Go to hell. Chew McNill drank loudly, his fist roaring away like a missile capable of destroying everything. Boom. The two fists faced each other, and the huge force caused Richard McNill to back up instantly. Two long marks were drawn on the hard ground, and he slid for more than 10 meters before barely stopping. Diana, Firestorm, Hera, everyone's eyes widened, especially Diana. Is this the first time she saw Richard McNill lose in a strength contest? How can this be? Under everyone's amazed gaze, Richard McNill gently shook his broken arm, and the injury would heal completely in a few seconds. So 5 times. Richard McNill didn't seem to be affected at all, but looked at Chew McNill with great interest. Your strength has increased by 5 times compared to last time. Is this because you gained power by devouring the flesh and blood of the gods, or because you absorbed their sources? The latter is unlikely, although a person can have many sources, but now that the new gods are rising, the old gods can hardly do this. So it is your own ability. For a special case among the old gods like you, I wonder if the Wall of Origin deliberately wants to use your hands to destroy the old gods. No one can take advantage of me. Although Chew McNill didn't understand what he meant, he still denied it. Even if you are being used, you won't know. Richard McNill raised his eyebrows with a smile. So, the second round, die. The freshman rushed over again, shouting loudly. Richard McNill didn't move, didn't even have the slightest sense of tension and seriousness. He slowly raised his arms as if stretching his waist, and punched the newborn's fist. Infinite Richard per position, 10 times. Boom. The impact of a stronger force than before vibrated instantly, like a hurricane passing through the border and blowing away everything around in an instant. In the strong wind, the newborn body flew upside down and directly pierced through the distant mountains. The mountain then collapsed and buried it. Diana stabbed the Vulcan sword into the ground and stabilized her body, staring blankly at Richard McNill. You don't think I'm really going to lose, do you? This joke is not funny, Richard McNill said with a chuckle. If it wasn't for the calculation of how many times he increased his strength and then doubled it back, do you think I would be knocked back by him? I am already stronger than a tiger, so why pretend to be a pig? Play pig eat tiger? Richard McNill doesn't have that interest, and if he wants to pretend to be aggressive, he has to be in front of unfamiliar people. If anyone in this circle doesn't know his strength, it's no fun to pretend to be aggressive. The last time Richard McNill crushed him with twice the strength of his newborn. This time Richard McNill crushed him with 10 times the strength of his newborn. Too much, for fear that he will despair. Rumble. A loud noise came from the other side of the mountain, and the gravel was shaken away, and the newborn came out in a panic, and glared at Richard McNill with his teeth bared. In a short moment, he came to Richard McNill again. Boom. Punch. Nascent back. Angrily shot again. Boom. Another punch. The nascent backs off again. Richard McNill stood in place like a batter in baseball, and easily hit the ball out again and again. Boom. Richard McNill knocked the newborn out again and said to the dumbfounded Diana, if I were you, I would deal with those monsters first. Only then did Diana realize that Paradise Island's opponents were more than just freshmen, and she immediately turned around and joined the battle. The morale is stronger and the fighting spirit is stronger. If what Hippolyta said just made them fight the enemy bravely rather than die, then Richard McNill's behavior of crushing the freshmen has greatly increased their confidence, and they have a psychological advantage that has already defeated the enemy. In this case, every Amazon warrior become braver and stronger than before. Being beaten into the air again and again, the first student who was as helpless as last time became more and more angry. His hatred, his strength became stronger and stronger. The anger seemed to make him forget to think. A stronger force erupted in his body. The tentacles behind him gradually turned into a pair of devilish wings and began to crazily absorb the vitality and energy around him. The world behind him seemed like it all started to become dark and nothingness. Is this popping beans? I'm just annoyed by those of you who are playing and hanging up. Seeing the changes in his first birth, St. Richard 4.2 complained, I said, buddy, you must think that you are awesome now. Maybe you are still thinking about how you can destroy the world, right? It's useless, the reality is cruel. Accompanied by the voice, Richard McNill raised his fist and rushed towards Chew McNill. The nascent strength skyrocketed, and he waved his fist ferociously to resist. Unlimited Richard per position, 50 times. I am the reality. Boom. Fighting against each other, Richard McNill's fist was like a bulldozer quickly crushing the newborn fist. and finally there was a bang. Newborn, it exploded. P.S. The Flash volume is about to enter. Caitlin is coming. Richard Denley occurred to me that after Richard McNeil returns, he should meet the birds of prey and the huntress. TSK. It's like a sure field. Chapter 93. This wave of operations is simply Richard foccating. Newborn, exploded. Flesh and blood sprayed all around, and a powerful force exuded, a black light whizzing out, instantly piercing into the clouds and disappearing. Richard enough. He's an asshole. Richard McNeil curled his lips. The one who flew away just now should be the source of the first birth, right? Whether it is the nameless god or the destroyer of the soul, even if the first student does not have the priesthood source, it is real. According to the past situation, if you kill the first student yourself, you can get his source to take over his priesthood. But other people's sources either drift away like Eris, or are directly designated like Harry's, but they don't fly away like Chew McNeil. It's clear that I don't want people to inherit the original origin. Did I guess right? Is it true that the Wall of Origin used the first birth to destroy the old gods? After all, there are not many old gods left after the first birth. Richard McNeil muttered, followed by the discovery of the monsters that attacked Paradise Island. A balloon Richard Denley deflated like a leaking balloon, and gradually seeped into the ground and disappeared. Big BO-10SS hangs up and the little brother disappears automatically. So old-fashioned. Richard McNeil turned around while complaining, and as soon as he turned around, he saw a pair of golden eyes like eagle eyes. Shirt girl. Her hands seemed to have turned into claws of birds, and the baby in her arms flew up in an instant. Fly up. Her Richard and change caught here next to her by Richard Price and didn't react. Seeing that the shirt girl was about to fly away, Richard McNeil waved her hand and hit her on the back. The girl in the shirt fell directly from the air with a muffled grunt, and in midair she was seen turning her body around and hitting the ground heavily on her back. Boom! The girl in the shirt hit the ground directly. Diana and the others didn't realize her changes for a while. With the baby dragged by both hands, she stood up slowly, looking unharmed. "What are you doing?" The shirt girl's eagle eyes looked at Richard McNeil, and she made a completely different voice from before. Athena. Diana looked at the shirt girl in Richard Price. The voice was exactly the same as the voice she heard in her mind before. It was Athena's voice. Is she Athena? Richard McNeil looked at the shirt girl unexpectedly. Okay, little boy, it's pretty deep. Thank you, Diana. You helped father return. Athena said to Diana. Father, Zeus. Diana looked at the baby Zuck in her arms in Richard Price and said angrily. You lied to me. No, Diana, I was born in this human body a long time ago, and my divinity has been sleeping in her body until I came back. Athena looked down at Zuck. Since Zeus once gave birth to me and I gave birth to him, my mission will be completed if he returns to the throne. So, don't stop me, Diana said and looked up at Richard McNeil who was coming. What if I stop it? Can you stop me or this little kid can stop me? Richard McNeil stood in front of Athena and stretched out his hand to slap the seemingly ignorant baby. Is it your fault that Hippolyta Richard Denley woke up from the statue state? Then you should be Richard to make her change back. I promised Diana to restore everyone on Paradise Island to their original state. So, if you change Hippolyta back, I will let Athena take you back to Mount Olympus and sit on the throne again. How about it? Wow. The little baby didn't seem to understand at all and was frightened by him and cried. You have the idea of turning your daughter into immortal, sleeping with her, and then giving birth to yourself. Do you think it's useful to pretend to be a fool now? Hurry up and don't waste my time. If you don't agree, I will cancel your crime. Tool. You won't be able to waste money when you grow up, Richard McNeil said with a smile. His cry Richard Denley? His eyes lit up with a blue light like thunder. In the next moment, Hippolyta recovered from the state of the statue. He's really an old prostitute. Richard McNeil laughed dumbfounded, looking at the innocent baby with big eyes and staring. Good luck, Don't meet me in the future. Athena took half a step back and flew up again with the baby in her arms. This time Richard McNeil did not stop her. Everyone watched them disappear into the night sky silently, not knowing what to say for a moment. The shirt girl is Athena, and Zuck is Zeus. So what was all this they went through? There was a soft shout, thunder and lightning flashed, and Hera followed back to Mount Olympus. It seems like it's over. Richard McNeil chuckled and thought it was very interesting. These gods are fun. The Queen Hera is very jealous. Whether it is to stand by and let the Amazon soldiers die or Hippolyta can't change back, she may have done it on purpose. Athena slept with her father and then gave birth to her own father. This kind of operation can be called a mind-boggling and Richard-foccating operation. And Zeus, saying that he is an old prostitute, is really not burying him. As soon as he is threatened with a crime tool, he will obediently admit. Gods of Olympus, Richard McNeil said to Diana with a chuckle. Since everything is settled, I'm leaving. So fast, Diana said Richard consciously. Why don't you leave tomorrow? Hippolyta followed Richard and said, yes, this time you are the one who saved Paradise Island again, and also ended all this chaos. Stay here and let us express our gratitude. Forget it. Although the matter is over, you still have a lot of mess to deal with. I'm not interested in staying. Diana responded softly. Gone. Richard McNeil waved his hand to greet Leila and Valentina, who had already released their Firestorm transformation, and were ready to return to the Disciple. Laura had been obediently guarding the Disciple, etc. Seeing that Richard McNeil was about to board the Disciple, Diana Richardly shouted and chased after her. Richardson turned around. Diana kissed it. Diana's behavior was somewhat unexpected. After a while, the two separated. Diana looked at Richard McNeil. Wait for me, decades or 100 years, I will find you. And then ... challenge you. Challenge me, is this a pun? After all, looking at Diana, who simply turned back after speaking, Richard McNeil rubbed the corner of his mouth and turned to board the Disciple with a light smile. Next stop, Central City after the birth of the Flash. P.S. Once again complaining about the chaos of Greek mythology, Zeus's operation is simply Richard-foccating. Let's say goodbye to Diana and meet again in Doomsday. Anyway, there is no need to worry about other things because there is no Richard a deep friendship with Steve in the movie. So many new characters are waiting for Richard McNeil to go. For The Flash Chapter 94, returning to Central City and Caitlin, who was trapped Central City 9 months ago. The highly anticipated launch of the particle accelerator at the cutting-edge laboratory Dr. Eisen Wells. It was a stormy evening, and the Richard access of the particle accelerator only lasted for a short period of time. Because of the EMIA Richard Rable electron volt change, the plug Richardly exploded, and when it could not be cooled and closed, the energy could only rush into the air from the explosion. The energy of the particle accelerator forms a shock wave that spreads across the entire Central City in an instant. The particle accelerator exploded, and the cutting-edge laboratory was forced to close. Countless people were affected by the explosion, and the one who had the greatest impact was of course the Flash, Barry Allen. There are many generations of the Flash, and the most famous one is Barry Allen. It can be said that he created the Speed Force, or he is the Speed Force, and the Speed Force is the origin of the speed of all speedsters. When Barry Allen was a child, he witnessed the speedster killing her mother, and his father was judged as the murderer and sentenced to prison. Barry Allen was adopted by Joe West, a police officer in Central City, since he was a child. When he grew up, he became an expert in physical evidence technology in Central City, and he wanted to find the murderer who killed his mother. 9 months ago, a particle accelerator exploded and Barry Allen was struck by lightning and fell into a coma. 9 months later, Barry Allen woke up. Richard McNeil also drove the Disciple to Central City. This era is definitely ahead of Riley, Valentina and Laura. Looking at the busy cars on the street, watching people all dressed up in modern clothes, especially all kinds of modern buildings and electronic equipment, makes them need time to digest and absorb. Master, How long will we stay this time? The disciple landed in an open space and entered stealth mode. After landing, Riley couldn't help asking Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil thought about it. It should be a while. Then shall we find a place to stay? Riley asked again. Richard McNeil looked around and happened to see a canned beverage bottle not far away. He picked it up and held it in his hand. The ability of the firestorm was activated instantly, and the palm of his hand radiated hot flames in an instant, and he could clearly see the beverage bottle in the flames. Changes are taking place. After the flame disappeared, Richard McNeil threw the drink bottle to Riley. Find a place to sell it for you to change clothes. Go shopping around, and find a reputable place to stay by the way. This turned into gold. Riley held the drink bottle in Richard's eyes. How did you do it? Firestorm has the ability to rearrange Richard atomic particles to change the atomic composition of different Richard substances. You will not be short of money after practicing it when you have time. Richard McNeil said, Car Richard ally. It can still be like this. Isn't that the touchstone into gold? Apostrophe Riley exclaimed. Valentina curled her lips and said nothing. Go shopping. I'm going to meet a friend. Going shopping is a woman's nature, and even Laura, who was reluctant to leave the Soviet Union or came here in a daze, had no intention of resisting. Although the three people's clothes are relatively retro, they are not fancy clothes. What's more, the inclusiveness of this era is still very strong, and they didn't cause any sensation when walking on the street. It is normal for a beautiful and tall beauty to attract attention on the street. The only troublesome thing was that when they sold the gold drink cans, the owner of the gold store was also confused. It was the first time he saw someone making drink cans out of gold. While they were shopping, Richard McNeil also went to the cutting-edge laboratory. The last time I came here was when I was helping Laurel get sound wave equipment. At that time, the cutting-edge laboratory looked very high-end and atmospheric, but now it is not only locked by iron gates, but also has a sign saying that it is dangerous to approach. I don't know if Caitlin is in there. Just as Richard McNeil was about to jump in, he heard the sound of squeaky brakes behind him, and when he turned around, he saw a red car parked on the side of the road behind him. The door opens. A woman walked quickly around the car. Richard McNeil. Is it really you? Say cow cow, and cow cow will arrive. It was Caitlin Snow who came. I'm planning to go in to find you. Richard McNeil pointed to the fingertip laboratory and said with a smile, I just came out. The parking lot is at the back. When I came out, I saw you standing at the door and thought I had made a mistake. I didn't expect it to be you. Are you here to find me? Why didn't you call me in advance? And where have you been for a long time? Do you know how much trouble you have caused me? Caitlin Snow couldn't help complaining after the excitement. What's the trouble? Richard McNeil asked in astonishment. Because of you, I was kidnapped. Caitlin Snow thought back and still felt lingering fear. So miserable? Richard McNeil asked unexpectedly. Because I was kidnapped. Who kidnapped you? A woman, wearing a Robinson-like uniform and using crossbow arrows, asked me if the sound wave equipment was made by a cutting-edge laboratory, and asked me if I knew you. I was really hurt by you. Caitlin Snow snorted. Huntress Helena? Richard McNeil asked with a smile. And then, you still have the nerve to laugh, Caitlin Snow said angrily. Then I was rescued by another person, who claimed that Black Canary was using the original Sonic equipment. Later, I quietly investigated and found out that they are all from Starling City, and Black Canary is the hero of Starling City. It does sound like I was implicated. Why not? Shall I treat you to dinner? Richard McNeil said with a smile. Of course you have to apologize and make it up to me, but first you say what's wrong with coming to me Richard Denley after being missing for so long, and I'll consider whether I can help you avoid getting into trouble again. Caitlin Snow said angrily. It should be the thing you were looking forward to, Richard McNeil said with a smile. Caitlin Snow's eyes lit up. Will you check your body? Yes, Miss Nurse. Richard McNeil said seriously. Then you come with me first. Caitlin Snow thought about it and invited Richard McNeil into the car. After getting into the car, The car did not drive back to the cutting-edge laboratory. "Where are you going?" "My home." "Your house?" "Will this be too fast?" Richard McNeil said jokingly. P.S. I can finally tune the Flash. Since everyone may not know much about DC, the story about the Flash should be based on the American drama Flash as much as possible. Chapter 95, The Slapped King. Barry Allen ignoring Richard McNeil's joke, Caitlin Snow said while driving. "The cutting-edge laboratory is not very convenient now, so I will take you to my house to do some routine examinations first. By the way, what if, if someone is struck by lightning but does not die but falls into a coma? 9 months during the coma, his body functions were normal and there was no sign of atrophy. Do you think it is possible?" After speaking, Caitlin still looked at Richard McNeil with some hesitation. "You mean Barry Allen?" Richard McNeil said. "Car Richard Ally." Squeal. The car stopped. Richard Dinley. Caitlin Snow looked at Richard McNeil in Richard's eyes. "How did you know?" "I know a lot more. Drive and drive," Richard McNeil urged, and Caitlin Snow started the car again. Richard suspiciously and curiously. "Is he awake?" Richard McNeil asked with a chuckle. Caitlin Snow nodded. "I woke up. I wanted to do a more detailed examination on him. After all, he was struck by lightning and went into a coma for 9 months. His body must have undergone some changes, but unfortunately he left. Don't worry, he will come back soon." Richard McNeil's purpose this time is to copy the speed force of Flash. The speed force is simply a bug. The Richard fast speed not only allows 357 to travel through time and space, but also extends a series of abilities. Members of the Flash family used their Richard speed to do things here and there, and Barry Allen even created the Flashpoint event because of saving his mother, and restarted the timeline many times. The ability to make things happen is outstanding. But who made him the son of Speed Force? The moment he possessed Speed Force and became the Flash, Speed Force extended to different time and space, creating a series of speedsters. Only by using Speed Force to start running, Speed Force produces energy. For example, Dr. Harrison Wells, the current head of the cutting-edge laboratory, his real identity is a reverse Flash from the future. Electricity. He wanted to kill the Flash, but he killed the Flash's mother. As Richard LT, a series of changes caused him to lose his Speed Force energy and had to stay in this era. The identity of Barry Allen taught Barry Allen to run faster. Only in this way can the Speed Force generate more energy to allow him to travel back home through time. So Richard Dinley thought of a question. If he gains Speed Force by copying Barry Allen's ability, will he be Richard object to Barry Allen's Speed Force like reverse lightning? Or will he have his own independent Speed Force? Although he said that he wanted the Speed Force for the convenience of Lang, but he still hates being controlled by others. Don't be trapped in a certain era like reverse lightning. Wouldn't it be boring to death? If it's an independent Speed Force, that's fine. If not, then throw him into the Speed Force as a battery. After all, it's better than being beaten in the face, right? At the beginning of each episode, Barry Allen didn't force himself to say that he is the fastest in the world, but actually the fastest to be slapped in the face. It's okay to be slower than other speedsters. Sometimes you can't even catch up with the car. When you meet the villains who are not speedsters, you will be tortured first and then explode into a small universe. Do you think you are Saint Seiya? Your fastest is not speed but being slapped in the face, right? Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. Richard Dinley and Caitlin Snow's phone rang. Slowly stopping the car, Caitlin Snow turned around and picked up her bag from the back to find the phone and connect it. "Cisco, is there something wrong?" Caitlin Snow asked and looked at Richard McNeil in Richard's eyes. "I see, I'll go back now." Putting down the phone, Caitlin Snow looked at Richard McNeil with a strange expression. "Barry is back in the lab. I need to get back right away. I guess it's not convenient to take me with you, right?" Richard McNeil asked with a chuckle. Caitlin Snow smiled apologetically. "Just send me back to the lab, and then tell me your home address, and I'll look for you at night," Richard McNeil said indifferently. Caitlin Snow told her home address before turning back to the laboratory. Getting off the car at the place where he got on just now, Richard McNeil watched Caitlin Snow return to the laboratory but did not leave. If you guessed right, Barry Allen should have found that he has acquired the ability. Anyway, he has nothing to do, and Richard McNeil plans to wait for him to come out to copy the Speed Force. After about an hour or so, a tall, thin, gentle, and seemingly innocent man came out from the road on the other side of the cutting-edge laboratory. Barry Allen, the king who was slapped in the face. "I will leave it to me for the first slap in the face." Richard McNeil raised the corner of his mouth and followed. Seeing Barry Allen's dazed look, Richard McNeil quickly stepped forward and grabbed his shoulders and pushed him into the alley next to him. Barry Allen, who was caught off guard, almost fell down. After standing still, he turned angrily and looked over. "Hey! What are you doing?" Barry Allen asked, displeased. "Robbery," Richard McNeil said solemnly. "Root, wait. You said you were going to rob?" "You robbed me?" Barry Allen froze for a moment, then pointed at himself as if he had won 5 million. "Are you Richard Tree? You're going to rob me? Oh God. So many people, so many people you didn't choose. And you chose me. Are you happy?" Richard McNeil asked with narrowed eyes. "Of course. I'm really happy that you chose to rob me. This is simply unbelievable. Where's your weapon? A knife, or a gun? What did you use to rob me?" Barry Allen looked at Richard expectantly. "Street, how about a fist?" Richard McNeil raised his hand. "Fist? Hey, you know Kung Fu? Come on. Hit me. Barry Allen pointed at himself dancing. He was robbed as soon as he had Richard per speed, which made Barry Allen extremely excited, his eyes fixed on Richard McNeil's fist. He moved. The world seemed to stand still at this moment, and his punching movements seemed to be slowed down hundreds of times. Barry Allen walked up to Richard McNeil and waved his fist at him and smiled triumphantly. He began to look forward to the scene where the other party was punched away by him. Chapter 96, Copying the Speed Force. Seeing Richard McNeil's eyes focus on the place where he was standing just now, watching his arms stretch out slowly, Barry Allen's fist has already reached Richard McNeil's face. The next moment he will be sent flying by himself. Barry Allen, who has always been thin, couldn't help imagining the scene where the other party punched the air, but he flew him with Richard per speed. Maybe he can be sent to the police station after that. In fantasy, Barry Allen was expecting something to happen. But Richard Denley found that Richard McNeil's eyes moved. He even looked sideways at himself, with a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. How can this be? Barry Allen Richard consciously opened his mouth to show a shocked expression, and then he saw the slowly extending arm Richard Denley speeding up towards him. Snapped. There was a crisp sound of face slapping, and the almost static world returned to normal. Barry Allen flew out violently and smashed heavily on the wall next to him. His originally handsome face was swollen like a pig's head. Dizziness, tinnitus, and dizziness. Barry Allen's face was numb and his eyes looked at Richard McNeil with red lightning flashing all over him in shock. "It's you." This color of lightning Barry Allen can be said to never forget. And it was like this the night his mother was killed. "You killed my mother." Barry Allen rushed towards Richard McNeil in anger. The world around me seemed to stand still and slow down again. Come on, the Speed Force is activated, and Barry Allen's body is shining with yellow light. How do you get it to be the same color as the Reverse Flash? Richard McNeil curled his lips slightly as he watched the red electric light he produced, and waved Barry Allen, who was rushing over, to fly away again. Boom. The extremely fast Barry Allen hit the wall again, and was hit twice with fast force, causing him to pass out with a muffled grunt. When Richard McNeil copied the Speed Force, he also copied Barry Allen's experience with the Speed Force. It can be said that he has no experience. So Richard McNeil didn't Richard perimpose the speed at all, so as not to be embarrassed because he slapped Barry Allen out because the speed was too fast. But even at the same speed, Barry Allen is not Richard McNeil's opponent at all. Seeing Barry Allen fainted, Richard McNeil turned into a flash of red lightning and disappeared in an instant. Boom. 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 The strong wind swept across the street quickly, and the corners of the skirts were blown up one by one, and the exclamation sounded after a long while. Red lightning flashes across the streets. Shwa. Richard McNeil sat on the chair in the Disciple and exhaled slightly. So fast. Richard McNeil chuckled in a happy mood. At first, his speed was only about 370 kilometers per hour. Later, he tried to double the speed. The speed was fine, but he quickly cancelled it because he had no experience in Richard acceleration. Barry Allen, who just gained the speed force, has this speed, and basically disappears in the blink of an eye. But this speed is still far from the speed of light. After all, the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. In the comics, the Lightning Boy Wally West exploded at a speed of 13 trillion times the speed of light. It is basically difficult to reach this level. To describe how fast it is, Richard McNeil doesn't care about the speed. As long as the experience proficiency keeps up, it can be stacked infinitely. It must be the fastest one in the DC universe, but what he is curious about is the color of his speed force. Under normal circumstances, the color of the speed force he copied from Barry Allen should be yellow like him. But it turned out to be the same red as reverse lightning. Could it be that Barry Allen was pretending to be reverse lightning? So, why is this happening? Richard McNeil recalled with a frown. After gaining the speed force, his memory became better, and many previously vague memories became clear again. He remembered that in the comics, it seemed that the speed levels were divided according to the color of the speed force. The slowest was red, then yellow, blue, black or white, and finally gold. But that doesn't explain his problem. The different colors of the speed force is one problem, and whether he will be Richard object to Barry Allen's connection with the speed force is another problem. However, this problem is relatively easy to identify. When he uses the speed force, he can feel the existence of the speed force energy, which increases as he can Richard's it. So he only needs to watch Barry Allen use the speed force and not use it himself, and he can confirm whether it is related through the energy change of the speed force. If the speed force that I copied was independent, it would be equivalent to the existence of two speed forces in this world, which should be very interesting. Copying inexperienced abilities is troublesome. Richard McNeil got up and released the speed force again to get familiar with it. Cutting Edge Laboratory. After Barry Allen left, Caitlin Snow also planned to leave. After all, she made an appointment with Richard McNeil to meet at her home in the evening. But as soon as she packed her things, she felt a gust of wind pass by her, and immediately saw Barry Allen appearing in the laboratory with a bruised nose, a swollen face, and bloodstains. Barry Allen, what did you do? Caitlin Snow asked in Richard's eyes. Cisco Raymond and Harrison Wells on the side also looked over in Richard's eyes. I found the murderer who killed my mother. I met him just now. The red is the red light, Barry Allen said excitedly. He has Richard per speed like me, and he seems to be faster than me. That's impossible. As soon as Barry Allen finished speaking, Harrison Wells denied it excitedly. Seeing other people looking at him, Harrison Wells also knew that he was too excited just now, so he paused and explained. Barry, it can't be Richard. A coincidence that someone with the same ability as you is faster than you. At least not now. But I did meet it, Barry Allen explained. Not long after I left here, an Asian guy robbed me. I didn't pay attention to it at first, but he quickly showed the same speed as me, twice, faster than me twice, and then I passed out. I can see it very clearly. It's a red light, exactly the same as the light that killed my mother back then. Asian, Caitlin Snow. Richard consciously thought of Richard McNeil, but it shouldn't be Richard. A coincidence. Harrison Wells pushed his glasses and said to Barry Allen seriously, I still don't think there is Richard. A coincidence, but if there is Richard. A person. Barry, I will help you find him. P.S. The picture shows Harrison Wells. The real body is reverse lightning. Chapter 97, the evening, Caitlin Harrison Wells didn't believe that Barry Allen had just met the murderer who killed his mother, because he was the murderer. But he believes that Barry Allen may have met a speeder, which is what makes Harrison Wells want to find this person. Who is this speedster? Is it the same speed force that Barry Allen obtained because of the big particle explosion? Does his existence help him? Is there any benefit? Harrison Wells asked in detail how Barry Allen came into contact with the speedster, and even called up the location at that time. Unfortunately, I don't know if the other party knew about it or luck. The Richard Valance video of that section happened to be broken, so I had to let it go temporarily. With no clues for the time being, Barry Allen could only leave the cutting-edge laboratory. Caitlin Snow followed Richard shortly after. After Barry Allen's description, she felt more and more that this person was Richard McNeil. Although Richard McNeil had not shown the ability of Richard per speed, it was a coincidence. He just appeared and this person also appeared. And he also knows about Barry Allen. Although Richard McNeil cheated on her, whether it was kidnapping for the sound wave equipment or because he was implicated in kidnapping, Caitlin Snow felt that Richard McNeil should not be that kind of bad person, and Barry's mother had been dead for more than 10 years. How big? Arrive home. Caitlin Snow looked nervously at the door from time to time, waiting for Richard McNeil to come over. Night, getting darker. Before I knew it, it was past 9 o'clock. Although Caitlin Snow turned on the TV but turned off the sound, the time seemed to be very long. Bang bang bang. There was a Richard knock on the door, and Caitlin Snow got up and ran to the door in a jerk. "You're finally here." Caitlin Snow heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Richard McNeil at the door. Richard McNeil smiled and gathered the red wine in his hands. "It took a while for it." "You can't drink after checking your body," Caitlin Snow said in a daze. "You can drink after the inspection." Richard McNeil came in with a smile and looked around. "The layout is very special. It seems that there is only one bedroom but the living room is very large. There is a laboratory table and several machines in the corner, which is very Richarditable for Caitlin Snow's identity." "You live by yourself?" Richard McNeil asked Richard Ally. "Didn't you say I'm Richarditable for being single?" Caitlin Snow complained. Richard McNeil chuckled, and when he saw her, he found that she didn't have the emotion of a dead boyfriend. "Is there a guy named Ronnie Raymond in Advanced Labs?" "Why do you know so much about cutting-edge laboratories?" Caitlin Snow asked again in doubt, and then continued. "Ronnie does work for a state-of-the-art laboratory, but on the night of the big particle explosion, he took the risk to save the entire laboratory in order to prevent the explosion from destroying the entire laboratory. As a Richard LT, he's a hero." Caitlin Snow exclaimed. "So you didn't have anything happen to him?" Richard McNeil asked curiously. After all, Ronnie Raymond was Caitlin Snow's fiancé in addition to being the first firestorm who merged with Martin Stein in the TV series. "Our personalities are not Richarditable." Caitlin Snow shook her head. "Oh." Richard McNeil didn't ask any more questions and said with a smile. "Should I start the inspection now? Do I need to take it all off?" "No need, you can just wear shorts," Caitlin Snow said. "Okay." Richard McNeil also wanted to know his own situation. Richard McNeil took off only his shorts and began to do routine testing under the command of the blushing Caitlin Snow. It took more than an hour to finish. "Judging from the current routine tests, your body is very healthy and there is nothing wrong with it, but the DNA test Richard LTS will not come out after a while." Richard McNeil nodded, took off the equipment on his body, went to the sofa and waited for the Richard LT. Don't you put on your clothes first?" Caitlin Snow asked hesitantly. "Don't take advantage of it and act like a good boy." "With my figure, there are not many sizes like this." Richard Hen laughed. Caitlin Snow couldn't help but blushed and spat, then asked, "Let me ask you something. Do you have Richard per speed?" "I saw Barry Allen in the afternoon." "Yes," Richard McNeil replied. Richard Ally. Caitlin Snow asked in Richard reprise, "Really?" "Don't believe it." Richard McNeil rigidly smirked and the speed force was activated instantly, and red lightning Richard rounded Caitlin Snow. Clothing. Does this dress look familiar?" Seeing Richard McNeil shaking his clothes with a smirk, Caitlin Snow lowered her head and Richard consciously blocked herself. Isn't this exactly the clothes I was wearing just now? When, how how did you do it? Caitlin Snow didn't notice at all. What are you blocking? Aren't you still wearing underwear? What's more, if I really want to see you, can you block it? Even if you don't feel it, Richard McNeil said with a smile. Who said that? Don't I know if it hurts or not? Caitlin Snow retorted Richard consciously. It hurts. Richard McNeil looked at Caitlin Snow with a half smile. Caitlin Snow shouted angrily. You are all boring. Use your ability to do this kind of thing. Ability is for use. Or is it just for decoration? Richard McNeil said. Car Richard ally. How did you get Richard per speed? And you? Caitlin Snow hesitated to ask. Did you kill Barry Allen's mother? Because my speed force is red? Richard McNeil asked back. Yes. Caitlin Snow nodded in embarrassment. Don't worry about it. It's not me, Richard McNeil said with a light smile. That's good. Caitlin Snow breathed out. Richard McNeil Car Richard ally put Caitlin Snow's clothes aside, and started to drink wine. Why didn't you ask me if it was true? You seem to have more confidence in the Speed Force than I do in killing Barry's mother. Caitlin Snow was about to speak when a message came from the instrument. There are Richard LTS. Caitlin Snow turned to look at the test Richard LTS on the computer, frowning slightly. 3.7 Strange. How could this happen? What's the question problem? Richard McNeil came to the computer with a whoosh. No, your physical condition and DNA are exactly the same as that of ordinary people. But this is so strange. You were able to discharge electricity and have Richard per speed before. Under normal circumstances, your genes should have changed. Caitlin Snow frowned. Said puzzled. P.S. I've heard a saying that when you use the Speed Force, you actually enter a certain time gap. The outside world is very fast, but my perception is normal. For example, it takes a few seconds to circle the Earth. Although the outside time has only passed a few seconds, it actually takes more than a second for the Flash to complete this lap. 1 second after casting the Speed Force is a long time outside, so the Flash doesn't use the Speed Force very often, because that time is too long for him. Chapter 98, on the ways of using the Speed Force. Although he didn't collect it deliberately, Richard McNeil UI has more than these two abilities. Apart from the two mentioned by Caitlin Snow and the fighting skills, he has copied Diana's divine power in the demigod period and Donatello's divine power. I have copied the ability of the female version of Firestorm, the ability of the elemental girl, and the divine power of the newborn who doesn't know whether it should be hatred or destruction. All kinds of abilities have not changed my Dan, either because of the disciple's ability or because of time travel. My Dan will never change due to the ability to copy, or the ability copied by myself is from a higher source than the body, Dan, etc. It is produced in a high-level state, so it will not affect the structure of your own DNA. No matter which one it is, you don't have to worry about copying too much and affecting your body. So Richard McNeil's mind is very relaxed now. Looking at Caitlin Snow who bent her back to her, Richard McNeil called out with a chuckle. Don't think about it, come and have a drink. What can I do? 10 This is a very serious scientific research. How can you give up because you haven't figured out the reason yet? What's more, who can guarantee that you won't get into trouble because of it in the future? Caitlin Snow said seriously. I will stay in the central city for a while, so as long as you keep it a secret, you can study my body as much as you want, and you can study it in more detail. It's another matter. Richard McNeil paused. Caitlin Snow turned curiously and asked, What's up? Swish. Richard McNeil came to Caitlin Snow in an instant. The close distance made her Richard consciously want to retreat, but Richard McNeil grabbed her arm. Their eyes were facing each other, especially when they were wearing cooler clothes. Caitlin Snow felt her heart beat faster and faster, as if she was about to jump out. She wanted to lower her head to avoid his sight, but when she did, seeing Richard McNeil's shorts, he immediately raised his head again. Caitlin Snow, can I trust you? Of course, I will keep it a secret for you, Caitlin Snow said in a low voice. Okay, Then I believe you. Richard McNill let go of her with a chuckle and continued. Me, Barry Allen, and the murderer who killed his mother possessed the Richard per speed actually comes from the Speed Force. The energy of the Speed Force will be con-Richarded or replenished by the user, so I want you to help me determine the speed of Barry Allen. Is the Force the same as mine? Well, how are you, Richard Ree? Caitlin Snow asked in a daze. It's very simple. Just let me know when he is about to use the Speed Force, and I can judge this based on the energy change of my Speed Force. Richard McNill said with a smile. You asked me to spy on Barry for you? That's fine too. Isn't this good? Caitlin Snow hesitated. He is not my opponent. If I want to go against him, I don't need to monitor his actions. If you don't help me, I can only change to a more direct way. Richard CH is going to his adoptive father Kiao Y Auster or Iris West. I'll help you, Caitlin Snow said immediately. Tell me your phone number. I'll call you tomorrow, Richard McNill said. Then, come over for a drink? I bought this bottle of wine after traveling through several cities. Richard McNill pulled Caitlin Snow to the sofa and sat down to pour her a glass of wine. Caitlin Snow drank with him in a daze. After a few drinks, the two chatted more relaxedly. It was Caitlin Snow who curiously asked Richard McNill about Richard per powers, and sometimes he talked about what happened in the cutting-edge laboratory during this period. Thinking of being kidnapped by a huntress last time, she said a few words about Richard McNill ruthlessly unknowingly. Her fair cheeks gradually became rosy. It's almost 12 o'clock. I should leave. Richard McNill glanced at the time and said to Caitlin Snow with a smile. Caitlin Snow froze. Is it this late? Time flies so fast sometimes. Caitlin Snow saw Richard McNill swaying slightly and had already put on his clothes. Only then did she realize that she only wore underwear to chat with him for so long, and naturally felt very natural. See you tomorrow? See you tomorrow. Caitlin Snow agreed, and saw Richard McNill bowed his head politely and kissed her cheek. She didn't even choose to escape. Good night. Richard McNill waved his hand, and the red lightning flashed out and disappeared in an instant. Caitlin Snow was stunned for a long time before realizing that he had already left. Swish. When Richard McNill stopped, he had already appeared in the master bedroom of a certain villa. Riley and Valentina were talking about something wrapped in bath towels, and they were startled when they saw Richard McNill appearing. Richard Denley. Master, when did you come in? Riley asked in Richard's eyes. Before you ask me, Richard McNill said with a smile. This villa is the place they are looking for. All the furniture and facilities are ready-made. At first, they just rented it because they didn't have enough money, but they returned home. Richard McNill got a few gold drink bottles during the apprenticeship, which should be enough for them to buy this place. I'm going back to my room, Valentina said, getting up and going out. Wait. 483. Richard McNill pulled Valentina into his arms. Car Richard ally, and Valentina snorted. What are you doing? You are Riley's master, not mine. Is there a difference? Richard McNill smiled lightly. Valentina sneered. What? I'm afraid you'll be too busy if you want the two together. It's a coincidence. I'm full of speed now, let alone two. Even if there are two more, I won't let you have time to rest. The red lightning flashed, and Valentina and Laylee hadn't reacted yet. They were neatly put together by Richard McNill, and then they understood what Richard McNill meant. There is really no rest time at all, and the whole process seems to have never left. It's fine if there's only one person, but it's unbelievable for both of them. It's equivalent to Richard McNill doing the same thing to both of them at the same time. How is this possible? After the end, Valentina was tired and turned her back to Richard McNill, who was obviously dissatisfied with her temper, while Laylee lay on Richard McNill and curiously asked her how she did it. P.S. I didn't expect it. I started driving as soon as I wrote it. I am indeed an old driver. Speed Force, a must for old drivers. Chapter 99. My little one, don't ask so many questions. The weather was fine and Richard McNill made a trip to drive the disciple back to the villa and made a few phone calls. After briefly teaching Riley and the others how to use it, he called Caitlin Snow. Caitlin Snow was driving to the laboratory, and hung up after chatting for a while. Putting down the phone, Richard McNeil continued to study the Speed Force. The application of Speed Force is not only in the one-on-one firestorm last night, but also a series of other abilities. Some abilities are easy to master. Richard CH's Reverse Lightning's high-speed hand knife, rapid face vibration to hide identity, high-speed running and waving lightning, etc. And some are more advanced. Richard CH's time travel, wall penetration and so on. These require a certain mastery of the Speed Force. Richard McNeil is still familiar with the control of speed. This kind of control is not only the speed at which others see him, but also his own speed and perception of the outside world when he uses the Speed Force. Before I knew it, the morning passed like this. After taking a shower and coming to the living room, Richard McNeil turned on the TV and asked Laura, "What about them?" "Out." Laura said. "Did you go shopping?" "Why didn't you go?" Richard McNeil picked up the decorations on the table and turned them into gold and threw them to Laura. "It's enough for you to buy a car, and go out when you have nothing to do." Laura hesitated to speak, but Richard McNeil had already turned to watch the TV. The news was being broadcast on TV. It seemed that the bank was robbed. In the interview clip, the bank staff card described the situation at that time, saying that there was a Richard and thick fog in the bank. Fog, weather wizard. The explosion of the particle accelerator not only created the flash, but also created a large number of transformed people. The weather wizard is one of them. No, it should be the second. They were originally a pair of robber brothers. When they were captured by Joe West, they fled in a small plane, but they just happened to catch up with the big particle explosion and the plane crashed. The police thought they were dead, but in fact, the two of them gained the ability to control the weather. Among them, the elder brother was slightly injured and did not show up right away. Then, the one who robbed the bank should be the younger brother, right? It is also Barry Allen's first enemy after becoming the Flash. I don't remember the name Richard McNeil, but the ability is quite interesting. Sure. The Speed Force was activated, and Richard McNeil instantly disappeared into red lightning. Unlimited stacking, double. I remember which farm he hid in the TV series. Richard McNeil thought to himself and searched all the farms in the central city. From farm to farm, red lightning quickly shuttles. Creek. Richard McNeil rigidly stopped in a certain farm, and in front of him stood a man who was a little stunned. You. Clyde Mark stared blankly at Richard McNeil. Why did this person appear in front of him in the blink of an eye? Him. He also has Richard Per powers? No, only one god is enough. Although I don't know who this person is or what his purpose is. But Clyde Matt made an instant decision. Clyde Madong swung his arm towards Richard McNeil fiercely, and instantly a fog Richard rounded the whirlwind and hit Richard McNeil. Boom! The fog whirlwind hit the wall of the farm directly. Clyde Madong was about to see the Richard LT, but Richard Denley felt someone bait on the shoulder. Richard Denley turned his head, and saw Richard McNeil said with a smile on his face that you are so slow. It's very straightforward to do it. Yes, it seems that you are a deep-rooted villain and died because of talking too much. It's just too slow. You. Clyde Matten stepped back instantly to open the distance, and opened his arms vigorously. In an instant, gusts of wind Richard rounded him, gradually rising upwards and becoming stronger and stronger. Boom! The roof of the farm was lifted instantly, and nearby things were blown out one after another. You are dead. In the whirlwind, Clyde Madong stared at Richard McNeil and said in a deep voice, "You won't die. At least I won't kill you." Richard McNeil said with a chuckle, "I won't use your ability to defeat you, lest I accidentally kill you." So, swish. Red lightning flashed, and Richard McNeil came directly in front of Clyde Madong. You, what are you? How no depending on the cutting force produced by the wind. Don't ask so many questions, little one. Richard McNeil chuckled and raised his hand to grab Clyde Madong's neck directly. A sense of Richard-focation came instantly, and the whirlwind generated around him gradually dissipated. Richard McNeil pinched Clyde Madong's neck with one hand, and raised his hand to vibrate quickly. The hand seemed to have become an afterimage, so fast that only a blur could be seen. You have a choice. Either you attack the cutting-edge laboratory, or I will kill you now. Do you know the cutting-edge laboratory? The night the particle accelerator exploded, you gained the ability because of it. They already know the existence of transformation people, so whether it is for themselves, your safety is still my threat. I think you should choose to destroy the cutting-edge laboratory. Richard McNill looked at Clyde Mardong. What do you say? I'll go. Clyde Mardong said with difficulty. Snapped. Richard McNill let go of his hand, and Clyde Matt fell to the ground instantly. Don't think about running, you know. I'm fast. Richard McNill said something to Clyde Martin, and Clyde Martin was about to speak but found that the man had disappeared. Cutting-edge laboratories. The last time it was the place where Caitlin Snow was kidnapped, on that roof. Richard McNill sat on the edge of the roof and took out his phone to call Caitlin Snow. Is Barry Allen in the lab? Richard McNill asked directly when the phone was connected. No. Then you can tell him to go back to the laboratory. Richard McNill said with a smile. Why? Caitlin Snow was a little puzzled. Because soon there will be a transformation person to attack the cutting-edge laboratory. The guy who robbed the bank in the news report. How do you know? Come and help me quickly. Caitlin Snow said eagerly. Help? No, I won't go, because I forced this transformation person to attack the cutting-edge laboratory. How could I still help? Richard McNill chuckled and hung up the phone and turned off the phone. You forced him to come? Caitlin Snow hurriedly asked in a daze, only to realize that the phone was hung up, and she called again, then turned off the phone. In desperation, she could only contact Barry Allen. Chapter 100 Life Form Speed Force. The purpose of Richard McNill forcing the weather wizard Clyde Matten to attack the cutting-edge laboratory is very simple, just to know whether Barry Allen and himself are the same speed force. Although the speed force can be conrichered and replenished when using the speed force, it seems that the Richard LTS should be average. But the fluctuation when the speed force is conrichered and replenished can still be felt, but it needs to be very focused. So it's not ideal to do it yourself or wait for Caitlin Snow to notify him. It's better to decide the time and place for Caitlin Snow to notify Barry Allen. What's more, it should be quite interesting to watch people get slapped in the face. Swish. Yellow lightning quickly entered the cutting-edge laboratory from a distance. Coming. Is it because too little conrichedemption or replenishment is enough to cause fluctuations? Richard McNill carefully sensed the changes in the speed force energy and analyzed softly. He didn't know the situation in the cutting-edge laboratory, and he thought Caitlin Snow would tell them what happened. Richard McNill waited quietly for about half an hour, and the weather wizard Clyde Matten finally came. Clyde Matten stood in front of the cutting-edge laboratory with his arms raised. The wind swirled around him quickly. After a while, a huge storm gradually formed. Clyde Matten. Barry Allen came to him wearing a red flash uniform in an instant, and he couldn't help but changed color when he saw the shocking storm forming in front of him. It has to be said that Clyde Mardong was rather ruthless and didn't talk much. When he saw Barry Allen appearing as quickly as the man just now, he was stunned for a while, then waved his hand, and a storm hit him. Whether it's for the sake of venting anger or for your own sake, there is no need to be polite. Boom. Barry Allen, who had no experience in fighting the enemy yet, was instantly knocked into the air. Everyone, what should we do now? Barry Allen, who flew out and rolled aside, hurriedly asked other people in the laboratory for help. If you let him continue, it may cause a tornado that will destroy the city. Barry, you must stop him. Cisco Raymond's voice sounded in the headset. Stop? How can I stop? If running in the opposite direction produces force, can it be Richard successful? Barry Allen asked Richard Dinley. Yes, but your body may not be able to bear it. As soon as Caitlin Snow finished speaking, Barry Allen was already running around the storm in the opposite direction. Swish, swish, swish. He ran faster and faster, as if turning into yellow lightning and wrapping around the storm. The momentum of the storm's rise and expansion gradually weakened. Clyde Matten glared at the running flash and controlled the storm to hit him. One lap, and on the third lap, Barry Allen groaned and rolled out. He was so close that he could only see after images of lightning, but he was still able to be seen clearly by Clyde Mudong. As Barry Allen rolled out with a muffled grunt, the momentum of the storm rose again. Still the same. Not fast enough, not con Richard Ming enough. No, this kind of extreme running is enough to generate fluctuations, so what I copied is a single speed force. Richard McNill laughed loudly on the far roof. The speed force alone. Isn't this the speed force who has become a life form like Bart Allen in the Lightning family in the comics? I remember that in the comics, it seems that Bart Allen absorbed all the speed force of the Lightning family, and merged with the speed force itself to become the speed force of White Lightning's life form. The light of my lightning hasn't changed because I still have room for improvement. My speed force isn't strong enough. After all, the speed force created by Barry Allen wraps the multiverse in the form of a wall of speed force, which affects the time and space of the entire multiverse. The more speed users use the speed force, the stronger the speed force itself will be. Although not Richard Reef, other speedsters other than Barry Allen use the speed force to recharge the speed force itself, but all of these speedsters will become part of the speed force after death. Maybe it's because of the influence of the will of the universe Richard CH as the wall of origin, or maybe it's the change after copying. My speed force exists alone, and the scope of influence is definitely not as wide as Barry Allen's. But it means that wherever I go the speed force is there. Don't worry about the waves being too violent to leave the DC universe and can't use the speed force. After all, in the comics, Wally West lost his speed force after he traveled to the Marvel world. Later, he came back to get a speed force battery. Only then did the problem be solved, but because of this detail, he couldn't connect with the speed force, so he finally lost to Kuayan. However, Kuayan didn't seem to have speed force after he arrived in the DC world, although he ran very fast. In this case, I should be able to create my own speedster, right? If I have a chance, I can try it and see if the created speedster can recharge my speed force. Richard McNill's thoughts diverged and he thought about things, and the storm in Clyde's East was gradually taking shape. If this storm is released, the cutting-edge laboratory is estimated to be destroyed in an instant. What about the Flash, Barry Allen? Although he has already got up, he seems to have completely lost confidence, looking at the storm in despair. In the cutting-edge laboratory, Cisco Raymond and Caitlin Snow, who were in charge of the command, were also at a loss for a while. Even if it's just a Richard Perero's assistant, it's not so easy to be Barry. At the critical moment, Harrison Wells stepped forward, and Barry Allen couldn't be let off the chain. If he died here, how would he travel back in time to the future? So he began to encourage Barry Allen as a spiritual mentor. After all, Barry Allen has just become the Flash from an ordinary person. He doesn't understand his abilities, lacks self-confidence and has little combat experience. So although Harrison Wells didn't say much, he regained his confidence. "Run, Barry, run." Accompanied by these words, Barry Allen ran with the exploding cosmos again. Quick! 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 His speed was getting faster and faster, and soon caught up with the fastest speed just now, and even Richard passed it and became faster. The momentum of the storm was hindered and gradually began to shrink. One last bang. The storm dissipated. Barry Allen was panting tiredly, showing the joy of Richard's success. But this joy didn't last long before being extinguished by the black muzzle of Clyde Matten's hand. "You are the Flash, do you understand the Flash? You are about to become a flash of lightning, and you are afraid of guns." Seeing this scene, Richard McNill couldn't help it. The Flash was frightened by the gun? Are you fucking kidding me?